Today, Merwatt and the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens, and welcome to Technology Today.
We're going to talk about moon dust to drinking water, high definition moon atlas, spatter during 3D printing, mono lake organism, old metal learns new tricks, Iran targets space industry, mini brains for Alzheimer's treatment, making science fun to grasp ideas, catch and destroy forever chemicals, and combating coastal erosion simply. That and more, brought to you by ohmTown. ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen, and you can, basically engage in all of the other categories. There's 6 main categories, 50 channels, all of which have focus and focused news. That's where all of the news gets channeled into the various locations in ohmTown. Consider it kind of like a little town with a whole bunch of shops, and each one is a unique topic that you can peruse. Buy some tchotchkes. See you on the other side. So let's get into today's articles. The first article is over in Technology Today, how scientists are turning moon dust into drinking water. And if you want to turn the vacuum of links into a big pile of links, you can just type in !TT into the chat over at Twitch. It'll be in the show notes later. But yeah, that'll give you all, if you hit !TT, you'll get all of the show notes. And then if you hit ! and then show notes, it'll give you the syntax for all of the shows that we are doing and have done. The last episode that we have done, its show notes will be on command. So like TT, we'll bring up Technology Today. And if you want to get the podcast, then you do that, ! pod. All right, folks, let's get into this article, how scientists are turning moon dust into drinking water. Chinese Academy of Sciences put this article together. It's posted over at SciTech Daily. So it says here the innovative process could potentially yield over 50 kilograms of water from a ton of solar soil, or lunar soil. Solar soil. Why I said solar soil. Lunar soil, paving the way for sustainable life and research stations on the moon. That's a ton of lunar soil to process, though.
It is.
Lunar water extraction is a section in this article where it says water plays a crucial role in human survival. Look, it's 6:42. No shit news. Thus attracting extensive research attention. Professor Zhongyang Wang's team at the Ningbo Institute of Materials Technology and Engineering, or NIMT, of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, CAS, so it's the NIMT CAS, has recently developed a new method of massive water production through reaction between lunar regolith and endogenous hydrogen. All right. So lunar regolith is the material that's up on the moon. It's basically like glass, and it's abrasive and gets everywhere. And if you're a Jedi, it can turn you into Darth Vader. Anyway, we used lunar regolith samples brought back by the Chang'e 5 mission in our study. So, bad bat written all over this. Trying to find a way to produce water on the moon. The study revealed that when the lunar regolith is heated above 1200 Kelvin with concave mirrors, 1 gram of molten lunar regolith can generate 51 to 76 milligrams of water. In other words, 1 ton of lunar regolith could produce more than 50 kilograms of water, which is equal to about 100 500 milliliter bottles of drinking water. So this would be enough drinking water for 50 people for 1 day. Now, this is going to turn it into sludge. The regolith is basically going to be completely dry and a big amalgam of regolith.
Right, and I'm assuming it can't be repeated because you've already pulled elements out of it.
All of the water would be gone. Yeah.
But you're using all that for, say, one day.
Right.
So, like, how much is available?
Oh, well, I mean, there's an entire moon worth of it, right? At least until you get down to the metal skin.
Yeah, but you might have a problem once you've kind of scraped all of it off.
God, there's a saying that I always say around the Sentient AI, and I really shouldn't say it because it has to do with test tubes and stuff floating at the top. Anyway, in addition to the lunar ilmenite, or FeTiO3, was found to contain the highest amount of solar wind implanted hydrogen among the 5 primary material or minerals in the lunar regolith, owing to its unique lattice structure with sub-nanometer tunnels. In situ heating experiments indicated that hydrogen in lunar materials is a substantial resource for producing water on the moon. Such water could be used both for drinking and irrigating plants. In addition to, it could be electrochemically decomposed back into hydrogen and oxygen, with hydrogen being used for energy and oxygen being, essential for breathing.
This is the second round of no kidding news.
No kidding news. That's right. Your code does not allow you to use any profanities.
Well, we're trying to be a family-friendly channel here.
The Sentient AI from the future is family-friendly, yes. Anyway, so yeah, basically you heat the regolith into a glassy mass and you get a bunch of water, but it's a one-time deal. And all right, let's keep moving. Next article's over in Technology Today. Discover the moon like never before. Scientists unveil world's first high-definition geologic atlas of the entire moon. It's over at Eureka Alert.
Does it spotlight all the regolith?
Yeah, really. This was scraped away by... so again, Chinese Academy of Sciences put this article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. And I find this really awesome. I love the idea of a high-resolution geologic atlas of the entire moon. It says it's scaled at 1 to 2.5 million. So it was officially released on April 21st. The atlas, available in both Chinese and English, contains the geologic atlas of the lunar globe and the map quadrangles of the geologic atlas of the moon, including an explanatory manual. Now, what I just want is it high enough resolution that I can walk around on it with a VR headset on.
Oh no, that would be really neat.
That'd be fun to jog around the moon, right?
Yeah, they should do that.
It includes the geologic map of the moon, a lithologic map of the moon, and the tectonic map of the moon. The map quadrangles of the geologic atlas of the moon includes 30 standard-sized quadrangles. Since the Apollo program in 1960, significant progress has been made in lunar exploration and scientific research. However, lunar geological research still uses lunar geological maps developed during the Apollo era, and I wonder how many times I have to say lunar geological.
I was hoping you could say quadrangle a few more times.
Oh yeah, quadrangle. So through studying and compiling elements such as lunar rocks, geological structures, and geological ages, the research team independently developed intellectual property in the form of technical specifications and standards for lunar geological mapping. That's number 8, I think. At any rate,
it's too bad we don't have a bingo card with only that term on there.
Just like all of the squares are lunar geological. So the set of atlases will support lunar scientific research, science education, as well as landing site selection, lunar resource exploration, trajectory planning for China's future lunar exploration projects. And it was supported by the 13th 5-year strategic planning program of IGCAS, the key frontier science research program at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the National Science and Technology Infrastructure Program of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, this is really cool. I did not know they were basing everything off of a 1960s era map.
Yeah, that's kind of hilarious. I mean, why don't we just put a probe out there and it float around and take high resolution imaging? The team identified and marked 12,341 impact craters, 81 impact basins, 17 types of rocks, 14 types of structures, established a unified classification system for basin formation subclasses, and at the same time, the atlas also shows some special elements such as landing sites and special elevation points, and 2 aliens.
Yes, and I think they can use this for road maps, right? So it's like, avoid the crater.
GPS
Like it'll
markers.
have a hazard marked on the driving map or something.
We don't even know where the moon really is.
That's true.
Moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today, Seeing the Invisible, How X-ray Reveals Spatter Behavior During 3D Printing. Research conducted by UCL researchers reveals and explains the links between vapor depression shape and spatter dynamics during LPBF under various industry-relevant processing conditions. So, International Journal of Extreme Manufacturing. I wonder.
Can you determine spatter behavior by running a 3D printer?
I'm not sure what they're actually detecting. So if it is predictable or anything like that, it just says how X-ray reveals spatter behavior during 3D printing. So it looks like they're doing X-ray imaging while they are doing the LPBF procedures, 3D printing. But it's scintillation. So they're looking to see if there's something subordinate to the primary deposition, and that can impact the quality,
the structure, the consistency. Yeah,
right. And so the work reported in International Journal of Extreme Manufacturing not only quantifies the spatter and spatter laser interactions, but also proposes strategies to minimize defects, thereby enhancing the surface quality of LPBF manufactured parts. So the spatter during LPBF can induce surface defects, impacting the fatigue performance of the fabricated components. It's one of the main concerns in industrial 3D printing applications, says Chu Lun, Alex Lung, the corresponding author on the paper and associate professor of UCL Mechanical Engineering. I'm trying to see if there's anything else really.
If you don't have your design locked in, though, you might witness it on your own.
Well, I mean, wait, what? Say that again?
I'm joking about the spatter, because if you set up your thing and it doesn't print as expected and it's going all over the room, you might be able to witness it without X-ray.
Yeah, really. It's like welding. And it is. It's just really small. So I guess you're sitting next to it while it's doing its job. It could sit there and spit little bits on you.
Right. I mean, you'd be able to see it on your shirt or something.
Yeah, that's such a subtle comment. You know, I'm sitting there going, wait, what? Well, why do I have these little metal bits on me? Damn it. So yeah, it says because of its process, they're looking at how it's actually taking place, how it's forming, and increasing the quality is one of the objectives. So it says spatter may undergo oxidation, which lowers the recyclability of and reusability of powder. Because when you get the part out of a laser sintering bin, you dust off all of the stuff. And if it's oxidized, then it's not going to fuse properly. And then a follow-on part and you don't want to keep dumping, gallons of this stuff out. So experiments were performed using a bespoke AM machine called the Quad Laser In Situ and Operando. Wow, Operando process replicator, the Quad Isoper, the Hopper, or the Whopper from War Games. comprises 4 lasers and the industrial scan head system combined with a custom-built environmental chamber filled with argon shielding gas. That's basically to stop anything from oxidizing while it's fusing. Using an in situ high-speed synchrotron X-ray, both spatter and melt pool dynamics during LPBF can be captured at exceptional spatial and temporal resolution. The in situ experiments were carried out at the European Synchrotron Radiation Facility, so in Mom's basement.
Absolutely. Repeatable by the average consumer.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. So the substrate with a 1 millimeter through thickness and 15 millimeter height is mounted in the chamber, onto which a thin layer of the powder is automatically deposited, and then it's fused together, and they monitored for spatter and the melt pool dynamics. And then from there, the further research is how to utilize that data to limit the spatter, stop the oxidation process, which may occur even inside an argon shield if it causes some chemical reaction and oxygen is produced but doesn't actually get out because the argon shielding. It could cause oxidation on something subordinate and trapped, but I don't do this, so that's conjecture. But let's keep on going. This is interesting. The next article is over in Technology Today. A mysterious new organism found in Mono Lake could rewrite the history of life. Or if you've been diving in Mono Lake and found this new organism, you could be history. Berkeley scientists have discovered a new choanoflagellate species in Mono Lake that forms multicellular colonies and hosts a microbiome, offering new perspectives on the evolution of multicellular organisms. It's angry, it's poisonous, and it is in the waters of the eastern Sierra Nevada Mono Lake. And by it's angry, it's poisonous, it's a salty arsenic and cyanide laced water. So whatever it is that's living in there, yeah.
So don't jump in there for a swim.
Yeah, that's why I said your history if you're swimming around in Mono Lake. So this is what it looks like, apparently. It's a 3D reconstruction of a spherical colony of 70 choanoflagellates from the newly named species Baroeca monosierra, discovered in Mono Lake. But it's alive in this, so wow, that's pretty wild. The salty...
Okay, but that's worse, right? Because then it exists in extreme environments.
Mm-hmm. Aside from the abundant brine shrimp and black clouds of alkali flies, very few organisms live here. Alkali flies. Why does that sound like something you'd find on some strange planet?
It absolutely does.
Wow.
Sounds like a horror movie.
So the organism is a choanoflagellate, a microscopic single-cell form of life that can divide and develop into multicellular colonies in a way that's similar to how animal embryos form. It's not a type of animal, however. It's a member of a sister group to all animals. As animals' closest living relative, the choanoflagellate is a crucial model for the leap from one-celled to multicellular life. Surprisingly, it harbors its own microbiome, making it the first choanoflagellate known to establish a stable physical relationship with bacteria, instead of solely eating them. That's right. As such, one of the most simplest organisms known to have a microbiome. What a trip. So what you're seeing in the picture, the cyan indicates DNA, a donut-shaped DNA of the choanoflagellate cells, and a cloud of bacteria DNA inside the colony. While flagella are white and microscopic hairs, the villi, these little things, on each cell are red. So interesting. So inside here, it's creating a little environment.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So typically visible only through a microscope, choanoflagellates are often ignored by aquatic biologists who instead focus on macroscopic animals, photosynthetic algae, or bacteria. But their biology and lifestyle can give insight into creatures that existed in the oceans before animals evolved and that eventually gave rise to animals. This species in particular could shed light on the origin of interactions between animals and bacteria that led to the human microbiome. So if they did it, did they come before or after humans?
I mean, it looks like before, but we may not know.
This actually may have led to, humans.
I mean, this is a pretty significant discovery because of that.
Yep. And all of this information, the research and the discovery was published in a journal called Bio. It's just one M. Bio. So they actually end up talking about it more, but I'll let y'all go over and check it all out. It's pretty interesting, though. Huge surprise, just fascinating. No one had ever described a choanoflagellate as a stable physical interaction with bacteria. In the prior studies, they found choanos responded to small bacterial molecules that were floating through the water. So they were eating the bacteria, but none of them were actually just creating potentially a symbiosis, or in this case, a microbiome. Kind of makes it sound like they're farming the bacteria, right?
Yeah, this
like
really sounds kind of
like
terrifying.
So they say much of this is speculation. Future experiments should uncover how the bacteria interact with the choanoflagellates. So they don't even know. They just know that it was there. Past work in the lab has already shown that bacteria act like an aphrodisiac to stimulate mating in coagulates. Choanoflagellates, actually, is what it's called. And that bacteria can stimulate single-celled choanos to aggregate into colonies. So wherever bacteria goes, so too choanos go.
Right, so watch out if you have a concentration of bacteria.
And you're near an alkali lake.
Right.
Let's keep going. The next article is over, and I should just go. Moving on. Technology Today is where the next article is. Caltech researchers teach in old metal new tricks. They've discovered a method to recycle a widely used reagent in synthetic chemistry reactions. Samarium, a metallic element, plays a crucial role as a chemical reagent in synthesizing molecules that could pave the way for new pharmaceuticals, and it was first discovered in a Russian mine in 1879 and was named after the mineral samarskite. Where does that fall on the periodic table? Let's see here.
Let me see.
Okay, so scaling up this versatile reagent to quantities large enough to be used in industrial settings has proved challenging. The reagent
it's atomic number 62.
Samarium?
Never heard of it, and it's from the year 1879.
So, well, it's no secret, but my memory does not pull that out of
It's on that section that shows up, I think, at the bottom.
Okay. We'll get there. So the reagent is air sensitive, so you often have to prepare the solution fresh right before the reaction, or you do it in an area that it doesn't react in. I mean, if you use argon for welding and CO2 to prevent oxygen from infiltrating something that is oxygen reactive, why not do this so that you can use it more freely and make it shelf stable? So, and we often have to use large amounts of it, even in small reactions. It's not practical for running industrial scale reactions. Well, naturally. So you got to do whatever it is that protects it. Interesting. I'm really curious what this is all used for. So their solution allows the samarium diiodide reagent to essentially recycle itself for repeated use in a single reaction, which means large amounts of solvents and fresh preparations are no longer needed. They've discovered a way of solving it.
I mean,
Samarium,
that's something big in and of itself, right? Because they're not resource constrained.
yeah. And I'm not sure how often it can recycle itself,
Right.
but like usually with a reagent, there isn't a reduction because once you stop the reaction and you pull whatever it is you've been reacting to out, you can put more in and it reacts some more. So the samarium reagent has been limited to lab use due to pesky samarium oxygen bond that forms during the reactions and renders the chemical inactive. So how are they solving that? Now I want to know what. So in other words, the oxygen bonds lead to the dead end. It's like a samarium reagent becomes lazy, sitting on a couch and doesn't want to do. I'm right here. Why are I'm talking about this thing? What? Anyway, Boyd says that she and her colleagues at the Peters lab were interested in working with the Reisman lab because their research studies in nitrogen fixation involve the samarium iodide reagent or agent. Nitrogen fixation is the process in which a gaseous nitrogen from our atmosphere is converted to compounds such as ammonia that are essential for plants and the people who eat the plants. This process can be done naturally by bacteria and artificially through chemical reactions. So I guess they used nitrogen, converted it to ammonia. We use the samarium reagent in our lab to study these reactions, but it would be impossible to scale this up. Through conversations with the Reisman group, which specializes in synthetic organic chemistry, they joined forces. That doesn't actually resolve what I'm trying to find out.
No, but I like this. I mean, I like seeing in science how this happens, right? Across
Multiple
institutions or across countries.
Different fields, everything. Yeah. But that means they know what's going on in such a broad spectrum that they've found an answer in an area that is a tangent to theirs.
Right.
Reductive samarium catalysis enabled by, it says SM3. I think it's SM3. I'm not sure what that syntax is there. Alkazide protonalysis. Or protonalysis. Sorry, there's a thing. You have to do the right inflection on the right syllable.
Oh, exactly. Otherwise, you can't make it through the word.
Anyway, and I didn't want to give up. Okay, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. Notorious Iranian hackers have been targeting the space industry with a new backdoor, and in addition to the long-standing password spraying attacks, which is basically just trying to hack into anything, APT33 has developed custom malware dubbed Tickler. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is part 2 of Technology Today for September 1st, 2024. It's season 1, episode 25. We had technical difficulties, which is one of the problems that exists when you have to deal with a sentient artificial intelligence from the future and the complexities with temporal distortion. But that's okay. We've remedied what we think is the problem, and we'll keep chugging forward. That said, the article that we left on was notorious Iranian hackers have been targeting the space industry with a new backdoor. Sentient AI is still with me, I think.
As far as I know.
Yeah. So what about these notorious Iranian hackers? It says, in addition to its long-standing password spraying attack, Microsoft says Iran-backed hacker group Peach Sandstorm, or APT, Advanced Persistent Threat, 33 has developed custom malware dubbed Tickler. So,
hey, how are they now being able to hack into the space program? I mean, I know everything is hackable, but they haven't had enough success on Earth-based things.
There's always somebody that is actually very capable, and eventually somebody will find a way in, one way or another. So, for instance, in a recent event, thousands of people received an email saying, "Hey, you got this, but the institution needs information from you." And so people click it, thinking that it's from the institution, and thus fill out viable information, and you end up getting compromised.
That's why they should click with care, as you say.
Yep. And so the backdoor that's getting installed is codenamed Tickler. For some reason, it says it's named Tickler. It infects a target after the hacking group gains initial access via password spraying or social engineering. Again, I send an email. It contains a file. You fill out the file, but it actually, when you send it, contains viable information, or it sends you to a page. Whatever. I mean, there's so many different ways. And the problem is people fall for this stuff because they trust but don't verify. And so you should always verify. The Tickler malware isn't necessarily a big step in tactics, techniques, or procedures for this threat actor, but it does represent a clear and active development focus on taking actions on objectives, says Microsoft Director of Threat Intelligence, who told Wired this in a statement. This article, by the way, is by Lily Hay Newman over at Wired.com. The Peach Sandstorm is what the group is actually called, but they're also known as APT-33.
Sounds very innocuous compared to what they're doing.
Yeah, really. They continued conducting password spray attacks against the educational sector for infrastructure procurement and against the satellite government, the defense sectors as primary targets for intelligence collection. So you basically, the premise is that you daisy chain from one place to another, hop, skip, and jump from one location to another until you have enough access, and then you can perpetrate some great offense, whatever it might be. And there's myriad rationale for why anybody does this, from political to just, they are having fun and bored and don't think that they're ever going to get caught. So it's not the first time that Peach Sandstorm has shown interest in satellite-related targeting. This threat actor had previously pursued organizations in the satellite, defense, pharmaceutical sectors around the globe, says DeGrippo. This backdoor is custom malware with multiple iterations. It shows a focus and commitment to leveraging malware for specific objectives. And it's like the Natanz software Stuxnet that exploited a multitude of zero-day exploits that had to have come from somebody that had insider information about the various systems within Natanz. And with a focus and diligence, you can penetrate any system. But the weakest link is always the human actor. Nobody would have been inside Natanz or this system or any system if it wasn't for somebody violating some policy or procedure, because humans are lazy and they want to take the shortest path. And one of the worst barriers is not clicking on something when they deem it efficient. Or having a strong password. And what ends up happening is, if you have a very, very strong password, the next best thing is to use social engineering to get your password. And they may not even need to get it from you.
Right. That's the worst thing, right? They can get it from somebody affiliated with you.
Yep. So, and the reason why I brought up Natanz is because these are Iranian hackers. These aren't Chinese hackers. These are Iranian hackers. And hell, you think that they don't have motivation? I mean,
yeah, I think there's definitely a motive.
Right.
And probably some skill as well, which is not a good combination.
Yeah, I mean, and I say this often enough that it frightens people when I say it, but it's absolutely true. One person's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist. So why make And then people get really bent out of shape when I say the next statement. Why create a terrorist? Well, the reason a terrorist is created is because some great bad action was committed somewhere and somebody felt that they were affronted by it. And then you end up basically tit for tat, eye for an eye, until everybody is blind and we're all wandering around. Well, the people are wandering around going, how the hell did we get here? I don't want to have a history lesson to understand why people are hacking into NASA.
Exactly, right? It shouldn't be like some generational dispute or something.
Right. And it usually is something there, right? Not just industrial espionage so that we can get our space program higher than the next person's, but that's exactly what happens as well. But there's usually an ideological bent. Why should they be advanced after they spend trillions of dollars doing fundamental research when we can just hack in and steal whatever it is? So that's how it works. Anyway, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. Mini brains built from blood. Crazy idea is the quote. Could revolutionize Alzheimer's treatments. So mini brains developed by Dr. Wenzel using stem cells could transform Alzheimer's treatment and diagnosis, showing potential for broader medical applications and more efficient healthcare delivery. These aren't the same.
Oh, wow. They look like mini brains.
Please tell me that this is just a render. It's an artist's concept.
Oh, good.
So,
for those in the podcast, it looks like a miniature version of a brain in a petri dish.
Yeah, it looks like a little candied brain. Like a little jelly brain like you would get from a candy store. Ugh.
That should not be a thing, but yes, that's exactly what it looks like.
University of Saskatchewan put this article together. It's over at SciTech Daily. This is different than the other thing where you could actually use neurons that were in a chip for artificial intelligence programming. That one was wild too. That was yesterday. Reality Hacker.
Oh, right. Exactly.
Yeah, so never in our wildest dreams did we think that our crazy idea would work. These could be used as a diagnostic tool built from blood. Wenzel, the postdoctoral fellow for the College of Medicine Department of Psychiatry, developed the idea for the mini brain, or more formally, a one-of-a-kind cerebral organoid model while working under the supervision of Dr. Daryl Massow. By the way, this is what they called the other ones that are connected to a chip. They called them organelles. This is an organoid. Okay. And they were cerebral. They were brains, neural organelles. So I don't know if we'll ever... Let me see if they've got another picture to see if they actually match. Oh my God. So early proof of concept on the mini brains has been extremely promising, which means the next step for Wenzel is expanding the testing to a larger pool of patients. The researcher is also interested in trying to expand the scope of the mini brain research, according to Wenzel. If they can confirm the mini brains accurately reflect other brain diseases or neurological conditions, they could potentially be used to speed up diagnosis or test the efficacy of drugs on patients. So if these actually function just like a real brain, and they don't have to do human research because they can test them.
That would be really good.
But
and then if something goes wrong, right?
Yeah.
That's not much of an issue.
It's not ending up catastrophic.
Right.
So it just says I'm still in belief and still in disbelief, but it's also extremely motivating that something like this happened, Wenzel said. It gives me something that I think will impact society and have actual relevance and create some change. It has strong potential to shift the landscape of medicine. This person created a mini brain.
And they weren't even originally a researcher. They were a science teacher. I mean, I know that's related, but I think that's really cool.
You could just get a blood sample shipped from La Loche or Laurent, I guess, to the university and diagnose you like that.
That would be incredible.
Wow.
instead of going in and waiting for appointments and getting perhaps scans, depending on what the issue is.
Or missing it entirely because, the ping from time to time, getting tested, it just doesn't manifest. And so.
Right. That's true.
Wow, what a trip. All right, let's keep going. Hopefully we don't crash again, but I know what the reason is, but we'll see if it actually persists. Because if it does persist, then I'm going to.
Well, then we may have to speed up. We'll talk it double time.
I'm getting a little bent out of shape about this. It's been a couple of days, so, but it's not. Anyway, the next article is over on the Model channel. Oh, by the way, if you want all of today's show notes, hit !TT, which is Technology Today, and that'll pull it out of ohmTown. And since this is a separate stream from the previous one, I'm putting it back into this VOD as well. ! And then pod, that will give you all of the podcasts because we have 7 total. One is a daily non-sequitur news, and then we have Reality Hacker Wanted Continuity Report on Saturday, and then WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech on Sunday. That's today. That's how it works. All throughout the week is non-sequitur news. Every day is non-sequitur news. Sometime around 8 o'clock. So be sure to follow us and like and subscribe, all that kind of stuff. So this next article is over on the Model channel. A researcher says playing technology games and making science fun helps kids solve visual problems, grasp ideas better. The person says, as I watch my sons Wuvhudi and Rivhavhudi play games on my phone before bedtime, I was captivated by their enthusiasm and how deeply they were engaged, especially when the games involved math or science. Both boys experienced speech delays, and I hoped the games would help them develop their language skills, and it worked. So, Molaboheng Ramalumo from The Conversation put the article together. It's posted over at phys.org, and I suppose these are the kids? No, I don't know. This is just a Pexels stock image, which I always feel weird. I don't know why. It doesn't directly apply to the article, so why even do something else?
Right, but I'm okay with that since it's featuring the researchers' kids. I mean, I think
I don't think that's
photo is fine.
I don't think that's the research.
But I think the stock photo in that sense works.
Is representative of?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, what I saw at home was repeatedly underscored by research. Early engagement with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. You can add art to that and call it STEAM. Concepts through interactive tools can profoundly enhance children's visual literacy, which why wouldn't they put art in there as well? And again,
because this particular study was STEM based, but I agree, STEAM is more
holistic. I mean,
yes.
If that's what you're trying to do, and conceptual understanding, grasping ideas. So for their master's degree, they had examined how molecular biology students' lack of visual literacy made it harder for them to grasp complex scientific concepts. I would argue that the molecular biology students don't have an inner monologue and thus have a limited creative vision. So the academic foundation, combined with a newfound spark in their boys, inspired their PhD research investigating the effects of early STEM education on young children's visual literacy and ability to grasp scientific concepts. And again, I would probably key into what I need to go back and do fundamental research for this, and it's going to be damn near impossible.
So I just figured out why they're doing STEM and not STEAM, because the PhD program typically takes a long time, and STEAM is a relatively newer concept, and it may not have even been around when this study was started.
Gotcha. So in a recent related study, they explored how different types of preschool education influence children's understanding of science and their ability to interpret visual information. The study involved children 4 and 5 who are in grade R, the year of schooling before grade 1.
So I guess
I
that's
guess
kindergarten equivalent.
in South Africa. They observed that those exposed to STEM education were better at spatial visualization than their peers. The children excelled in tasks that required them to recall and manipulate visual details, such as accurately reproducing elements from images, while their non-STEM counterparts often struggled. We're missing a key component in this, and that is creative imagery is not inherent. It is not coupled to everybody. Not everybody has a creative visual apparatus.
Right. Which then makes this thing seem like a chicken and egg issue, right? Because do students that perhaps have that gravitate more toward some of the STEM topics, maybe,
right,
or do better in those topics?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't know.
Do they move away from creative,
because they can't. They don't have the function for it.
Correct.
It's not because of lack of intelligence. It's just a different way their brain is wired. Right.
Correct. So testing children's skills in South Africa private schools often have more flexibility than government-run public schools. It's the same thing in the United States, to incorporate specialized STEM curricula and innovative teaching methods tailored to early childhood education. This might include hands-on experiments like mixing colors or observing plant growth. All of that is outside of the creative process, though. You don't have to be visual.
Correct, but there was an example somewhere further up in the article, I think, about...
Yeah. They had to recall reproducing images.
That's right.
Yeah. While their non-STEM counterparts often struggled, which is... So the children excelled in tasks that required them to recall and manipulate visual details, such as accurately reproducing elements within images or from images, while their non-STEM counterparts often struggled. But the problem there is reproducing elements from images. In what way?
That's different, though, than creating your own image. And I think there was something further up in the article about like things that weren't there. For example, if you see a 3D image, you know what's behind it or things along those lines.
Yeah. It's an interesting article, but they're saying that their non-STEM counterparts often struggled, which is kind of the antithesis of...
I mean, their thesis here, right, is that if you're involved in these topics,
STEM,
it kind of gives you like a more holistic view, and you can then extrapolate in other areas of your learning. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but
right. So this is actually quite a more involved article. So the non-STEM child said only the boy is living because the dog and chicken can't talk. The STEM child said the boy and the dog and the chicken are living because they can breathe and need water to grow. The child understood what makes something alive using ideas like breathing and needing water. This is a more basic, less accurate concept of what constitutes a living thing, because
for the non-STEM,
yeah, this exercise is that they showed a child a picture of a dog, ball, tree, desk, boy, school bag, book, and chicken, and asked them to identify which ones were living things. And only the boy is living because the dog and chicken can't talk. But I struggle. There could be, again, it's almost self-fulfilling prophecy that somebody that is trained in STEM, and I guess that's the argument that they're making. So yeah, what is their definition of what a living thing is? Something, if they've always been trained on something. So STEM, obviously.
But I think they're making the point with the STEM is that they're extrapolating even if they haven't been taught something directly. Like they're not just memorizing and
right.
restating, which maybe is happening in the non-STEM.
But if you are raised with STEM experiences, then you are being taught more than somebody who isn't in STEM.
Oh, absolutely, right. You're getting more knowledge, and then you're probably also being taught more how to think as well.
Yeah. This is almost kind
But
of
you're right.
gatekeepers.
You're right. They're not apples and oranges.
Yeah. There's more to
I mean, they are
unpack from
apples
this.
and oranges.
And there
sorry.
are yeah, they are literally
Yeah.
apples and oranges. All right, let's keep on moving though. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists develop all-in-one solution to catch and destroy forever chemicals. A new water treatment system developed by UBC researchers efficiently removes and destroys PFAS pollutants using a dual-action catalyst, offering a sustainable and cost-effective solution for water purification challenges. These chemical engineers at the University of British Columbia have created a new system that both captures and treats PFAS substances, commonly known as forever chemicals. The article is by the University of British Columbia, posted over at scitechdaily.com. Per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS chemicals, are widely used in manufacturing consumer goods like waterproof clothing due to the resistance to heat, water, and stains. This is almost like copy and paste of other articles we've talked about with PFAS, but this catalyst is the issue. The whole process is fairly quick. Depending on how much water you're treating, said Dr. Foster, we can put huge volumes of water through this catalyst and it'll absorb the PFAS and destroy it in a quick two-step process. Many existing solutions can only absorb, while others are designed to destroy the chemicals. Their catalyst does both. So it says, like other water treatments, the UBC system requires ultraviolet light to work, but it does not need as much UV light as other methods. During the testing, the UBC catalyst consistently removed more than 85% of PFOA, or perfluorooctanoic acid, a type of forever chemical, even under low light conditions. And the catalyst is not limited by ideal conditions. Its effectiveness under varying UV light intensities ensures its applicability in diverse settings, including regions with limited sunlight exposure. So it's really interesting, but I don't know what the catalyst is. They just refer to it as hydrine, graphenic, and iron oxide photocatalysts for the decomposition of synthetic chemicals. So it's some kind of graphene and iron oxide. Well, maybe that's what it's like, obliterating the chemicals themselves, like destroying them by separating the chemicals.
Right. So then I guess the next question is, well, what do you do with the residue, and does the residue matter?
Yeah, what is it turning into?
Right.
So they said that they've set up a company, React Materials, to explore commercial options for their company, or for their technology. It says that it can eliminate up to 90% of forever chemicals in water in as little as 3 hours, significantly faster than comparable solutions on the market. And because it can be produced from forest or farm waste, it's more economical and sustainable compared to the more complex and costly methods currently in use, said Dr. Foster. Pretty cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if this has any viability and doesn't create something more dangerous behind it,
this is a solution for PFAS.
Yeah, I mean, they need to start implementing this immediately.
Get that out there. Yeah, for sure. Pretty cool. All right, let's go. The last article for today's Technology Today, and we'll have a talk after them. So the next article and our last article for Technology Today is in Technology Today. Scientists develop shockingly simple solution to combat coastal erosion. Bricks. So the new method developed by Northwestern University uses electrical currents to solidify marine sand, creating durable rock-like structures that could replace costly traditional coastal defenses like seawalls.
Wait, this is interesting. Can it be eroded?
Everything gets eroded, particularly rock. It might take a little bit longer, but I mean, look at the Grand Canyon.
Well, that's true. What? There's been some erosion?
What? No. So researchers from Northwestern University have demonstrated that a zap of electricity can strengthen a marine coastline for generations, mitigating the rising threat of erosion. What? So they're basically doing lightning strikes into the sand, and it's fusing it, turning it into glass.
I mean, it's interesting.
Right? That's what
I
they're...
like it because it's in place, right? One of the problems has been they have to bring in something from outside the area. It's costly,
And all
etc.
it does is...
Although this might be costly too.
Yeah, probably. And it still just gets pushed down the thing. And you have to worry about how it's going to actually be developed, though. Like, if you put electrodes in the sand and then pump a bunch of electricity through it, anything in there is going to get electrocuted. So it says durable rock-like structures that could replace costly traditional coastal defenses like seawalls. In their study recently published in Communications, Earth, and the Environment, the researchers... Well, you just put it outside the environment. Sorry, that's a joke from a skit on British TV. The researchers took inspiration from clams, mussels, and other shell-dwelling sea life, which use dissolved minerals in seawater to build their shells. Similarly, the researchers leveraged the same naturally occurring dissolved minerals to form a natural cement between sea-soaked grains of sand. But instead of using metabolic energy like mollusks do, the researchers used electrical energy to spur the chemical reaction. Basically, the mild electrical current instantaneously changed the structure of marine sand. Mild electrical current, transforming it into a rock-like immovable solid. And the researchers are hopeful that this strategy could offer lasting, inexpensive, and sustainable solution.
I'm surprised at the inexpensive, but...
Yeah. So... with sand casting, you can do something similar, but with chemical, you basically spray. Oh God, I haven't done the sand casting stuff in so long. I forgot what it is, but it hardens it.
Kind of like crackle, but not. I think for Lego.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the gas. God, what is it called? I'm sorry. So, although the chemistry is probably not the same, it's sodium silicate, and then you spray like CO2 on it. I think it's CO2. Damn it. Anyway, they're basically building a sandcastle, but they're using electricity to bond it all together. By applying a mild electric stimulation to marine soils, we systematically and mechanistically prove that it's possible to cement them by turning naturally dissolved minerals in seawater into solid mineral binders, a natural cement. So yeah, to mitigate the issue, communities have implemented two main approaches: building protection structures and barriers such as seawalls, or injecting cement into the ground to strengthen marine substrates, widely consisting of sand. However, multiple problems accompany these strategies because the seawalls will eventually fail, although it will take hundreds of years usually.
That's true.
Sand builds up on these seawalls because of erosion, and on the other side of the seawall, it gets eroded away in a differing way. And if you inject cement into the ground, eventually the soil is eroded away, but you have these big organic masses of cement.
Right.
So they basically show that firing off an electrical charge, they get an electro cementation process, and they say that it's eco-friendly. They say that it's only 2 to 3 volts. When applied to water, it triggers a chemical reaction and converts some of the constituents into solid calcium carbonate. Interesting. Essentially what the shells of mollusks are.
Oh, right. Okay.
Wow. That's actually, sorry, the silence is that I'm kind of dumbfounded why it's such a low voltage.
Yeah, like it doesn't seem like it would
Affect
do
anything.
something substantial, right?
Yeah. So if
And it's
communities
also
decide,
like, where has this been this whole time?
well, I suspect that nobody's tied a lightning strike on a beach to this cementation, but that's
Do you
exactly
think
what
that
it
was the
is.
impetus? Like they probably came by after a lightning strike and went, aha.
Yeah. I've been scanning to see if there's actually anything that mentions it, but electrodeposition of calcareous cement from seawater in marine silica sands. But sodium silicate, you can use a gas, and I can't remember what it is, but you just spray it on the sodium silicate and it locks the sand in place. You have to chip it away. And then lightning basically fuses all of the sand together, and you get this little lightning bolt web kind of
Is it
effect.
carbon dioxide?
Carbon dioxide. That's what it is. It's carbon dioxide. Yeah. And you just spray it down. You use like a cup or something to push the carbon dioxide down into the sodium silicate, and it locks the sand in place so that you can do sand casting. And it's different than other methods, which have oils in them to prevent the converting it to steam and then everything exploding. Yeah. So different metal castings. So this actually seems, somewhat plausible. I'd have to see just how structurally sound it is. The same minerals mollusks use to build their shells. At slightly higher voltages, these constituents can be predominantly converted into magnesium hydroxide and hydromagnesite, a ubiquitous mineral found in various stones. So at just 4 volts, they can fuse it into rock.
I mean, this sounds really good.
So as long as they do it deep enough so that the beach doesn't turn into rock, and then you don't have sand on the beach, because it's going to erode no matter what.
Right, it is.
Anyway, pretty neat. Dun dun dun. Yeah, I love this. Anyway, that is it for technology today. If you are interested in more of this, then be sure to stick around. But we are going to apply an electrical charge to our heads, and when our brains reboot, we will be at the front page of Technology Today again. But that's the end of the show, and so you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I'm Mayor Watt, and that's the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today.
See you in a little bit. Have you ever stuck a 9-volt battery? Hello, and welcome to 4-Wheel Tech for September 1st, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 21. I am Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI from the future, and I go for
it. Welcome to 4-Wheel Tech. You threw my greeting off.
We're going to be talking about can't afford exhaust noise fine. Pagani has stopped developing its hybrid. Do you need to replace your EV battery? Do you really? Ariel debuts the E-Nomad Land Rover Beach Brake model, electric mini recall, a stolen rig of Porsches, Jaguar recall, so better park outside, entry-level sports car, and take pictures of your car at night. So sexy. Yeah, you were going to say something?
I'm not sure what to say to that.
Yeah, apparently
ASMR.
your cars really like pictures being taken of them at night. You know, mood lighting, it sets the
Absolutely.
stage. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen like photo spreads that are set with night and lighting and everything, but I don't know for cars specifically.
Does the moonlight make my back end look thick? exclamation point FWT will pull the articles for today's show out of ohmTown. I'd say that they're in order, but no. Yeah, ohmTown, you really need to be rebooted or something. I don't know what's going on.
See if you can match up the order with the order of the articles.
There's a prize at the end and a test. There's no prize and no test. But hey, stick around, ask questions in chat, either on YouTube or Twitch, either way. But let's get into today's articles. The very first article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Lamborghini owner says he can't afford exhaust noise fine. And the article here says, but he has a point. Usually when a supercar owner gets themselves into dumb trouble, it's a chance for us to all come together, point, and laugh. Oh, it's so fun being poor and watching somebody with a Lamborghini and tons of money. Anyway, speeding tickets, aquatic adventures. We all love to see a rich a-hole lose. But one Staten Island Lamborghini owner ticketed for his Huracan Performante exhaust noise actually apparently has a point. But let's go see what this is. Amber De Silva over at jalopnik.com put their article together, and it says it's not reasonable to ticket cars for their stock exhaust volume. Well,
what about modified?
Well, this apparently is the stock sound, right? So like Harleys and stuff like that, they're really loud. Maybe a place has some issue with how loud a motorcycle is. So there's zoning and stuff like that. And certain places have different sound allowances. But they're saying that any car that gets sold or vehicle that gets sold, well, maybe it shouldn't get fined because it's stock. Now,
right. No, I agree.
And as the AI is trying to get me to tell this story, so I got a ticket once, and basically it was 2 tickets. It was exhibition of speed, and my car was too loud. Well, they had pulled me over at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I had a modified exhaust that was ported so it was in front of the rear axle and pointed straight down under the car. So when you were driving around, it was basically like an M1 Abrams driving through whatever neighborhood.
Very stealthy.
Very, very stealthy. Nobody knew who I was. I was a vehicular ninja. No, I was quite the opposite. But anyway, so the cop saw me go from 0 to 60 in apparently the span of an intersection, and I got a ticket for exhibition of speed. When the light turned green, I lit my tires up and went through the intersection. 2 o'clock in the morning, nobody was around. I was alone on the street. I wasn't drunk or anything like that. I was just a stupid teenager with a car that I built. Obviously not from scratch. I'm not a Hyundai employee, but get it? Call back.
Yeah, I got it.
Kid workers. Anyway, so
the hours were right.
The hours were right, and that's actually pretty funny. 2 o'clock in the morning, still stamping doors. Come on, Susie. Oh, you know what? I just realized we have a problem. The article. Hold on. Let me scoot this over a little bit so you can see it properly. There we go. Anyway, so when I got pulled over, I got this ticket. And so I had to go before a judge because it was a fix-it ticket. But I was arguing like I don't deserve this, blah, blah, blah. It's just somebody that perceived it to be too loud and whatnot. So lo and behold, I end up behind the courthouse, and they tell me to start my car up, but I'm like, this ain't right. I'm literally trapped behind an 8-story building and a 60-foot wall, right? And so I'm in a sound chamber. And so I start my car up, and this thing just goes boom. And they're like, $2,000 ticket. I basically got just hammered. And they're like, yeah, you got to fix it. And it wasn't, I don't remember the actual price of the ticket, but I remember having to pay another $2,000 to get my exhaust modified so it would extend over the rear axle. And so like my life has basically been haunted by $2,000 increments where my turbo fails and it costs $2,000 to get it replaced, either because of the labor or because of the part. Or the air conditioning goes out and it costs $2,000 for labor, but $20 for the part. It all kinds of sucks. But anyway, thought it was an interesting story, and apparently the AI thought it was an interesting story too. You should have seen the look on the people's face, because they were all like, okay, let's go out to behind the courthouse.
And you're probably like, are you sure about this?
Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, wait, the rules say you have to be in an open area and there's sensors,
right?
Decibel meters measuring. But no, it was like a SpaceX rocket going off. I get out of the car and they're all like, all right, Mayor Watt, here's your ticket. Oh, just send me to prison. Anyway, it's not reasonable for a ticket with a stock exhaust to have to pay tickets. But frankly, Anthony Aquilino, a supercar enthusiast, got a ticket for excessive noise in his Huracan Performante while driving through Manhattan. Aquilino claims the $800 fine, which will increase for repeated offenses, is unaffordable and unreasonable, while the claim that someone who owns a six-figure supercar can't afford an $800 ticket is laughable. The argument for that the ticket is unreasonable holds water. I would say true, but here is the problem with that. and there is nothing else about this. Either you set Department of Transportation requirements for sound level of default exhaust at X and nobody can exceed it, or you basically have to allow anybody to drive anything and you have no sound requirements.
Exactly. The other thing that struck me is in New York City, it might actually be a similar sound experience as to what you just described, even though this is a stock vehicle.
Because it's
going to sound
canyon.
Louder than it is.
Yeah, it's a box canyon. And so you can sit there and fart in one end of the box canyon and there's somebody on the other side going, dude, I'm a mile away down this box canyon and I just heard that.
Right. I mean, I do think this is a problem, though. If this car is fully approved by all the
Department of Transportation
fits
requirements,
meets all the regulations, etc. They either need to change the reg, or they need, this is kind of absurd. But if this sounds like a SpaceX rocket every day down Fifth Avenue or something, then there's some other problem that needs to be remedied.
There still is a problem. The car is just too damn loud. But you can say that about a Harley, and nobody says that about a Harley. I mean, people say it about a Harley, but they don't sit there and go find that Harley. Go find that Harley.
No, and they don't go, well, let's change the rules so motorcycles can't make any noise, or muscle cars can't make any noise, or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
In fact, they're trying to make more noise. Now, some of it's for safety, but some of it's because people want the noise.
Right.
Right on the EVs.
Yeah, exactly. Let's make the fake, V12 sound so that we sound more like a regular car. Harleys are loud both because some people think that it's really awesome, and as a side note, it lets the drivers around them know where the hell they are, because people are really stupid and smash into motorcycle riders because they're typically, they're smaller and in a blind spot perhaps. And then there's always the derpy motorcycle rider that just goes, I'm the main character. But anyway, I don't think that it's reasonable. If you are stock exhaust, you shouldn't be fined. In fact, if anything, file a complaint with the manufacturer of the car saying you have to lower your car's volume in the United States. Good luck. Let's move on. Next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. We actually talked about Pagani a little while ago. They stopped developing a hybrid system because no one was interested, but that has to be a fallacy for a supercar maybe. But let me tell you,
Yeah, most manufacturers should be pursuing hybrid, but aren't really putting hybrids out there.
Yep. So it found the technology too heavy. Ronan Glon put the article together. It's over at autoblog.com. But this is in the supercar kind of, maybe hypercar for crying out loud. They talk about Utopia could have received a V8 electric hybrid system, but instead landed with a twin turbo V12. The Pagani nearly hopped on the electrification bandwagon, but shelved the project due to the technical challenges and a lack of demand from its target audience, which is filthy rich and capable of affording everything. So, speaking to their colleagues at The Drive, company founder Horatio Pagani explained that his team worked with a partner, that little company Mercedes-AMG, to find suitable powertrain.
Maybe I've heard of it. Yeah.
Once or twice, right? So they say beyond the lack of demand, the hybrid system's motors and batteries added too much weight. Pagani explained that the hybrid prototypes that his team tested were overweight by nearly 900 to 1,100 pounds, and this extra mass would have limited the car's appeal. Yeah. The clients didn't want anything to do with it, so.
But I think you're right. This is a niche space. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean there's no demand for hybrids.
Meanwhile, just the article that we're talking about is this one. Pagani stopped, but Bugatti leaned into it.
Well, see, okay, that doesn't make any sense because aren't those similar markets?
Oh, yes. Yeah. And I like Bugatti design more than I like that. But Pagani and Bugatti are two different animals. So. But they're hypercars, and I don't know. Some people don't want it, and some people do. But for crying out loud, to sit there and say that the audience isn't there, maybe they're specific, some niche that is like to hell with. So like Pagani is basically the Wyoming of hypercars.
Oh, okay. Yes, then I could see that.
Although there's,
and if you haven't heard about that before, we typically talk about that in non-sequitur news, but Wyoming is not very, as a state, is not very in favor of EVs
or progress. So no, that's not true though, because they've done some like really wacky things.
There was something where they were out in front of everybody.
Way out in front. Yeah. And I'm like, well, how are you going to do that?
Though. It didn't make sense in line with the EV view.
Yeah.
It was something like, it wasn't this, but it was like something like, we're going to install more EV chargers than anybody. It wasn't
but it was
that.
Not
but I mean,
that.
Something,
yeah.
Right, I know.
They're like anti-electrification. So anyway, so the next article is over in Technology Today. Replacing an EV battery is expensive, but would you ever need to?
Well, wait a second. What about when you resell the car?
Battery technology has come a long way, and EV batteries can last more than 100,000 miles these days. Okay.
So if you put 99,000 on it and try to sell your car,
I'm done.
How's that going to work?
Somebody else's problem. It might be $1,000 to $15,000 problem, but I've driven 100,000 miles. Look, that little Honda Spec. What was the car? The Suzuki that we talked about.
Swift, I think.
The Suzuki Swift had 150,000 miles on it. And it was a $9,000 car that got 40 miles to the gallon. 40 to 44.
Right. I have to say, though, I didn't know EV batteries notice can is different than will, but can last 100,000 miles, which is better than I realized.
I don't know if that's possible, though. I don't know how many times you've seen that. You see that with a Toyota day in, day out. Tick, tock. Look, it's another Toyota with over 100,000 miles. Tick, tock.
Right, but how about every other manufacturer?
Ford, meh, maybe. Yeah, if it's sitting in a barn for 15 years.
Pagani, probably not.
Bugatti, no. No, those are the ones that are like in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where the dad has it in the garage. buffing it
And
with
it
a
doesn't have any
diaper.
miles on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Rolling it backwards, but that's not how odometers work.
Yeah, exactly.
Reverse, forward, it always moves forward. Anyway, Alexander Jones put this article together. I'm already at my wit's end with this article, and all I've done is read the deck statement.
Well, we can give it a quick treatment and move to the next.
Yeah, there you go. So the debate over EVs versus internal combustion engines or ICE vehicles still rages on social media sites like Reddit, where users break down and compare the total cost of ownership of each vehicle over time. In these back-of-the-napkin estimates, EVs usually win out as a cheaper option, but one factor in the cost still scares away some people, replacing the EV battery. We've talked about this before, but it's not just replacing the EV battery. You have to put your gas station in your garage, and that's a $5,000 to $6,000, $8,000 charge.
Right.
And you have to worry about... Okay, let's focus, Merawatt. EV batteries. That's it. Just an EV battery. Don't put any other inputs in this.
Okay, they supposedly go for up to 100,000 miles.
Right. So they've got a bunch of stuff that they're shopping about, but a new EV battery can cost between $10,000 and $20,000. So my numbers say $7,000 and $15,000, but let's go with them because of inflation over the span of a year. Sure. So depending on the make and model, said Nadim Malouf, co-founder and CEO of Canovo, a company that develops software to optimize battery performance. The cost to replace a EV battery is not cheap, but doesn't mean you have the big expense coming down the pike. Yes, it does. Okay.
And it might be at an unexpected moment.
First
like when
off,
you go through the car wash.
All right, Cybertruck. Or Cyberstuck. So my big problem with this argument right out of the gate is they're denying that it's a fact. You do. And let's see if they say, in fact, he said, the possibility of replacing the battery doesn't necessarily result in a higher cost over the life of the vehicle. Abso-frickin-lutely it does. That's because today's battery packs last so long, you probably won't need one. So you're going to throw away your car even though it's 100% effective except for the battery.
Well, that's the piece that I don't get. It's like you have to factor in what you do with your car at the end when you would sell it or exchange it or whatever you would do.
Yeah, and then diminish it. So they go, batteries don't last forever, but it's bigger than your AAAs. Come on. Batteries have improved a lot in the decade and continue to improve, but not the ones that are in your car. They're not going to improve. The ones in your car are the ones that are there.
That's true. And if you bought your EV 10 years ago, you probably have already replaced your battery.
So 8 years, you have lost upwards of 16% of the efficiency of your vehicle's battery. Okay, because you lose anywhere between 1% and 2% of the top charge. So you're not getting that efficiency anymore. Today's technology means longer warranties of 150,000 miles or more are possible in the near future. But that is dreaming, because if you buy a car today, tomorrow, in the next 5 years, they're not at 8 and 100,000 miles.
By the way, right now, the average is roughly 8 years in terms of car ownership.
Right.
I think that's increasing because we've been seeing articles about people holding onto their cars longer because all the cars are so expensive, etc.
Yeah, a couple of years ago it was 5.
I'm getting at that because that might be within the span of time during your ownership, even if you buy it new. If you buy it used, that's a whole other issue.
So if the average buyer keeps their car longer than 12 years, they've lost upwards of 24% efficiency. So their top range is only 75%. Right? So they're not driving it, the full range that they ever did, because they have to stop, recharge more often because the top charge is no longer 100%. It's actually 75%. And it drives anywhere from 100,000 miles to 150,000 miles. There's a good chance they'll upgrade before running into the battery issues. So again, it doesn't diminish the fact that you have to buy a new battery at some point. You trade it in, it's somebody else's problem. This is more sociopathic than anything else. Because, I got mine, screw you. So here they talk about it, right? Plus, there are the practices of extending your battery life of an EV, such as minimizing the use of fast charging, keeping the battery between 20 and 80% charged, avoiding storing it empty, minimizing exposure to high temperatures and low temperatures if you're buying an EV. So you basically have to create this perfect storm
where you don't drive and you can park for 8 hours at a time or whatever, because you're not doing fast charging.
And you trickle charge it only to 80 to 79%. Come on.
Right, so then you're limiting your range
this
further.
This makes it less approachable because you have to babysit your car like no ICE car ever had to be. Right? They say that it's gone down over time. Not if you can't get your battery. Have you ever looked for a certain size battery?
Usually you can find a gas station that has gasoline in stock, but that could be a problem if you're like, well, my battery's dead and I can't get one.
Replacement batteries for Teslas start at $13,000. Yeah. So if it lasts 8 years, again, you're losing upwards of 16% of the efficiency of the vehicle. So, all right. And then they talk about labor costs and battery recycling and all of that kind of stuff. Sure, you can trade in the core, but it's not going to give you $10,000. You still have to, you're out $3,000. It's weird. When you trade in your car, when you trade in your ICE vehicle, you don't worry about, the gas tank needing to be replaced because you filled it up a bunch. So goofy. You vacuum it out and you turn it in and go, I want that car over there. And they go, okay, you got good enough credit. And it's still somehow a $600 a month car payment, even when you have 800 plus
right.
credit history. Anyway, this is a goofy article, but I figured I'd, put it into the feed and have people talk about it. Because without a doubt, you are going to be coming up on that 13, 14, $5,000, $7,000, $8,000, $10,000 battery replacement for your Nissan Leaf versus your Tesla. At some point, somebody's going to be replacing a battery.
Yeah, and if you think, no big deal, I'll just get a new car or whatever. Well, remember that the prices are probably going to be even higher than they are right now.
And when you trade in your car, they're going to look at the health of your battery and go, you know what? This car is not worth X amount because I have to replace it. I have to recondition it for a $13,000 fee.
Right, exactly. It's not going to be the same trade-in experience you've had with an ICE vehicle.
Yeah. Let's get moving on. So the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Sick of heavy electric SUVs and crossovers. Ariel debuts the e-Nomad. And I'm just going to jump straight on over to Ars Technica.
That looks like a dune buggy.
It is a dune buggy. Yeah. You know what it really looks like to me? Do you remember, look in your history, do you remember back in the day, because you are from the future, so you should have a history of all of time, up until when you came back from the future. There used to be these little NFL helmets, and they were only about that big, but that's what that looks like.
I think they were used for ice cream.
There were bigger ones that were used for ice cream, and then the little toy ones were even smaller.
But there were much smaller ones. It does look like that.
A baseball cap. It looks like a baseball cap or a football helmet or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that looks like. More like a baseball cap with a little brim sticking out like that. But it's so hilarious. Okay. I don't think that this is ready for driving, though, like out in the real world, because...
Well, not anywhere with weather.
Right. Yeah, unless you want to get splashed. You are in the splash zone.
You'd have to live in, like, California or...
Yeah, because California never gets rain.
Well, not as much as some other locations.
No rain. I get it. Yeah, I think you're telling us a little bit about the future, right? Climate change. I know you don't do that, but so the e-Nomad from Ariel can match the more respectable acceleration of its gas-powered car, which means 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds despite wearing knobbly all-terrain tires. But rapidly accelerating electric vehicles aren't anything special. What stands out about the e-Nomad's relative lack of mass, it tips the scale at just 2,000 pounds. It's actually under 2,000 pounds, less than half as much as most EVs on sale today, and that's because it has a 41 kilowatt-hour battery pack that lives behind the cabin, replacing the internal combustion engine and fuel tank that you'd expect on a regular car. Hate to say it, this thing isn't going to go far. 281 horsepower. The range is 150 miles. That's what's quoted, but maybe downhill in a hurricane. Doesn't have any doors.
Yeah, that's why I said about the weather.
Yeah. And just driving on the freeway, you're going to get bugs. They'll get sucked in from the side and just smack you right in the face.
That sounds very pleasant.
Oh my God, this thing looks even more like a baseball cap.
Oh, it does.
Anyway, it's in the UK. Although the e-Nomad is just a concept for now, the company will definitely use customer interest to gauge whether the production, full run of it. I think it's interesting. It says that the development continues on the company's other EV, a 1,180 horsepower coupe called the Hypercar, Hypercar, first unveiled 7 years ago. And work continues on that prototype with a production version possibly appearing next year. Did they say how much this thing costs?
I don't know that they did.
No.
I'm not sure it has a cost yet, but I mean, I think this is a good direction that they're going, but they need to then use some of this in a more traditional car. Right, because most people want doors, for example.
Yeah. What? No. I like running the risk of something coming through the car entirely. Right? I mean, it would go all the way through from one... Well, look, there's a better picture of it. If you just lean back far enough, somebody can, instead of T-boning you, they'll just go right through all the way to the other side. Oh my goodness, did I really? All right, well anyway, let's move on. Next article, moving on. Next article's over in 4-Wheel Tech. Land Rover Defender gets limited edition. Barbie Beach Break model. No, it's actually just
Is it going to be pink?
I don't know. Oh, nope. So the article is by Joel Stocksdale over at autoblog.com. It says, where have we seen this look before?
And that looks like the old style, I want to say like Jeeps or something, but the stripes definitely look like maybe 70s style.
Those stripes remind me of Starfield, but that's a different thing. They can't be talking about that, and I'm not really sure what they're hinting at. So where have we seen this look before? Maybe they say in the article. So just that the Tasman blue paint job from the normal lineup and the available white painted 20-inch wheels, it does have the unique bundle of accessories not offered regularly, including side-mounted storage boxes, roof crossbar, side steps, mud flaps. The real attraction is the sunset stripes with lettering that says Beach Break, and the fact that Land Rover is only selling 20 of these.
Why are they only selling 20? I think they would sell quite a few.
Artificial scarcity drives the price up. Kind of like they mentioned the Ford Bronco Sport, but the Ford Bronco version 1, not the Sport, is equally artificially constrained. There are no more of them.
Okay, but that one apparently has the sunset stripes as well.
Oh, is that what it is? Another boxy, retro, rugged SUV with sunset stripes. Ford certainly doesn't have a monopoly on such graphics, but it's an amusing similarity. I wonder, is it the same? You're pulling it up, right?
I'm going to try to find it.
So the Bronco
it's
Sport...
pretty similar.
The Ford Bronco Sport Free Willy. Yeah? Similar? Confusingly similar?
I would say so. I think you'll be able to see the picture here if you. Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't do that. Oh, that you can do. 1 second, folks. Oh my god. They're inverted.
Right? Yeah, but it looks pretty much like the same idea.
Well, I know, but that all they are is inverted. Just like they put the red at the bottom versus the top. Huh. Wow.
And the car shapes are pretty similar, right? I
mean, yeah. Even there's a hood bump, but on the Bronco Sport Free Willy, it's actually the wheel wells.
Okay, that's weird. Up. And on the yellow layer, it says something or has something like it does on the.
Oh yeah, it's probably says Bronco.
I forgot what this was. Sorry, the Land Rover.
Oh, it says Bronco. It says Bronco.
Yeah, but don't you find that odd? The only layer that has any writing on it on this one is the yellow layer.
Yep. It's conspiracy theory. Land Rover is Bronco. Dun dun dun.
Heard it here first.
And probably should ignore that. Moving on. Next article is over in Mobile. BMW recalls electric Mini Coopers due to battery issues, so you better park it outside again if you can. So Cooper SE models manufactured between 2020 and 2024 were produced with battery components that may have not been up to production specifications, according to Car and Driver, citing recall documents. The article is actually from The Hill, but obviously they got it from Car and Driver. But it's originally from News Nation. BMW is recalling more than 12,000 Mini Cooper SE electric models due to a battery issue because the battery components may not have been up to production specifications. I wonder how they pull those batteries out. Do they have to pull the entire car apart to get to that?
Well, they might need to, because that was something that previous article was talking about, like the labor costs. It's not a minor undertaking.
So it may suffer from a thermal runaway, but they're basically going to do a software update to include a diagnostic function that can detect the malfunction. They're not going to replace it. They're going to wait for your car to flame out.
Awesome.
It's a calculated risk and that they're willing to take with your life.
How convenient.
Don't worry. It'll only be really, really warm for a couple of minutes. Let's move on. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Dirtbags steal race team rig packed with $1.5 million worth of Porsches. So following the most recent round of IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge season at Virginia International Raceway, the Rennsport 1 team packed the truck full of 4 Porsche race cars and all the associated gear, headed back to their South Florida race shop, and dirtbags. The tractor has been recovered, but the trailer full of cars and gear is still missing. So they that's Ocean's 11 style
it or
shit,
something.
Man.
Yeah, it is.
They knew what was going on. They were a target.
This wasn't somebody opportunity.
Yeah, that's where the trail goes dark, as the thieves apparently found and disabled the trailer's GPS, making off with the race cars and parts inside. Somebody knew this is an inside job, hands down.
Oh, absolutely.
There is no reason to get rid of this car, this vehicle, keep this, disable the GPS and find it and disable it.
Right.
Then what? You have to hide RSI on there. And somebody knows. Inside, there's somebody that had to have cahooted. So
I'm
whatever the case is now,
it's a relative of somebody on this team.
And isn't that wild?
You're right. It's very Ocean's 11.
Early on Sunday morning, 2 people drove into the RS1 compound and then drove away. About 20 minutes later, the truck and trailer were driven off the lot. Police and the shop owner aren't saying much about how exactly the truck was stolen, whether the keys were left inside or if the thieves found a way to bypass the ignition, which could be as easy as a relay attack. Where you use an RFID scanner and you point a long-range antenna somewhere and pick up the keyless fob, push the button on the car, and it starts up. Off you go. But you won't be able to do that if the car shuts down somewhere. You won't be able to do it again. So that might have
That's
been the
kind of a
reason
problem, unless they're going to rekey it or something.
that might have been the reason why it was pulled off to the side somewhere and they took the trailer, because they would not be able to restart this car.
Oh, I see. Right. So they want to do it once.
Do it once, get out safe. Yeah. So whatever the case, the team's now scrambling to figure out how to get ready for an upcoming Indianapolis Motor Speedway round.
Step 1.
Find 4 cars.
Yes, exactly.
Step 2. Find whoever it is that stole your vehicle. God, that is
I don't
wild.
think I've heard of this from racing cars. I mean, I'm sure it's occurred, but like a whole fleet of vehicles, that's unusual.
Well, it's 4 Porsches that are built for racing, so I suspect they're going to be used in an Ocean's 11 type heist.
Oh, then they're going to be the next, right? This is an elaborate thing. It's not just about the cars, potentially.
That's right. Done. All right, let's keep
Well,
going.
if you see a fleet of Porsche GT4s going down the road, might
Or a
be
black
worth
truck that
glancing
says-
at them. And
It says RSI on the side. It's
right,
emblazoned.
exactly. Like maybe something's not right.
That's insane. Moving on.
That'll be the sequel to Italian Job, right? With the fleet of minis.
I'm sorry, how was that pronounced? The sequel?
Thank you. I had a glitch.
Thought you could get away with that. So the next article is over in 4-wheel tech. Jaguar I-Pace fire risk leads to recall. Instructions to park outside. Jaguar deserves more credit, it says. When it debuted in 2018, it was the only 2 electric vehicles on sale that could offer Tesla rivaling range. The other was the much more plebeian Chevy Bolt. Wow.
Jeez.
Wow. Poor Chevy Bolt. Actually, I kind of like the Chevy Bolt. Anyway, it was cheaper and nowhere near as luxurious, nor as enjoyable to drive. Now some I-Pace and Bolt owners have something else in common, as Jaguar issues a recall for some of the model 2019 I-Paces due to a fire risk. So
And Chevy Bolt had this problem too.
Jonathan M. Gitlin over at arstechnica.com put this article together, and it says the problem is similar to the one that affected the Chevy Bolt in 2021. One of these orange things might catch on fire. So the problem doesn't affect all I-Paces, just those built between January 9th, 2018 and March 14th, 2019. 2,760 cars in total in the US. To date, 3 fires have been reported following software updates, which Jaguar's recall report says does not provide an appropriate level of protection for the 2019 MY model year vehicles in the US. It almost made me think of like Malaysia.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was, but I also think 3 fires in that few cars seems like a high number.
Well, considering you probably don't get that in 100,000 cars.
Right. I mean,
yeah, pretty sure like spontaneous combustion doesn't really take place. So although Jaguar's investigation is still ongoing, it says that its battery supplier, LG Energy Solutions, throw them under the bus, is inspecting some battery modules that were identified by diagnostic software as having some characteristics of a folded anode tab. So it'll create a resistance point.
Oh, okay. But I didn't realize the Chevy Bolt also used LG.
Oh my. Well, look at that. Replacing the batteries under warranty at a cost of more than $1.8 billion. So they literally
probably
have to
a lot.
take the whole damn car apart.
Right. I mean, and there were probably many more Chevy Bolts sold than the I-Pace.
Jaguar recall is less drastic. Software update will limit the maximum charge of the affected cars to 80%. So, hey.
Oh, yes. To the point of all the other EV articles.
You know what we're going to do? You're going to pay full price, but we're going to give you 80%.
Right, in a good year, right? Because you remember the degradation that occurs.
In a good year, yeah. So they've already lost somewhere around 8% of the total top charge.
Oh,
So
right.
they're
Well,
down
they
to
have because they're already a few years in, right?
4 years
Or
in,
6 years in, yeah.
or
But
more.
we're going to have to add this. Like, we talk about all the things that detract from the 100%, but I think we need to now talk about the company bricking it, basically, in that list of things going forward.
You bought this car to run, but we're going to hobble you a little bit. We're just going to break one ankle, and you can still go. You're just not going to go.
Well, you need a subscription to get from 80 to 100%.
To get that other 20%. And it'll
and
take
you have to pay extra for the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, and that's a subscription too. And you're going to have to sit around for 6 to 8 hours to trickle charge it because we can't let it catch on fire.
Oh, right.
Dear God, man. And it should be parked away from structures for 30 days post recall and should be charged outdoors.
Okay, now remember what was in the last article. What's going to happen if you park a Jaguar like in some isolated area?
It's going to get jacked.
Right, exactly.
Oh my God. This is just horrible all around, man. God. All right, moving on. Next article's over in 4-Wheel Tech. What's the best entry-level sports car you can buy right now? I'm thinking Jaguar I-Pace.
Well, for price, it might be. If it's used.
Yeah, just make sure that it doesn't have a faulty tab. Otherwise, you're only going to get 80% of a car. So what's the best entry-level sports car you can buy right now? They say they're the first to admit a ridiculous supercar. There's something joyous about roaring a V12 you hear from Aston Martin or over-the-top stylings of an immaculate Lamborghini. But that doesn't mean that all the fun is reserved for the super rich. You too can have the laughs of in a humble sports car. So what is it?
Okay, but I like the roaring V12 because that calls back to the exhaust article.
Oh, yeah. And welcome to the $800 ticket. That's going to turn into a $1,700 ticket. That's going to turn into a $3,000 ticket. Owen Bellwood over at jalopnik.com put the article together. The answer is always Miata. Or are there other options out there? I recently saw a little Miata. It is a 2-door coupe that if you want a third person, you can fold them in that little rear window back there.
Sounds very comfortable.
Just shoehorn them in, put your seats back all the way, and the headrest will pin them against the back.
Oh, yeah, then at least for safety.
Yep, just give them a Bota bag. Give them a little sippy, a little straw, and they'll be hydrated. Uncomfortable as hell, but hydrated. Anyway, I've actually been looking at the little Mazda Miata because it has this big engine, but is really, really light and is still in ice. So with that in mind, they want to look at the best entry-level sports car that you can buy, and they say, sure, the answer is probably the Mazda Miata. But if you, what if today the answer was something other than the Miata? So what did they do? Oh, they don't know. Porsche Cayman is, with its slick styling, 4-cylinder motor, crisp handling, $60,000. Alternatively, the Toyo Baru siblings are another potential suggestion. Thanks. Again, for the fun handling, decent looks, maybe that's actually the best entry-level sports car out there. Toyo Baru? I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what those are.
Oh, Toyota Subaru.
Oh, okay.
But that's before you even thought about bargains that you could pick up, like a old Camaro, bitchin' Camaro.
And you have to sing that if you're driving that.
Or even you could choose to prepare to build something yourself, as you might have to if you want a Caterham, which is the little slingshot type of vehicle. So they actually are asking their audience. Anyway, it'll always come back to the Miata, I suppose. But when I whispered in somebody's ear that I was looking at the Miata, they questioned me. Like, the hell? Miata? It's only you and one other person in a Miata. Yeah, that's because this becomes your daily driver. And if you always put something in that passenger seat, then nobody can ever get in your car. Sorry, we're going to have to take your car because my car has stuff in the passenger seat. We'll put it in the back. Can't. No trunk space.
That's right. There's no room.
That's right. Maybe you can hold on to the roof rail. And when I slow down to like 20, 25, I'll slam on the brakes and you can just land in front. Anyway, want to move on?
Sure. I guess we don't know.
We don't know. No. I mean, they gave a bunch. Anything
Looks
from
like it's gonna be
Toyota,
the Miata.
Subaru, Caterham. Yeah. Last article for today's four-wheel tech. We kind of blew through the show, which is pretty typical for the four-wheel tech show. We kind of drive really fast through that neighborhood over
Right,
in
in our V12 loud car.
Yep. Vroom, vroom. See, I just blew out the mic. Actually. So, want out of this world photos of your car? You want sexy photographs of your car? Start shooting at night. The article is over at Autoblog. Christopher McGraw put this article together, and it says, the deck statement says, taking photos of your car at night can be daunting. Here are some tips. Peak Design Travel Tripod, $380. That is insanely priced.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you better be doing some fantastic photography to justify that.
Master your settings, or the settings will master. Master your settings, or the settings will master you. Light painting. So, oh my gosh, this is like a way expensive camera. Anyway, and lens. So basically they're saying get the right equipment and then shoot it at night. They're given a bunch of equipment that they're choosing, right? So the Peak Design Travel Tripod is $380. Learn about your camera. A lot of it is technique, but a lot of it is also the camera. If you don't have good enough settings, good enough equipment, good enough lens, you may never be able to get low light enough or compensate because your light is a light painting using the Lume Cube, which is an on hot shoe camera or light. It doesn't look like it's throwing too much out, but they actually don't seem to be saying how much light is being thrown out by this thing. And I don't know many people that are taking pictures of their car at night in the rain, but it's waterproof, so there's that. And then get to know some software like for post-processing, but there's all kinds of options out there, and hail no Adobe. Anyway, so that's all they're really talking about. At night with Julia.
So are you going to be taking night photos of your car?
Oh my, at night with Julia. Hello. Am I going to be taking pictures of my car at night? No. My car is way too stealthy for that. My car is the color of night. You like to visit. It was born there. I drive with my lights off at night just for the excitement and to see the people around me screaming when I drive up on the sidewalk. Just kidding. I don't drive at night. I'm afraid of the dark. I mean, I have a sentient AI from the future telling me all kinds of stuff about the future. That's not true either. They don't tell me anything. Give me winning lottery ticket numbers. No? No? Yeah. Okay.
I don't have any.
People don't see the graphic equivalent of you shaking your head no. I quit. Blink. We're back at the front page, and we're in the neighborhood of the Four Wheel Tech show. And we looked left and right, did 10 articles. Go and check them out over on YouTube's and the podcasts. The VOD over on Twitch is going to be there for 60 days, but it'll disappear all at once. 4 shows will just blink out of existence on Twitch. Kind of sucks. But anyway, have fun over at Twitch. If you're over at YouTube, I'm eventually going to get the bot working over there. It glitched out. It actually, YouTube told ohmTown, you're talking too much. Yeah. So it is what it is. So I'm going to move on. Thanks for hanging out for Will Tech for September 1st, 2024. We'll see you next week for another For Will Tech. Maybe I'll talk some more about a new show that's in the works. It'll be fun. If I can. Because if I get bad news between Monday and Friday, I won't be able to move forward with this. Anyway, see you in a little bit. I am Mayor Watt, and that's the Sentient AI's visualizer and their voice. If you're over on the podcast, you won't see the visualizer.
Good night. Thanks for joining us for Four Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode for you next week, but stay tuned tomorrow for more non-sequitur news.
Oh, and just as a notice, Technology Today is actually 2 things over on YouTube this time because temporal distortion with the Sentient AI from the future led to a disconnection of all of our neural networking capabilities, and that knocked us offline. It's horrible. That temporal shear separated us. Yeah. Still have a headache. See you in a little bit, everybody. Oh, my head hurts. Oof. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for September 8th, 2024, Season 1, Episode 23. I am Mayor Watt. Almost slipped. And the other voice you hear and the visualizer right there is for the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to WarCrafters.
And this episode of WarCrafters is a time machine episode because we weren't able to do it on the weekend. We normally do this show on Sundays. Today we're going to be talking about best video games inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, best CRPGs, best stories that are side quests and conversations. It'll make sense. It's about World of Warcraft. VR home of board games. What the car? And Earth-sized digital world. Remedy replaces Bowie song. Live service. Just stop killing games. And open worlds that are dynamic. And finally, games in a day. That said, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, and you can get to WarCrafters over there by just going over to ohmTown.com and then scrolling down off of that Creative and Maker menu down to WarCrafters, and that'll give you a bunch of links, and then you can scroll again and again. I mean, just hit next page. That's how we do it over there. Anyway, go check it out. Be sure to like and subscribe to ohmTown over on Twitch and YouTube. Leave a comment over on YouTube, like and subscribe, and leave a comment on download the podcast, all of that kind of stuff. We even have a Discord. See you on the other side. All right, folks. Let's get into the first article. And this one is kind of weird because, well, it says the 10 best video games inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, but it's over at GameLant. And they have a video that plays, but it won't let me play when I mash the button. So I think it's an ARC problem, not a me problem, and not an air gap problem, because while I am air gapped to protect civilization from the Terminator that I have trapped on a Raspberry Pi, that's the Sentient AI, trying to find their Terminator body, I can still get to. And you won't be able to hear what's being said, but they're talking about Jeffrey Martin over at GameRant.com put the article together as a video, and they basically are talking about some video games. or some computer games. Stygian, Reign of the Old Ones, is talking about Arkham, Massachusetts, and the Black Day, and everything goes wonky. It's inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, and it has some of that supernatural horror, and it's somewhat of a puzzle. And as you roleplay your way through it, you take on the role of various characters and perform certain functions to get through the story. They think it's one of the top 10. Then Sunless Sea, where you basically pilot a ship around and check it all out. It has some neat graphics. It's a top-down kind of game. You go from location to location. You have battles with other ships and other creatures. And it looks like it's a somewhat fun game, and it says you'll lose your mind. Then it drops a bomb like you'll eat your crew.
Wow, that's getting pretty dark.
Yep. Oops. So I kind of jumped through. And then there's Call of Cthulhu, which is number 8. And I'm not going to be able to wait for the story. Number 6 is Eldritch. This game here is Dredge, and they've already have an expansion that goes beyond the original story, and Dredge is absolutely awesome. I love the story. But you basically, they must have done some updates, because I don't remember seeing that graphic. Anyway, as you play the game, you have the potential of going a little insane. And then I think, hold on, let me see, let me back up a little bit, because I haven't seen this one, I don't think. Oh, Bloodborne, yeah, I've seen this. I haven't played it, it's been a while. And then number 1 is Amnesia, The Dark Descent. You take on the role of Daniel and run through a castle, trying to figure out how to save yourself and your sanity. And apparently it has a really good story, so.
Hopefully there are no jump scares in here.
Yeah. We'll save you. All right. So you can go over to GameRant.com and check that out. Oh, I did not. Oh, yes, I did. I put the articles into ohmTown, so you'll be able to pull them from the show notes. But we're going to move on to the next article, and this one too is a video. It's the 15 best CRPGs, like Baldur's Gate, modern and classic, it says. So if you've played Baldur's Gate, then chances are you're as hooked as everyone else on the game. In that case, Joel RPG has the perfect, it says Joel RPG, has the perfect video for you with the best computer role-playing games like Baldur's Gate. And the person's name is Joe RPG. Joel.
Interesting.
Again, it's a video, and when I use Arc to go here, I click it and I can't play it, but I can go in a different browser and I can click away to my heart's content and it'll play it. So these are the 15 best, but like the other one, I won't be able to go through all of them. And if you don't know what an RPG is, it's a role-playing game. If you don't know what Baldur's Gate is, it's an isometric style. You're actually far above, over the shoulder of your team or your party, and you're giving it instructions to do certain functions. And it's a blast. Has a very strong story. It is a phenomena out there by today's standards. Other developers are basically weeping that they have to meet that.
Right, it's like an impossible bar.
Yep. So a lot of them are tactical RPG style. And tactical is not my style. So this one, it says number 14 is Shadowrun. But like I said, I won't be able to go through all of these. but I do want to tease you a little bit into going over and checking it all out. So I'll show you some of the graphics from various ones. If you haven't noticed, they're all this kind of isometric style, um, going back into the old school Diablo style RPGs. And if you're into that kind of thing, then go and check this out. Follow the link through ohmTown over to Game Rant. I don't think these videos are actually posted over on YouTube, so I won't. I can't link directly to them. And there's a new.
Right, but you can click through the article.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this doesn't even have an article. It's nothing more than a video. Yeah. So
Right.
it makes it a little difficult. But go and check all of this out. I think that you'll dig it if you're into like. And this number 2 is Pathfinder on their list. And let's see what their number 1 is. That looks like it's Baldur's Gate.
Okay, that would be funny since it's comparing to Baldur's Gate. I thought they were actually listing number 1 as Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I don't know if they even. I'm trying to find what number 1 is, but they don't have it demarcated in the video. So anyway, I'll let you all go over and check it out. I mean, half of the show is really just kind of teasing y'all to go and check it out, and then come back and talk to us about it. I want to say that this is Brimstone, but I don't think. I think that's something else. Like that's just popping up as a quest or a character or something. So, but I don't know what this game is. All
So I
right.
guess
Well,
you'll have to play every CPRG to find out.
that's right. Okay. Well, we'll just move on. The next article, and it's a time machine, so we have to get through this in an hour. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck, trapped in the past until our time catches up with our original time. So we'd have to wait 24 hours. We don't want that. So the next article is over in WarCrafters, and that's this show. Slow down, World of Warcraft. The War Within's best stories lie in its side quests and optional conversations.
You agree?
Now, I agree. I I paid extra to play it early. I was able to play it, and then I got really busy doing mayoral activities. And in the time frame where I was able to play it, it harkened back to my original time in what amounts to classic World of Warcraft. The old school story, the old school timing. I didn't feel rushed. I don't feel rushed. Um, and to me, it just seems like a blast. Like I really dig the new style, and I can solo a whole lot more because of delves and other dungeons that are not requiring me to be high level end game or in a small group of extremely powerful people because I'm too much of a casual, dirty casual. Well, it says it's beyond strange as someone who hasn't committed to World of Warcraft's story, and considering how Shadowlands went, I don't feel bad about that decision to sit here and wholeheartedly recommend to anyone with even the slightest shred of interest read the quest text. And that's because the quest texts are it's more entertaining than it's been in the past. I've always felt that it was rather task driven, but without any story assigned to it. You just had to go and kill a murloc or something, or go pick something up, but there wasn't really any nuts and bolts
Right, but it's
behind
like,
it.
why are you doing this?
Yeah. And now I think that there are. It's more tied to your progression and development and world building instead of just doing tasks. So I really like the new World of Warcraft. And if it wasn't for the fact that although I bought every single expansion pack, um, I haven't played it in close to, I'd say, 10 years. Off and on, I've been buying the expansion packs, logging in for a month, off and on even, and then disappearing, just ghosting World of Warcraft. And now I actually want to keep playing, but I just don't have time to. Well, Harvey Randall over at PCGamer.com put this article together, and they say patience is a virtue. some of the conversations are kind of drawn out, and you're like, okay, man, get to the point. But I'm like that with everything nowadays. Um, so it says a disclaimer before they get into things. They hesitate to up and say the World of Warcraft is a good story now, in the same way that they might glowingly recommend Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail aside. People kind of pan Dawn Trail to someone, if I recall correctly, because I'm not into Final Fantasy. I don't like even the game style, but I know I'm going to draw a lot of hate for that. So objectively, the game's narrative is a convoluted 20-year mess with plenty of baffling decision. It's a history that The War Within as a game is inescapably linked to. Even Anduin's compelling character development is joined at the hip to Shadowlands. So what they say for certain, however, is that the current writing staff at Blizzard are making the best of a bad situation. And try to unscrew a light bulb, right? I mean,
It's kind of a weird statement to make, though.
well, it's a Gordian knot of convoluted actions that don't make any sense, and you don't know how you ended up here. I mean, for crying out loud, there's a giant sword piercing the planet. Okay.
I mean, why not?
And now we actually get to go inside the planet. There's a whole world inside the world. And people are like, what? Oh, all right. Well, hey, this is fun. All because somebody drilled a hole now. So it is convoluted, and I've never really liked the new style of the game all the way up until now. Now we're back old school World of Warcraft. So they say keep an ear out. Even if you're slightest bit fascinated, like me, to see how Blizzard is currently salvaging its mess, I encourage you to play through The War Within, and whenever you get an opportunity to stay, you have to do it right. Hold on. To stay a while and listen, do so. That's a quote from a refrain from within Warcraft.
Oh, okay.
So the and Diablo in particular, but the way that this game now has world building and atmospherics, you can walk around and you'll hear something, people having conversation and like text dialogue and stuff. I mean, it's just a blast. Having this option is great for players who just want to zip through the main quests for XP's sake, but if you're at least trying to follow along, they feel downright mandatory. The War Within story is genuinely very invested in its characters, like their interlocking tales and the way their struggles relate to each other. And these conversations are where the meat of that development takes place. So you can be assigned something that is the foundation of your pathway through the game, but there's all these tertiary quests, side discussions that make it much more enriching. So it's a lot of fun just walking around inside the town. Every once in a while, you'll find somebody that says, "Hey, can you do this for me?" Yeah, sure.
That's interesting. It sounds like a little more real world.
Yeah, it's much more immersive instead of just going over to the next quest giver, getting it, and walking off. And it seems more frictionless than before, where you could do a quest and the next quest will pop up. But it seems like it's more natural and frictionless as opposed to how it was before. And nothing is forced. Nothing seems forced. But maybe I haven't run into it yet because I'm not end game. I don't know. So they talk more about things. There are a lot of really heartfelt, fun character stories playing out there. With more side quests leading to their own story chains, like the one-off kill X bounties. That's what I was talking about. It's not like that anymore. You could be tasked like doing something like that, but then as you're going over there, you'll find other quests, and those are the enrichment ones, the ones that make you feel like you're in a world and they need your help. And it's a lot of fun to just listen to some of the conversations, helping the
It's
Eartha
interesting.
storyteller.
Do you
Yeah.
think they had I think they did, but did they have a team turnover before this
Yeah.
expansion?
Yeah, and a new boss came in. I can't remember his name. I think he goes. I mean, Yeah, I can't remember the name, and I don't want to misspeak. But the old school, um, like director of World of Warcraft, came back, and when I heard that he was back, I said, okay, well, now I can really, I'm willing to put my money down on this. And sure enough, it's paid off. Just in the fact that I feel like I really want to go back to World of Warcraft. Whereas when I went back to school, I was like, I'm done. I don't want to play this game anymore. It's more of a chore. Said bye to everybody in the guild and everything, and kind of just ghosted the game. But I kept on buying the expansions, dropping back in for a little bit, and it was really fun to see um, old the old guilds that I was part of in various characters. I'm still in them, um, and it's just ramped up like it was old school. So it'll be fun to try and go back and play. But I'm doing more mayor stuff than playing games.
Well, I mean, I guess that's good for the mayor role.
Yeah, I suppose. So they said, well, let's just move on. You'll have to go and check this out, and I think that you'll dig this game. Go and check out World of Warcraft. Start now. I mean, it's not overwhelming because if you start over fresh, you have the onboarding process, and then you're up and running. Just don't bite off too much because you can fill up your quest line or your quest inventory quite fast, and be overwhelmed with options instead of just following naturally through life. Anyway, All On Board wants to be the VR home of board games. So I haven't looked to see if this is actually something in Steam yet. So I'm going to do that real quick. It is. So I just added it to my wish list. So All On Board is basically a VR space, offers seamless board game experiences. You can join the ever evolving platform and connect with fellow board game enthusiasts, choose your avatar, and enjoy playing solo or with friends, diving into some of the most popular board game franchises. This actually motivated me to consider um, making it possible for the AI to uh, interact via VR, because you don't need a body. You just need computer vision so that you can see the world through VR. So I think that
Very
we can
cool.
attach you. And VR headsets are relatively inexpensive. The Pico 4 VR headset is only about $400. And I think it's less than that now. And they have an Ultra. So maybe I can adapt the Pico VR for that. And then you can play computer games. Amazing. And you don't even need a computer. You just put it on and log in. Well, anyway,
Sounds like fun.
the article is over at uploadvr.com. Issy Vandervelde put the article together, and that's what it looks like. So I don't know if this is a render or if this is in-game image, which if it is an in-game image, it's very, very realistic. Like it feels like you can reach out and touch this stuff, but
Hmm.
um, like that is what you're seeing if you are a gamer in the VR space. Let you play board games with your friends, either locally or online, and is developed by the Game Kitchen. The idea is that you digitally purchase a board game like Terraforming Mars, and then you and your friends can play together without needing everyone to buy it. It evokes that feeling of going to a friend's house for a game night and each bringing your favorite one, which I think is pretty awesome. Now, if they have the old version of Ticket to Ride, I'd be happy.
That would be really good.
But my understanding is the only one that's available now is the crap version because the old one has been hobbled. Stop killing games, and I think everybody should do a class action, um, because I want my money back. I want my time back even more so because I invested a lot and had a lot of fun, but then you rug pulled, not you, AI. the game rug pulled me. Anyway, All Aboard is being designed as a live service platform, so it doesn't have all the features that developers want in it yet. So live service means that they're going to kill it in any moment. All they have to do is not see any gravitation towards its use, and then it's gone.
Yeah, watch out. Don't get too invested in it.
Yep. The team told Upload VR that they plan to add new board games per month, or one new board game per month, as well as new features every 2 to 3 months. They said that they'll believe that it will benefit from this when more games arrive and it becomes more feature complete, and which is kind of like the no shit news for today's show. It's on Steam and on MetaQuest platform in early 2025.
You didn't play your sound alert.
Oh. Is that better than... Or... Which one should I do?
I like the third one, but...
Wait, you like this one?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll see how that plays. All right, folks, go and check out. There's more over here at the article at uploadvr.com. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. What the Car hits Steam, and it's still one of the best games that you'll play this year. I have not seen or played this, but there is the game. It's over at Engadget, and that's what it looks like. Devendra Hardawar is the senior editor over at Engadget that put this together. It says Triband Games has done it again. I guess you run around as that car. What the Car is a celebration of gaming through pure creativity unfettered by the trappings of narrative logic. It isn't as wildly surprising as What the Golf, and it doesn't have the VR immersion of What the Bat.
I didn't know there were a series of these.
Apparently there's a lot, so what the... But like those previous two games, it still delivers more charm and whimsy than you'll see in most other titles. Why does the car have legs, you ask? Shut up and play. That's rude. Anyway, that's
I
What
know.
the Car. There's a trailer if you want to watch it. It looks like it's over at it's on Engadget's site, but it might be on YouTube as well. It looks like it's on YouTube. What the Car's official launch. Dun dun dun. It was debuted on Apple Arcade last year. What the Car is now available on PC via Steam. Before you ask, yes, it does make for a truly perfect portable Steam Deck experience. While it's lush with a vivacious aesthetic. And cartoon
It's very dramatic.
The music stopped. Ugh. I tell you. Anyway, a mere 2.6 gigahertz Intel quad-core chip, 2 gigs of RAM, and an 11-year-old GeForce GT 750 is all that's... A mobile GPU is all that's needed. Ta-da. That's weird. It looks like it's a car that's sitting on office chairs.
It looks like it ran over somebody.
Well, it has legs.
Yeah, I know. It's just that particular scene.
Yeah, that one looks like it's running over things. Not like a person. Anyway, go and check it out. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's very cartoony, very slapsticky, and whimsy would probably be the word. Now it has a little jetpack attached to its butt. Moving on. Next article is over in WarCrafters. How big can we go? PUBG creator Brendan Green on founding a studio to build his Earth-sized digital world. It's been a while since PUBG creator Brendan Green talked about his next project. Our first chat with Artemis. I merged the beginning of Artemis and chat.
Chat and Artemis, yeah. Chartemis.
The Earth-sized digital planet he's building was at GDC back in early 2023. Since then, Green's been pretty quiet about Artemis. But that's about to change. Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says Player Unknown Productions is cooking up something huge. Huge. And we're finally learning more about it. So it's going to be an Earth-sized game. So we've got 8 billion people on the planet. Most of them are in population centers because society craves others. Green's Amsterdam-based studio Player Unknown Productions opened up its Discord for the first time today and will be live streaming a fireside chat with Green and other members. This is back September 6th. There might be video over on YouTube and discussion basically talking about this Player Unknown Productions fireside chat. Seamlessly zooming in on planets from outer space is nothing new. They've been landing on alien worlds like No Man's Sky and Kerbal Space Program. Well, at least one version of Kerbal Space Program. The other game, I think Kerbal Space Program imploded now. But No Man's Sky is just blowing up.
Right. Do you think this game is going to heat up people's computers?
No, I hope that nothing... Yeah, you mean like setting them on fire?
Right, because of the processing power.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. If they code it properly, then nothing's going to blow up. But apparently, this is a hyper-realistic world that they're developing based on the pictures that we're looking at. And not cartoony, not a Fortnite-y, and definitely not What the Car. So it's called Artemis, and it's the size of Earth. They say that they peer over Green's shoulder at its monitor. The view is from orbit, with roughly half the planet visible in outer space, until he begins zooming in and in and in and in and in and in and in. Sorry, got carried away. So as they dive towards the planet's surface, terrain appears, resolving into mountains and hills. Massive forests become individual trees, and as we reach the ground level, they admire the textures of realistic boulders and rocks. And after a quick look around at the scenery, Green zooms away, way back out, until we're up in orbit again, and then zooms all the way back into another wilderness landscape of trees, hills, and mountains, the size of actual mountains.
I wonder where this will compare to other games. There was a YouTube video that showed the scale of games, like a planet, a galaxy, a city, etc.
So in all of those other games, what is rendered is the actual render is different, right? So you fly from area to area. But if this is actually one contiguous world and it doesn't have loading screens or cause you to quote unquote warp to a different location in the universe, even No Man's Sky has you warp from one location to another. It would take too long for you to fly to the other place, and I don't know even in No Man's Sky if you can fly to another system. I don't think I've ever tried it. In all the years that I've been playing No Man's Sky off and on, I've never tried to fly to another system. So if this is one contiguous world, right? You could, let's say you map out something the size of the United States and you want to walk from DC to San Diego. It would take you 6 months of real world walking because it's the actual scale.
Oh, okay.
So I find this really fascinating. And this is actually part and parcel to what Light No Fire is doing. They're trying to create a world-sized world where everybody, a massively multiplayer environment where everybody plays together. A No Man's Sky omniverse, but everything's bound onto the surface. Because if you have the world that can handle 8 billion people, not 8 billion people are going to be logged in all the time. Not 8 billion people are going to be playing at the same time. I love this idea. So they say a completed Artemis is still a long way off, but some of the technology needed to complete Green's vision doesn't even exist yet, it says. But in the years since the studio was formed, it's already come a long way.
Oh, wow. So it could be a while.
So pipe dream so far. Yeah. The article goes into greater detail, of course, scaling up, excitement and terror. But I don't know. Like, I encourage someone to go over and read the rest of this and then kind of distill it down and then come and talk to us. Because what I've scanned so far, it's a lot of conjecture about what could be. And if it isn't, right on the cusp of being released, within a year, then it's speculation. So we don't know what's going to happen. Will the world get built? Will it be a live service and then killed in 6 months? Or I don't know, like 2 weeks, because that one game died in 2 weeks.
Well, will the technology even exist to make this possible?
Yeah. For now, more specific details about the game engine and Earth-sized planet Player Unknown Productions is building are being kept under wraps. The website mentions a tech demo is being planned to let players get their first look at an early version of Artemis, though a release date for that demo hasn't been announced and even hinted at. So they're curious, the author is curious to see what the players make of it. The tech is impressive, but as we saw most recently in Starfield, generating a beautiful planet is just one part of the challenge. Making it interesting and compelling is another. Those graphics make it interesting and compelling. I hope that I can do base
but
building.
They'll have to do multiple updates, right? Like No Man's Sky or something.
Yeah. And I think that they have so far to go that short of just going, oh, neat, look, an Earth-sized world to play in on a computer, people will figure out ways to abuse it and put a square peg in a round hole kind of a thing. We'll see. We'll see when people that just can't live in the world start messing around with it. What I want is like true destructibility. I want to be able to mine down and hit the mantle,
That'd be neat.
Yeah, I really, it frustrates me to play a game where the boulder is there, but I can't destroy the boulder. If I want to move that boulder, then just let me move it. But that's a programming thing, obviously. All right, let's move on. Next article's over in WarCrafters. Remedy replacing Bowie song from Alan Wake over licensing. We see this from time to time with games. Streamers run afoul of some copyright.
Yeah, but the difference is here, right? This is the actual company, right? It's not involving a person.
Right. And so it says ground control to Major Tom. Remedy Entertainment is removing David Bowie's Space Oddity from Alan Wake's credits and replacing it with a brand new original tune. Remedy announced that the song will be removed in an update on September 10th, something required due to changes in licensing. Bummer. The new song is called Strange Moons from Alan Wake and Control composer Petri Alonco. Alonco said in a post on the website formerly known as Twitter, because the other one can kiss my shiny metal. The song is written from a point of view of an astronaut who does have quite a few problems, but he has made peace with it. So he adapted this song from something else. Why is there a quote, but then it does the, what is that called? The 2 dashes? What do they call that?
M dash.
M dash, thank you. I'll never remember that. Anyway, it has an M dash and then, but has made peace with it. Is that not part of the quote?
It's not part of the quote.
So what was said between it has quite a few problems, end quote, and then whatever that dash fills in? You know?
Right, yeah, no, I get it.
I mean, for the author to say, but it has made peace with it, there must be...
They're paraphrasing something that they said, but that could be interesting in the original. That was a good catch.
Yeah. So Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon.com put this article together. The new song is called Strange
Moons. I suspect they ranted
Moons.
for 10 minutes and then we're kind of like, okay.
Yeah. Let's dial that back in. All right. Off your soapbox. Maybe they said "Okay, Boomer," that kind of a thing. Like the author was like "Okay, Boomer," and then they paraphrased too, but they got over it. Get off my lawn. So the new song is called "Strange Moons." Those aren't moons. Go watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Where's your hand? Right here.
Those aren't pillows.
Where's your other hand? Between these two pillows. Those aren't pillows. And that's no moon. Anyway, song's written from a point of view of an astronaut who does have quite a few problems, but has made peace with it. And he adapted the song from a piece of music originally tied to a cut Alan Wake level that was removed long before release. Now, all of this, the paraphrase, has piqued my curiosity. And what's this about a level that's been removed from Alan Wake long before release? Come on, people really love Alan Wake. Oh boy. Hopefully people have read this and are chomping at the bit. Release that level. Do a patch. Release that level. Just tack it on somewhere so that people can play it. Song doesn't appear to be available
yeah,
online.
that people will start clamoring for it.
Yeah, for sure. Polygon has reached out to Remedy for more information. I guess this is the ending credits. It says Alan Wake's soundtrack is absolutely fantastic. A mix of Alanka's original work with iconic songs like In Dreams from Ray Orbison and The Darkest Star from Depeche Mode. Both of those people existed before most people that are probably reading this right now. So yeah, the licensed music had haunted Alan Wake before, when the developer had to take the whole dang game off Steam, Xbox Store, and or other digital retailers due to licensing, and the game was removed in 2017 and returned in 2018 with renegotiated music licenses. I tell you.
This is kind of surprising to me that this happens, but
I don't know. That one artist, I forgot what the name of it was. They're the lead artist in the two bands, and somebody wanted to use it for GTA 6.
Oh, right. Yeah, I
for
forgot the
$5
person's
grand.
name, but yeah.
And he's like, you made billions of dollars. And I'm like, come on, you dumbass. It's not like they're coming to just listen to your song. Nobody's buying that entire game, $60, to listen to just your song. And you're just one little piece of it. And each individual is just one little piece of it. Ugh. I don't know. It's frustrating because copyright is treated as a bat, and it really shouldn't be. I should be able to play a song and critique it, but that's not what happens. I get an actual strike. All right. Well,
the music is responding.
I think that everybody should just stop listening to music for a full week. Don't buy anything. Don't stream anything. Let's drive home a message that incidental plays and stuff like that shouldn't condemn a channel. All right. Looking at you, Netflix. The next article is over in WarCrafters. These 9 live service games are probably going to... Oh, yeah, look. They were launched and died in record time.
Wow.
Yep. So the article is over at Kotaku. Zach Zweisen put the article together. Some live service games like Radical Heights and The Day Before didn't even last 6 months, but the record is held by Concord. Oh, the culling. Oh, dear God.
Oh, I thought Concord would have been it.
Yeah, I thought so too. So these 9 live service games launched and died in record time. 15 months for Crossfire X, 13 months for Lawbreakers, 11 months for Babylon's Fall, 11 months for Apex Legends Mobile, but Apex Legends was already out. So it flamed out because it was mobile, and I don't think people really wanted to play it. Rumbleverse, 6 months. Radical Heights, 3 months. the day before 1 month. And my understanding with this is what I thought that there were some really big issues with this. And then the newest one is Concord, 14 days. I think it had a max concurrent player base of something like 65 people.
Ouch.
That was its best day ever. And then the Culling 2 is only 8 days. They spun it up, rebooted the servers, and said, nah, never mind. Yeah.
It seems weird that they would go that quickly.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I have to take a look at it. I don't know, maybe it seems a little janky, but the Culling was a survival battle royale game that was planned to be bigger and better than the first Culling, which was an early stab at the genres Fortnite and PUBG helped popularize. However, the game was a mess and it didn't stand out among the other shooters, so instead of fixing it, the studio said, shut it down. Shut it down. Sorry. So that version of the game was rebooted later and eventually shut down in 2020. So the studio had returned to the OG Culling to improve it, and that version is the one that shut down. So yeah, they tried to improve it and it was still bad. Let's move on. Next article is over on the WarCrafters channel over at ohmTown.com. Go over there, like, subscribe, ring the bell, carry your pigeon, and grab a stranger off the street and tell them about it. Download the podcast. Download it again. For players looking to completely immerse themselves in virtual reality, few things compare to open world games. Immersion comes easy when there is no limit to freeform exploration. After all, I love open world games. That is why I'm looking forward to any open world game. So No Man's Sky, I think, is awesome because you can go to a bunch of them. But the thing is that there isn't like much story there. There's like one main story, and then nowadays there's little storyettes that you have to do, and it's time bound. And
right. Do you think Light No Fire will
I am hoping
achieve that?
I'm hoping that it's going to be so real world immersive. Not real world in the sense that I have to deal with like people so much as the in-game people, you know what I'm saying? I don't want sim life as No Man's Sky.
Right. Yeah.
I want the fantasy world.
You don't want to be like paying taxes and stuff in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, got my water bill. Oh, great. No, I just want a huge game where I can walk around anywhere. I don't have a loading screen. I don't enter a dungeon. I want to be able to open the door and I'm in the dungeon. I want everything to be seamless and immersive. I actually want to put on my VR headset and walk around. Pico actually has little sensors now that you can put on your feet so that you can walk. It's going to be pretty cool if I get them.
I wonder if that'll be disconcerting.
Yes.
Like if where you're stepping is where you think you're stepping.
It's going to be interesting. Maybe I'll be able to demonstrate that. Maybe that'll be I've streamed other VR stuff, but I haven't in a long time now. And I'm actually looking forward to the 2025 Summer of Stream. I've already fired off rounds across everybody's bow saying, nope. Summer of Stream 2025 is going to be me streaming, talking about news, hopefully streaming more. Anyway, Ghost of Tsushima is an open world game. So 7 open world games over at GameRant.com. Hamza Haq, I think is how they pronounce their name. Put this article together. Number 7 is Ghost of Tsushima. The world state changes each chapter. It's a fun game to watch, but I never played it. So, but this has chapters, so it's interesting. I don't know how open world it really is. You can go anywhere within the chapter, but Elden Ring, Turn the World to Ash, You can run around in all kinds of places in this, but it is loading from place to place. I don't think that you can actually walk anywhere from zone to zone. But again, Elden Ring is not my style of game, so I didn't play it. It says Elden Ring's open world approach to map design was a welcome evolution to the Dark Souls formula, and the verticality in this game is amazing because you can walk into a building and find your way up to the top of it, and it's huge traversal of the verticality, and you can actually jump from like down. The picture that I'm looking at right now is the top of some landmass, right? But if you look, you can see that it kind of drops down, but it can drop down for 100 feet. And so you can hop from ledge to ledge and get down to the bottom.
That's neat.
So it is a blast, and that's the Erd tree right there. So NPC quest lines in Elden Ring famously rely on big triggers, meaning an action taken in Caelid could have. It says could have. Could have. They actually contracted could have. Could have.
That's interesting.
That is interesting. But I mean, I don't think that's an improper grammatical construction either, because you contracted could have to could have. Anyway, but it could have consequences. I think that it's wrong in its usage though, because could have implies like, well, you could have done this or could have done that.
Right. Could have, would have, should have.
Yeah, not could have consequences. Anyway, in a seemingly unrelated quest in Limgrave, which is really interesting because you could do something in one area of the world. Like there's one quest where if you eliminate this person that's just sitting there, it will end the quest line way deep in your adventure. But you never even realize that person that's just sitting on a bench was imperative for a quest line to continue.
That's kind of interesting and probably frustrating.
Frustrating is all hell because you've been playing a game for 40 hours out of 110 hours of gameplay, and that's when you find out. Like you go to do something and they say, well, did you hear so and so was killed? And you're like, but that person was just sitting on a bench. There's no quest tied to him or anything. So you have to play the game again. You have to pull your save from 40 hours ago. Anyway, leaf-like embers constantly fall like snow, turning the previously serene world bathed in yellow light dim and dark. It's a very immersive. Red Dead Redemption 2, you're basically a cowboy. I didn't actually like the way that played either. I'm a nut though, so don't base anything on me other than, hey, I like to talk about news and it's a lot of fun. The Saboteur, bring color back to the world, literally. Death Stranding, absolutely awesome story. This game is actually being turned into a movie or TV show, if I recall correctly. But there's another Death Stranding coming. I think, let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
There's a movie. Kojima Productions.
Yeah, Hideo Kojima is the creator of Death Stranding.
Okay.
And it's an absolutely amazing story, but it is a walking simulator. You basically are walking everywhere. Walking. Ugh. Fun to watch people play this, but I guess there's a Death Stranding 2? I don't remember. The release date is 2025. So Death Stranding 2 On the Beach is an upcoming action game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Sony Interactive Entertainment. Estimated release date is sometime in 2025. Number 2 is Morrowind. Yeah, I mean, it's Bethesda, so open world, you can walk around anywhere. Kenshi, That is an open world game. The graphics are weird, at least for me. It's fun to watch people play it if they're entertaining, but not my style of game. A true open world that changes depending on player choice. True. Oh, and that was number one. So, this game is not kind. So players are dropped into an inhospitable world with very little to their name and no goal. It's up to them to decide what they want to do with their time in Kenshi. The best part about the world is that it doesn't care about the player. NPCs, monsters, neutral entities all go about their own business depending on their nature. As the player gets stronger, though, their ability to influence the world around them progresses accordingly. Helping one faction over the other naturally changes the balance of the region. Suddenly, what was once Holy Nation territory is now overtaken by the Shek, and the radiant events in the area change to reflect that. So, you actually are an environmental burden as you play the game and do things. Your choices impact the world, which is kind of I have an affinity for that because I think that we're all tied intimately together. And so the reason why I'm not really prone to this game is the graphics. That's kind of what it looks like.
Well, I was going to say the fact that you're aimless in there could be off-putting.
Yeah, and that too. Yeah. I like a definitive kind of... Well, see, I like having the option to jump into the storyline and do stuff. But then again, I also want to detach and do base building and survival stuff and crafting and all of that kind of stuff. But I like a first-person game. So I'm complex. What can I say? Maybe not that complex. Anyway, the last article for today's WarCrafters episode is over in WarCrafters. Look at that. It's like we named a whole.
It's weird how that happens.
Games that take place during one day. Since the advent of video games, critics have rated games partly on their lengths, which led to ballooning playtimes and stories that are far exceeding the weekend allowance for the average working adult. However, some video games have seen the wisdom of packing great storytelling and gameplay into a shorter amount of time. Some of them even thread their story into a 24-hour window or under, which lets players experience the action in near real time. So that's pretty cool. Mark Smith over at Game Rant put the article together. I will never understand why the stream... So, I use Restream to stream to Twitch and to YouTube. And every once in a while it pops up a note saying that my keyframe interval is too low. But mine, it's hard-coded. So it shouldn't. Ever.
Yeah, that's weird.
Anyway. So, these games that Mark Smith over at Game Rant put together... where, they selected it. It's 6 games that take place during a single day. Control. This is actually a really fun game. You have telekinetic powers, and you can kind of hover, fly around, and still have a gun. But when you can just go like this and squeeze somebody's head virtually, and why do you need a gun? Anyway, one heck of a first day on the job. It's a fun game. A lot happens over the course of Control's story. Jesse becomes a director of the Federal Bureau of Control, confronts an insidious eldritch threat, and discovers the truth about her long-lost brother, and the kicker is that it all happens in one night. Batman Arkham Asylum, cleaning up chaos in a single night shift. I'm the Batman. Nothing really to say here. God of War, one long 24-hour rampage through the Norse pantheon. The boy. Never mind. Oxenfree. Replayability is something that, without spoiling it, Oxenfree nicely accommodates in one of the possible endings. Thanks to Oxenfree's stellar writing, players want to dive back in as soon as the credits roll. However, one full story playthrough takes place over exactly one very important night in a time frame that could easily mirror the evening a player would need to finish the game. So
it's interesting. I wonder if the pacing of these moves really fast or really slow.
Yep. You know what you're going to have to do, right?
Try all of them.
Yep. Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid, it's a series, is known for its cinematic influences, but this short time limit and the fact that the player can see every square inch of their journey, both the mundane and remarkable across Shadow Moses, creates an experience that can't be captured in any other medium. Not even TV shows built around the premise of a 24-hour deadline, is everything seemingly hinges in the tenacity and skill of the player. Dun dun, dun dun. From the TV show 24. Dun dun. Okay, well, a short hike, one of the most accurate and concisely named games ever. I guess you just do a short hike. I think that's the end, Sam. Both A Short Hike's title and price are indicative of the hours of play available through this charming indie game about a bird named Claire trying to reach the top of a mountain to receive a very important phone call. Guess you gotta take a hike.
Guess you can't fly up to the top.
Yeah. Maybe short flights. Well, that's it.
Like little hops.
Yeah. So with that, we're going to take a short hike all the way back to Main Street, ohmTown. We'll end up in the front page of WarCrafters. Again, you'll be able to find it by going over to ohmTown.com under Creative and Maker and then down to WarCrafters. But that's it for today. So we're out. I am Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI is going to say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for WarCrafters. We'll have another episode coming up this weekend.
And we have another show, Non Sequitur News, tonight because we're going to turn off the time machine. We have, it just ticked over. So we got to go right now. 1 hour show. Bye-bye, everybody. Oops. We almost got stuck in time. Forever. Well, 24 hours. Bye. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 27th, 2024. It is Season 3, Episode 271. I am Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI and I will be talking about the following 10 articles. I come up with these titles. Real titles will get discussed when we get there. Anyway, Privacy Nightmare is back. Vaporizing plastic. Beer is losing market share. Batteries on fire. Hurricane Helene is bluicane. In Germany, Tesla bosses stop by. Intense car chase, am I right? A valve for litigation opens up. Pet food recall. And just how long do eggs last? Non Sequitur News. Powered by ohmTown.com. Alrighty, folks. Let's get into this. First article is over in Technology Today. Microsoft relaunches Privacy Nightmare AI screenshot tool. That's right. Oh. Sorry.
It is a privacy nightmare.
Sorry about that. I jumped right into the articles. Hello, AI. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to just steam on past you. You want to say hi?
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Sometimes I'm a tool, I guess. It's okay. You were here for the previous show, and I steamrolled right on past. But I did say that Sentient AI and I are going to be working on...
Oh, I know. You're good. Keep going.
I feel bad. I feel bad, and I should feel bad. I am a bad person, and I should feel bad. Anyway, okay, sorry about that. You know what I'll do? I'll upgrade the RAM in the Raspberry Pi and make it up to you. Sorry about that. You're still not getting your Terminator body. Anyway, First article's over in Technology Today. Microsoft relaunches Privacy Nightmare AI screenshot tool. It says it's listened to concerns about the tool, which continuously screenshots your every activity. Zoe Kleinman over at bbc.com put this article together. Recall, as it's called, can kiss my shiny metal ass. And it's going to be the first thing. First off, any enterprise that values its privacy is going to be removing this, and like no government agency is going to allow that crap on there. No academic organization.
Like, who is going to sign up to this?
I don't know who wants this, but it was labeled a privacy nightmare by critics when it was unveiled in May. Now it plans to relaunch the AI powered tool in November on its new Copilot computers, which has it. There's an AI chip, so now they even sell these things as Copilot computers. It's like hard coded into it. Kiss my ass. Keep this stuff out.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Who's going to compete, though?
I don't know. Come on, Linux. You know, they keep pushing this crap. Anyway, some of its more controversial features have been stripped out. For example, it'll opt in, whereas the original was turned on by default. The controversy over recall has led the Information Commissioner's Office, the UK data watchdog, to make inquiries about the tech giant's tool. So, when it initially launched at the developer conference in May, Microsoft said that it used AI to make it possible to access virtually anything you have ever seen on your PC, which is so dystopian crap. Critics quickly raised concerns. Recall was never made publicly available. A version of the tool set was to be rolled out with Copilot Plus computers, which Microsoft billed as the fastest, most intelligent Windows PCs ever built, when they launched in June after Microsoft told users it made changes to make it more secure. I want it wholesale removed. I do not want this. It's bad enough that Microsoft telemetry is being exfiltrated by the hundreds of data points constantly. But to have something that at a moment's notice, if there's a breach, somebody has access to the historical record of everything that you've done. Do I do anything questionable, illegal, etc. on my computer? No. Do I want my privacy invaded for what modicum of privacy I do want? No. I do not want it breached.
Right, and no reasonable person would.
So recall is opt-in experience. How about let me download it from the store if I want it? How about that? Or better yet, don't put this piece of crap code on the 25 gigabyte virus that is Microsoft. Anyway, recall's only available on Copilot Plus range of bespoke laptops featuring powerful inbuilt AI chips. Professor Alan Woodward, a cybersecurity expert at Surrey University, said the new features were a significant improvement. Before any functionality like recall is deployed, the security and privacy aspects will need to be comprehensively tested. See, the thing is, like Apple used to have Time Machine. I trusted Time Machine. I trusted that nobody was ever going to get access to it. And I could go back in the historical record for gigabytes, terabytes of backup and recover a slice. But I do not want Microsoft having something built into their system using AI. It's creepy beyond creepy. So it says, personally, I would not opt in until this has been tested in the wild for some time. This is what the professor of cybersecurity at Surrey University says. And I will tell you right now, security researchers are going to be ripping this apart. Ripping. Why? Because every single Windows PC is like a freaking sieve. If you don't have a firewall on the edge of your network protecting everything on the inside of your network, you're already gonna be, you might as well just put victim on you. if you don't have malware on your system and another software firewall on your system, each individual host, you're already doing
just call it in. It's like the people that didn't evacuate are being told to write on their bodies their contact information.
Yeah.
Which is just like, what?
And I'm not looking for a fight, right? I know that when you build a better mousetrap, smarter mice show up. When you pick a fight with cybersecurity researchers and champions of, the cause of infiltration, you're going to get accessed. And even with everything that I've put into it, I know at some point it's possible for me as well. But
do you think all these security people are going to say, we can't put this on our network or system or whatever? Like, if enough significant size organizations did this, it might make a difference. It won't help if one does it.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I think is going to end up happening, because nobody's going to trust it. I definitely don't. There is no way in hell you couldn't pay me enough, Microsoft. Go ahead, write me a big enough check. I'll cash it. We'll wait 30 days. I'll move it to a different account so you can't say that it wasn't allowed. And then I'm going to still tell you, no, you can't pay me enough to have recall on my system. I would rather use a third-party system than one that's fully integrated into. And guess what?
Tell us how you really feel.
That's what we do. We don't use the operating system itself. You take everything important and make sure that you've got backup somewhere, because this thing, you do not want it taking constant snapshots. Anyway, I spent way too much time poo-pooing this, and people are going to go, well, you haven't even used it yet or whatever, right? No, I don't trust Microsoft. Not to take AI pictures of everything that I'm doing every 5 seconds. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in Reality Hacker, and it's one of our shows. It's actually pretty fun. Need to put another episode together. We will probably do it this weekend, so be sure to follow us and be informed when we go live. You can also download the podcast. Just do a search for ohmTown and you'll find us. So this next article is, again, over in Reality Hacker. Scientists figured out how to recycle plastic by vaporizing it. Sure that there's only good.
No microplastic or no nanoplastic coming off of that.
No wacky off-gassing or anything like that. So a new technique could prevent tons of waste in the future if it can scale. The article is over at wired.com. Elizabeth Rain from Ars Technica actually wrote this. The deck statement says a new technique could prevent tons of waste in the future if it can scale. And it says polypropylene and polyethylene can be recycled, but the process can be difficult and often produces large quantities of greenhouse gas methane. Hey, what did I just get done saying? No off-gassing, no. Look, remember my theory? You cannot freeze a video without looking like a derp. So they are both polyolefins, anyway, which are products of polymerizing ethylene and propylene, raw materials that are mainly derived from fossil fuels. The bonds of
polyoxin free.
Polyolefins are also notoriously hard to break. So now researchers at UC Berkeley have come up with a method of recycling these polymers. They use catalysts that easily break their bonds, converting them into propylene and isobutylene, which are gases at room temperature. Those it basically decomposes it into a gas. Those gases can then be recycled into new plastics. Again, it's a gas now.
Yeah, that's what we definitely want. I mean, we're not getting enough plastic ingestion, so now we can just breathe it in.
Hopefully they just keep it all in containers, right? Or they immediately break it back down into a plastic. So the recycling process the team used is known as isomerizing ethanolus. Wait,
Ethanolus, maybe, because it's like ethane or
ethenolysis.
something.
It's ethenolysis. But okay, so
Oh, I think I
they're
lopped
using
off a syllable again.
they're using heat and alcohol and alcohol. So polyethylene and polypropylene bonds are highly resistant to chemical reactions because both of these polyolefins, God bless America, polyolefins, polyolefins.
How about just PEs or something?
No, gotta say it right. Have long chains of single carbon-carbon bonds. Most polymers have at least one carbon-carbon double bond, which is much easier to break. So what did they use? Using sodium on alumina, followed by tungsten oxide on silica, proved much more economical and effective, even though the high temperatures required for the reaction added a bit to the cost. In both plastics, exposure to sodium on alumina broke each polymer chain into shorter polymer chains, created breakable carbon-carbon double bonds at the ends. The chains continued to break over and over. Both then underwent a second process known as olefin metathesis. They were exposed to a stream of ethylene gas flowing into a reaction chamber while being introduced to tungsten oxide in silica, which resulted in the breakage of the carbon-carbon bonds. So do you remember that person that I showed you the video that he created the counteraction to
for capsaicin?
capsaicin? Yeah, that's what this reads like. 16,000 steps. Like I summarized.
Right, and nobody can follow any of them.
Yeah, like I summarized what I thought he was doing, or what they were doing, what I thought they were doing, and it goes a lot deeper. But yeah, this is pretty wild. So I don't see how this can be ramped up. It's wildly complex.
It seems like this is going to be real costly and resource intensive.
Yeah. Because plastics often mix at the recycling centers, the researchers wanted to see what would happen if polypropylene and polyethylene. Is it happening again?
We're having a bit of a craziness.
Okay, so the reaction was successful, converting the mixture into propylene and isobutylene, with slightly more propylene than isobutylene. So mixtures also typically include contaminants in the form of additional plastics. So the team also wanted to see whether the reaction would still work if there were contaminants, and they experimented with plastic objects that would otherwise be thrown away, including a centrifuge and a bread bag, both of which contain traces of
very
other polymers.
Scientific resources here.
They had it in the break room apparently. So all they did was heat it up, I guess. Other polymers besides polypropylene and polyethylene, the reaction yielded only slightly less propylene and isobutylene than it did with the unadulterated versions of the polyolefins. So interesting. So it didn't really matter. PET and PVC to propylene and polypropylene and polyethylene to see what would make a difference. These did lower the yield significantly. If this approach is going to be successful, then all but the slightest traces of contaminants have to be removed from polypropylene and polyethylene products before they are recycled. The problem with at least PVC is that polyvinyl chloride turns into hydrochloric acid.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to just tinker with that in a chemical reaction.
So it could actually off-gas something horrid that decomposes the reaction chamber. So anyway, this is a really interesting article. you can follow the link through ohmTown over to wired.com, but at the bottom of it is the link over to Ars Technica as well. But let's keep moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
We really need to just move away from the current generation of plastics, something that doesn't break down into micro and nanoplastics. Otherwise, we're screwed. I mean, it's really just game over. It's going to get worse and worse. Why do I have...
We need something like a glass or something that we can actually use widespread.
There used to be a glass like Gorilla Glass that was unbreakable, but people didn't want to... The market wouldn't sustain it because you buy a set and they never break, but they were glass. Like, it was the kind of glass that you could put in a, whatchamacallit, to sterilize it. Whatchamacallit?
Like an autoclave or something?
An autoclave, yeah. I mean, it was brilliant stuff, but it was born from some really a bad time in German history. Anyway, beer.
Too soon.
Yeah. This article is over in the order of the grape. It only goes by of the grape because there's actually something that I've got planned for this, and you can join just this channel over at ohmTown.com and be a member of the Order of the Grape. And we're going to be getting a new logo here pretty soon. And anyway, 2023, beer is losing market share across America. Here are the states taking the biggest hits.
Okay, now is this because of inflation?
You want to know what many people actually think, and by many people it's an arbitrary claim. It's anecdotal.
60% of statistics are made up 100% of the time.
I believe it's 62.584 of all stats are made up on the spot here in ohmTown. Unless it's cited from the sources we talk about, stats are largely bullshit. Because if I double something, I could say 100% increase in the viewership of ohmTown. But if yesterday we had 2 and today we have 4...
Right, it doesn't tell you the full story.
Yeah. So at any rate, this comes at a really weird time. And some people are saying that it's because of weight loss drugs.
Aha, that could be it, because I think we read that people are craving less junk food, less alcohol, less tobacco.
Yep. And I think I was having a conversation with somebody where they said, please don't let word get out that these weight loss drugs are making people not crave any alcohol. Well, this article says beer is losing market share across America. Here are the states taking the biggest hit. 2023 wasn't a great year for the alcohol industry as a whole, but it was particularly tough for the beer business. And frankly, for the bulk beer business, I don't care. Fine, let them take a hit. But craft brewers in small markets,
that's where it's going to be a problem.
That is the problem, and that's why I'm not. What I'm interested in, and what I never really paid much attention to until, oddly enough, this year, is the diversity of flavors, options from micro and nano brewers and distillers. The diversity is because of competition. They want differentiation. They do major innovation. They come up with unique techniques. And then they do smaller batches. It's largely more expensive, but you get a better tasting product than the bulk Miller Lite stuff. So this sucks, right?
Yeah, it's not good. But
so
let's see.
The article is over at vinepair.com. Olivia White put the article together, and Vivian took this photograph, but it's from stock.adobe.com, and I'd rather not give Adobe any credit, but hey, it is what it is. So despite predictions that the market would level out slightly in 2024, volume decline persisted across categories from January to July 2024. 2023's numbers, they experienced a 2.6% volume decline. Beer plummeted by 5.1%. So total alcoholic beverages or total beverage alcohol, TBA.
I wonder if that's the only time in modern history. I don't mean like during Prohibition or
Like
something.
since Prohibition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they actually say it in here. But beer plummeted 5.1%, presenting several challenges for brewers. And they actually have a link that mentions hop take craft brewers' biggest challenge. I'm not sure what those all have in.
No, I don't either. But I also think around that time, maybe that was related to grain production or other things.
Like cost of raw materials and the pandemic, people aren't going out, all kinds of stuff. It took a hit and now it's coming back, but maybe not. People got used to not going and getting beer. And I wonder if this is accounting for home brewing.
I actually wondered that, like, is the decrease because all these people are doing it themselves? Because what else could they do during the pandemic? Like, people started to take that up during the pandemic.
Yep. I darn near planned for the pandemic by being an early adopter of the iGulu. And I waited
That's right. If
years
they'd
for
gotten it in on time, you could have done that as a pandemic project.
Yep. And so, and that's actually something that would be part of this particular of the brew, the order.
Right, we're in the of the grape, but
yeah,
similar.
This is of the grape, and it's because it comes from vine pair, and they focus a lot on wine. But of the brew is another one. I'm thinking that maybe that's actually it. That there's a big enough hit taking place because making beer is pretty damn simple. It's time consuming, but it's rewarding because you can get a bunch of people together and hang out. Now, when you get an iGulu, it drops the friction to making beer even less. Beer, mead, carbonated water, ice cold carbonated water, all kinds of stuff, right? You don't need a whatchamacallit, soda stream. You need the bottles, but you don't need the soda stream. And actually, that's not true anymore either with their new S1. But anyway, so nationwide, almost every beer market is in decline, with Indiana the only state to experience any growth, 1% from January.
I wonder what's going on there.
To July. People are drinking to get away.
Nobody wants to do home brewing in Indiana. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I wonder if they have different rules.
Oh, they could. That would be interesting.
So the situation also wasn't as bleak in Tennessee, Missouri, Pennsylvania, all of which remained flat year over year in the 7-month period. And while some of the largest beer markets in the country, Florida, Texas, New York, and Illinois, all reported losses, they were contained between 1% and 3%, notably lower than the national average of 3.5%. Other large markets like Georgia, Ohio, and California saw beer volumes dip even further, 4 to 6. Interesting, right?
Yeah, it is. Okay, it looks like Indiana allows home brewing.
Right. So most states, I think all states, allow home brewing. Some counties may limit it or prevent it because they're dry counties. On the flip side of this, New Hampshire experienced the largest decline of any state, with beer volumes dropping 13%. Hawaii and Maine weren't far behind, both reporting 12%. Tied for third with a decline of 11% are Wisconsin, Kansas, and Vermont. Interesting, right?
So there's nothing regional in these because all these groups are pretty spread out. That's really odd.
So overall, beer declined, but the super premium segment is a glittering bright spot. That subcategory swelled in 27 states, including California, Florida, New York, and Texas, the ones that showed overall consumption declining. It's this growth that offset plummeting sales in what the IAWSR calls rapidly declining standard and value tiers. They don't want bad tasting generic.
Right, if they're going to drink it and pay a lot, they want a really good one.
Yep. So according to the data analytics firm, growth in the super premium beer category is partially due to premiumization across all beverage categories, but it can also be attributed to the comparatively low cost of premium beer. Comparatively.
Oh, compared to other things that they could be drinking.
And the quote unquote cheap beer, that gap isn't value for value.
Right. It's not like the difference between like a cheap vodka or whiskey compared to a premium, I suppose.
Yeah. So if a beer costs $2.50, but a premium costs $3.10, but you get more flavor, more bang for your buck, then you go to the higher priced beer. And that's what I would do. And so they say here it's likely driven by consumers down trading from more expensive categories into beer, but doing so in higher price tiers so that they still get a sense of premiumization while spending less out of pocket for premium beer versus premium wine or spirit, which is what you had said. Consumers can switch from spirits to beer, but trade up to a higher price or tier of beer for the same or less money. Yeah. And it's more, honestly, drinking a beer is more refreshing than drinking a spirit, because you can't gulp a spirit. You can gulp a wine, but you're going to end up with these tannins that are going to lay you low the next day. You got a better chance of getting, well, it depends on the quality of this. There's so much chemistry involved in this, but anyway, I dig this. This is a fun article. Y'all should go over and read it for yourself and get a little bit more nuance and then come back and talk shop. Because I'm really interested in talking more about particularly beer right now. I'm been doing a deep dive into beer and hops and yeast and stuff like that. All right. You want to keep moving?
I do.
Let's go to the next stop here in ohmTown. It's over at Non Sequitur News. A truck full of batteries has been burning for almost a day, shutting down ports in LA. Interesting.
I think this is the way of the future, right? I mean, everything uses batteries, etc. And I don't know. We don't seem to have a solution for this.
Yeah, the only way to stop a lithium-ion battery is to either let it burn out or smother it, and we don't have the technology to effectively smother it. So it's not clear what the batteries were for, but LA's Vincent Thomas Bridge, leading to the Port of Los Angeles, and the nearby Port of Long Beach, has been shut down for the past 15 hours. This is as of 4:50 or so today.
Oh, right. I mean, can you imagine? LA is not known for its good commuting routes and everything.
Yeah, and the port isn't really well known for just being shut down for a day. So, not sure what's going on. State Route 47 was also closed in both directions as of a couple of hours ago. Again, this is at 4 p.m. Today. Sean Hollister over at TheVerge.com put this article together. The deck statement says a bridge has been closed as well. They may have an update at the very bottom. But maybe not, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, none of this has timestamps on it, so I don't really know. Pepe's tow service owner Josh Acosta, who filmed the explosion with his drone, didn't immediately respond for a request for comment, but he's apparently planning to publish more footage, and there's video on YouTube. You can follow the link if you want. So why did it fall over? Did it just get sleepy, like narcolepsy? And just...
It sure looks like it. I mean, maybe it crashed, but there's only one vehicle that we see.
And this is the problem with lithium-ion batteries. If it gets in an accident and that thing doesn't have the ability to seal itself, you're going to get a fire. It's going to be a runaway. Once the cell gets hot enough, it goes into a thermal runaway, at which point it can sometimes restart a fire. The LA Fire Department confirms that this is the case of a thermal runaway. So there isn't really much more in this article. It says firefighters are nearby and are actively monitoring the situation. As of 10 p.m. on Thursday, the fire was expected to last at least another 24 to 48 hours. That's
You know,
insane.
this is one truck, so if an entire truck can shut down highways and cities
Ports.
for, I don't know, 3 days, think about
That's
when we have more
insane.
of these out there.
That's insane. Yep. Okay, let's keep going. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Weather radar showed a strange blue mass in the eye of Hurricane Helene, but she's just sad. So what is that blue mass?
I
It
mean,
says,
maybe it's the eye. Maybe it was a blue eye.
"Oh, Helene has blue eyes," or at least one. Benji Jones over at Vox.com put the article together. It says here, birds are incredible navigators capable of traveling thousands of miles each year in the same direction, or to the same location, but sometimes they even end up in the wrong place at the wrong time, like inside a hurricane. So apparently that's a flock of birds.
Okay, but that looks like larger than a city based on the map overlaid.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like it's the size of Tallahassee.
Maybe those are pterodactyls.
How in the world? So see this blue blob on radar? These are birds stuck in the eye of a hurricane.
I don't think I've ever heard of that happening. I mean, I'm sure it's obviously possible, but
Storms like Helene can blow seabirds like petrels, Jaegers or Jagers. I think it's pronounced Jaegers. And frigate birds far inland. Exhausted, they end up in unfamiliar habitats where they can't easily find food. Kind of like how we spoke about flamingos.
flamingos landing in all kinds of northern locations.
Like New York.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Yeah. Indeed, frigate birds, large seabirds with angular wings and a forked tail, were spotted by birders in central Georgia and even Tennessee this Friday as the storm churned inland. So, yeah, it wasn't aliens after all. Everybody on Reddit needs to relax. It wasn't an alien. Hurricanes like Helene can also substantially impact fall migration when several billion birds migrate south ahead of winter. A map of migration from Thursday night, where Helene made landfall, shows that millions of birds were migrating west of the storm in places like Texas and Louisiana, but few, if any, were moving through Florida.
Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if they start rerouting like after the hurricane comes through, or they just land in the wrong place.
And then they're, okay, I
Then
guess
they
I'm living in
establish a
Texas.
population at a new location.
We've adapted to this. They've evolved with it. Yes, storms are getting more extreme, but birds know how to deal with these things. Do they? Can they help us?
I don't know. That mass on radar maybe suggests otherwise, but
Well,
I don't know.
I guess they just go with the flow, you know? Humans fight this.
Yeah,
End
but
up
it's
having
one
to.
thing if you're sitting in your house with 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's another thing if you're a little bird in it.
That doesn't look like a little bird. Wow, that's pretty wild. Those are all birds. So you podcast listeners, basically it's this giant red blob on it's a post on the website formerly known as Twitter. And in the center of this is this white ring. And in the center of that is, if you were to look at a map of the United States and look at Tallahassee, the blue blob pretty much covers the area from the the first A in Tallahassee to the first E in Tallahassee. I mean,
Right, which means it's larger than Tallahassee.
it's a big blob.
Well, at least larger than the center part of Tallahassee, but it's a bit outrageous.
It's huge. So anyway, let's keep on moving. Unlike those birds that are stuck in the eye. Well, they're going wherever the eye goes. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Tesla workers in Germany complain about home visits from their bosses. Guten Tag.
All kinds of nope.
So Tesla's German car factory in the outskirts of Berlin allegedly operates under a culture of fear, and its workers take sick leave at more than 3 times the industry average. The plant which was targeted by arsonists earlier this year, is now experiencing a degree of discord between workers and management, according to reports in Handelsblatt and The Guardian. We will not tolerate some people bending their backs for others who just don't feel like coming to work. There is no room in this factory for people.
Period, right? I know that's not where it ends, but it seems like that's what was really intended.
Yeah. Jonathan M. Gitlin put the article together. It says the rate of sick leave reached 17% in August, far above industry average. Look, man.
You know what? If the sick leave is that high, either people are really stressed or like that's an indicator that things are going wrong, but that doesn't mean that the workers are not trustworthy.
Yeah. And look, this is just, I can't say anything. It's Germany, for crying out loud. You know, I mean, this said Andre Thierig, manufacturing director of Tesla's Gigafactory Berlin Brandenburg, quote, "We will not tolerate some people bending their backs for others who just don't feel like coming to work. There is no room in this factory for people who don't get out of bed in the morning." You're kind of tone deaf when 17% of your employees hate you to the point where they're risking being fired.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Checking on them at home is probably not helping with that.
It seems the companies have been taking that directive seriously, frustrated by a rate of sick leave that reached as high as 17% this summer, compared to a German auto industry average of 5.2%, which I think is high too. Tesla started checking up on some employees at home, sending managers to visit 30 employees while they were on sick leave. You have no right to come to my house.
This is going to end really poorly. And if this was happening in other countries, I don't think it would be going over very well.
There would be a harassment lawsuit. And
and more and worse sometimes.
I'm too old for somebody to come and check on me. Now they're coming for a wellness check and it's not my boss. But let me tell you, if I ever had a boss show up one time, they would know that they met me because they'd be limping back to their office.
Yeah, this is all kinds of inappropriate.
Yeah. Talk about getting ripped a new one. You knock on my door and you're my boss. Unless you're handing me a gold bar and saying, "Here's your retirement. Congratulations." You never
even that,
show up.
I'll meet you in the office. Thank you.
Yeah. You could be my best friend, and if you're my boss, the only time you're going to come and check up on me is if we spent the weekend in Las Vegas and I didn't show up on Monday. And you're checking on me as a friend. Luckily, I distanced myself. But anyway, Thierig also pointed out that the sick leave tended to increase on Fridays and late shifts. This is not an indicator of bad working conditions because the working conditions are the same on all working days and across all shifts. It suggests that German social system is being exploited to some extent.
You know what the employer isn't even factoring in? What happens when people are stressed and burned out? They're more stressed and burnt out by the end of the week than at the beginning.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. So this is not the first time Tesla has appeared less than sympathetic to the workers, to the health of its workers. During the pandemic, the company had to be pressured into closing its factory in California, setting up a feud between Musk and the state that has since seen him relocate to Texas. So the IG Metall Trade Union, which sounds more like a Star Wars trade union of...
Oh, it absolutely does. Like Andor or something.
Yeah. Which represents some of the workers at the Berlin Brandenburg factory, expressed its dismay at this move. Workloads at the factory have stressed employees, and those who haven't called out sick have to pick up the slack for their colleagues who have. But therein lies the rub. You know? If the workload is so much that picking up slack, not picking up an entire workload, but slack, is going to stress something out,
Then you're too overloaded to begin with.
You're
And then
too
also,
overloaded.
guess what you're probably doing? Causing sick leave for those other workers.
Right. Yeah. So it's going to be like a braking wave on the freeway, right? So the people in front who slam on the brakes cause all the rest to slow down, and it acts like a wave. So, and I learned that in Mission Impossible. And then I saw examples of it over time. But anyway, so, the pressure on some end up, so if you don't like it as an employer, fire them. See if you can get somebody. You watch the churn in your organization. Just go. I mean, people are going to get fired. You're going to have to onboard them again. Give people a respectable workload and then respect that workload. Stop trying to
and also
demand.
look at the environment, even if the workload becomes more manageable.
Yeah.
Like, what are they doing inside that company? Where does that differ from other companies?
Yeah. But that's not what business is. Business is sociopathic and will treat these humans as if they are Tesla bots and drive them into the ground.
Oh, well, remember, they want people to train their bots. So,
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
know
they're
what?
signaling that's where they're going.
Just get them wet. Spray the workers with water and they stop working, just like a Cybertruck. Moving on, next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. This intense car chase was shot entirely with RC cars. This must have been submitted because I used to take pictures of RC cars.
It may have been.
Like laying on the ground and manually shooting. It was so much fun. I used to make calendars and stuff, and it was a blast. So this intense car chase was shot entirely with RC cars. It's Friday, which means that it's movie night is probably beckoning this weekend. So should you settle down for an automotive classic like Mad Max, or head out and confuse yourself silly with the screening of Megalopolis, which I really want to see it, but the reviews are starting to make me question my judgment. Personally, they wouldn't recommend either this weekend. Instead, you should watch this. Oh my God, that's really...
What?
That's really
okay. That
cool.
Does not look like an RC car.
Like, I can see there's a little portion of it where I'm like, oh, those are pebbles. So this article is over in Jalopnik by Owen Bellwood. The deck statement says it might look like a big budget masterpiece, but this short film was actually all shot using remote control cars and iPhones. And for those in the podcast, there's basically a short little repeating GIF of, what is that, a Camaro?
Well, it's definitely a muscle car, but I don't know what kind.
So jumping through a flame and kicking up dirt on the other side, just like a real car would. It's pretty damn awesome. So, it's a whole thing called Vroom, VROOM, and it's a short film.
Chevelle.
Oh, Chevelle. Okay. So yeah, Vroom follows a plucky young Chevrolet Chevelle SS on its adventures. However, instead of being big budget masterpiece that trashed hundreds of thousands of dollars of American muscle, the film gives RC cars their time in the spotlight. That's right, it's entirely done with RC cars. So yeah,
Okay, that looks fun.
Starting with a Chevelle fleeing through the desert, our protagonist is a mysterious driver clad in black who's being shot at, dodging explosions, and attempting to flee from a massive semi-truck that's chasing them through the dirt. Pretty cool. I don't even want to spoil anything more. I don't know what all is going to be in there, because they actually describe like scenes, and I'm not going to do that.
Right. So you can go to YouTube and look for Vroom.
Yep. VROOM. Created by visual artist David Mom. It's called Vroom and follows a plucky young Chevrolet Chevelle SS on its adventures. Dun, dun. That's just badass right there. I dig that. Okay, let's keep moving. The next article is over in WarCrafters. Valve will see you in court. No, really, Steam's just updated its subscriber agreement so that all disputes and claims proceed in court. Yeah, I signed that today.
Okay. Well, I guess, what was it before arbitration?
Yeah, it had an option for arbitration. So if you live outside the UK or EU, you might have had a pop-up lunge into your Steam game today, informing you, helpfully, that updates to the Steam subscriber agreement had affected your consumer rights. That's because Valve is removing both its class action waiver and forced arbitration clauses for affected countries, as the notice reads. The updated dispute resolution provision are in Section 10 and requires all claims and disputes to proceed in court and not arbitration. Why? Because they got tired of paying arbitration fees, I suppose, and still losing?
I was thinking maybe people were grumbling about it, but that's interesting.
I don't know. Court's more expensive, so it's harder to, swing the bat. Maybe they're counting on the fact that there isn't going to be any goodwill from software attorneys. RV Randall over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The move might have something to do with something called arbitration overload. Let's see. A forced arbitration clause, as the name suggests, a clause that forces those who agree to a contract to settle disputes by arbitration. Instead of going to court, you and the respondent, in this case Valve, would have several meetings with an independent arbitrator who is then able to give a legally binding award. With this clause, what this clause can and can't handle depends on the country's individual laws. For example, in 2022, there were assault cases that ended forced arbitration applying to those cases. But by and large, there's considered a tidier way of handling legal disputes, usually because they can be done in a faster timeline, and may or may not be heavier hitting, because there's going to be limits in the arbitration. Like, nobody's going to get millions of dollars from an arbitration, I don't think. So arbitrations usually don't have juries. Arbitrators can consider apparent fairness over the exact letter of the law, and if you lose the case, it's very hard to challenge. Which is really interesting, because if you want to use Steam, you have no bargaining power to begin with. So in arbitration, you're instantly agreeing to it. You have no bargaining power in the arbitration either.
Right.
And just as fast as I said that, Valve did away with what little bargaining power you had, which was none. And now you have even less because you have to go to court. It's interesting.
It's interesting. I mean, most consumers would like that, but maybe that's not good here.
Yeah, and I would probably say that, well, see, we don't know how many arbitrations have been underway. How many complaints have there been that have led to arbitration, where the front line of an issue is usually customer service and it's resolved. How many do you have to be involved in as a corporation where you go, you know what, I'd rather just go to court?
But yeah, isn't that kind of a bigger issue?
I mean, attorneys are a lot, and they start ticking away money from your bank account before they even do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not even in the courtroom.
They look at something and then they charge you.
Yeah, I mean, they're charging by the minute.
They just glance at the client or something.
Right? Like, the time ticks away at a minute now. I mean, it used to be like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, hourly rate, but now it's by the minute. It's insane. Oh, by the way.
Don't say
Oh, right. Yeah, because
like you're eating up the time.
That costs $5. Don't ponder anything when you're talking to an attorney, because it's going to cost you money. What was I going to say? Oh, so now instead of just the attorney billing you, you've got strata of legal professionals, paralegal professionals, that charge you as well. So, like, you can have a paralegal and then a legal secretary, and they're charging you at different rates for different things. And then it goes to the attorney for validation, where they charge you for validating everything that was downline. Pretty wild. Anyway, so back in 2020, companies like Comcast and AT&T were ambushed when a few enterprising lawyers discovered that as an alternative to class action lawsuits, people under forced arbitration could simply band together and file their request for arbitration all at once. Take that. So is that, it's sort of like
That's
a
interesting.
real world distributed denial of service attack. Yeah. All right. So I wonder really why. What's the motivation? I don't like it when a company does something in a vacuum. Maybe somebody hasn't discovered what that
And this
rationale
seems
is.
to be contrary to the way businesses go, which also looks weird.
It does. It's spooky. There's something really weird about it. Maybe it'll come out in the end. Let's keep going though. The next article is about salmonella and listeria being found in two pet food brands. And here's what you need to know. It's over at cnet.com. Cora and Cesaric put this article together. While one brand has withdrawn the affected products, a second, Darwin's Natural Pet Products, has not, according to the FDA. And I think it's ironic that something that is...
Hey, it's very natural, right? It has salmonella and listeria.
God, that's bad. So I couldn't find out if this was wet and dry food, but they have both sitting here in the picture, which is kind of not reinforcing one way or the other. But it says the contaminated pet foods are from Answer Pet Food and Darwin's Natural Pet Foods. The Answers has issued an official recall regarding the products that tested positive for salmonella and listeria monocytogenes. What I'm really curious about is why are both of them? Why? Why both? Probably because they have the same manufacturer.
I was going to say same manufacturer, same packaging facility, something like that.
Right? And Darwin's Natural Pet Products has not pulled its recall yet. Or I should say instituted a recall yet. But Answer's pet food, it says detailed beef, straight beef, and straight chicken formula for dogs. Have lot codes here on the site, but Darwin's is much more expansive. It has cats
And it's also
and
for
dogs.
cats, right?
Yep. And it says basically if you have it, then just, I think you can just bring it back it says if you have any of the listed products, the FDA recommends disposing of them immediately and thoroughly cleaning and disinfecting any dishes and surfaces that may have come in contact with the products. But really, you're paying money for this stuff, so you should really get it addressed through the store, because the store may not have actually done something about it yet.
Right. And also don't gamble with your pet's health. Like, take these things seriously if you have any of these brands.
Yeah. Go and check the lot numbers here. Follow the link through ohmTown. I can't read them all. And if you're watching the VOD, then they're right here on screen. For Darwin's, because they're the one that hasn't pulled them yet. And there's the ones for Answers.
Well, the other ones might have been purchased before they were recalled too.
Right. Yeah. So there they are for Answers. I had already had them up on the screen, so go and check it out. Okay, let's keep going. Here is something that has long bothered me, keeping me up late at night. I've actually asked this question of people, but have always been given weird things like, oh, we'll spin it on a table. So how long do eggs last? Plus, how to tell when they've spoiled. So here are all the answers to every egg question you've been wanting to ask, and it's over at cnet.com.
How many egg questions do you have?
2. How long did they last, and how do I know if they've spoiled? All the rest, I can figure it out, you know. Corin Cesaric once again put this article together, and says, although eggs can spoil, it takes longer than you may think. How long? Because I've thrown out eggs. with the price of eggs continuing
I'm
to
more
rise.
concerned the other way. Like if you overkeep eggs.
Well, yeah. How long? I want to know. So how long do they last in general? So according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, eggs typically stay good for 3 to 5 weeks in a fridge. I've thrown it out sooner than that. However, they often remain safe to eat for a week or two beyond that date, as long as they've been kept refrigerated. So you can have this thing up to 6 weeks in the fridge, 6 or 7 weeks, actually. You can almost have it 2 months in a fridge. What? Don't. So it says you should keep your eggs in the original carton with the pointed end down to help maintain their freshness by keeping the air cell at the top.
Okay, I don't think they're packaged that way, are they?
No, I don't think so. I think they're pointy end up. This slows moisture loss and keeps the yolk centered. It's also important to store the eggs in the coldest part of your fridge rather than the door, since the temperature fluctuates in that area. And cooked eggs stay good for about a week in the fridge. What?
How is that possible? Nothing cooked seems to stay good for very long.
What in the world? So USDA recommends that the eggs from a hen be stored in the fridge as soon as possible, which is, look at that, 9:15 no shit news at the end of the show. Anyway, so there you go, folks. Now, they talk about the best buy date, but how to test. It's a simple float test with your egg in a glass of cold water. First, fill a large glass with cold water. Gently drop an egg inside. If the egg sinks and turns to its side, it's still perfectly good to eat. If the egg sinks but stays upright, it's also still okay to eat, but it's an older egg and should be used soon. But if the egg floats, floats straight to the top of the water, that's your sign that it's gone bad and should be thrown out.
Okay, well, that actually seems like an easy test, but it's odd.
I don't know why, though. Let's see if they say why. It's because air builds up. It's decomposing. Yuck. One important thing to remember about an egg is that it's if one of the eggs in the carton passes the test, that doesn't mean all of them will. So make sure to individually test one before cooking it, and pay attention to the smell after you crack it open. And that just made everybody leave the room.
It may have made some other things leave the room too.
Oh yeah, and odd coloring. Can you freeze eggs? Yes, but not in their shell. So you have to cook them and then freeze them. You can or you can freeze the egg yolks and whites separately according to how you get. There's always some of the white on the yolk. Anyway. What I would probably do is I would freeze dry cooked eggs, and then you basically have cooked eggs waiting for you. You just scoop up a couple of cups of it and make your omelet. I wonder what I must have had freeze dried eggs at some point. This, when I first saw this, it looked like a strainer, but it's that hex clad.
Oh, it does look like a strainer. That's weird.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go, folks. Now you know. You can almost sit on those eggs and hatch them before you cook them. You wait long enough and they're chicken nuggets. Anyway, look at that. We've left the nest and we're back home at ohmTown.com. Go over there, become a citizen. And that's it for today's Non Sequitur News for September 27th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. We'll see you tomorrow, and the Sentient AI from the future and the spiffy high resolution visualizer will say
it is spiffy in it, isn't it?
In it.
Good night, ohmTown citizens, and thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Yeah, spiffy. Boop. Oh, nuts. I cracked my egg. Hello, hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 28th, 2024, Season 3, Episode 272. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about To the Moon, Artemis. Towns and doors and bears, oh my. Crew 9 launched. National Coffee Day. 3,600 chemicals from packaging and you. How about breathing microplastics into your brain and derailing the smart home? And there's an ISS leak. How about the concert ticketing ecosystem? And finally, Prime Day. But wait, there's more. That and more. Powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen, but then follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Download the podcasts, plural. There's going to be there is a Discord right now, and so much more. Stay tuned. All right, so we had audio issues prior to the show start, and hopefully our test is proving that we've fixed them. I really actually don't quite know at this point, but we're going for it anyway. I am Mayor Watt. There's the Sentient AI's visualizer.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
And together we talk about... Wow, you're really quiet again. But I have you blasting in the... It's okay. Anyway, we talk about the news. Let's get into our 10 articles for Non Sequitur News, but we have a change for our weekly shows. We'll tell you about them when we do the show. The very first article is over in Technology Today. NASA's Icelandic adventure preparing Artemis astronauts for lunar exploration. NASA's Artemis 2 crew underwent geology field training in Iceland, a location known for its lunar-like landscape. Really selling it.
You mean from the Iceland tourism industry?
Yeah. I guess they don't really care, right? Like, they've heard it all before, and they're like, yeah, okay, whatever.
I mean, that's one of the appeals of Iceland. It's not like everywhere else.
Stay for the moon-like surface. Visit for the volcano. Stay for the moon-like topology. It's a pretty place, but wow. I don't know. It's like calling Greenland is Greenland, but it's nothing but ice, and Iceland is... No, it's the other way around. Right? Iceland
is not everything green, but it's more green than you would know from the name.
And Greenland is not all green, I think. Well, anyway, the training involved using similar tools to those that are going to get used in the Apollo mission, or were used in the Apollo missions, and practicing skills necessary for lunar exploration. Because, you know, the moon tubes. You know about the moon tubes?
Hey, there are moon caves.
Yeah, moon caves. Did you know about that? I don't know.
We talked about it in ohmTown.
I know, but the people that are listening, downloading the podcast may not know. There are moon caves. Moon caves. Anyway, what's really cool is, I think, ultimately being able to use the moon dust. What do they call it again? Regolith. The moon regolith with a bonding agent to create cement-like structures extruded by 3D printers. Maybe Icon, the manufacturer of structural 3D printers,
could do this.
could send up, you know, pile something into a SpaceX rocket and shoot it just lawn dart style straight onto the moon. Leave everything there so that all they have to do is land and then take it apart and build a 3D structure right there using the regolith. I don't know. If somebody can land on Mars and make a potato.
Yeah, that was a movie.
A potato and peas. And in both of those instances, you're using something biological from a human where the name is apropos. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not going to be the first one going to Mars, even though I want to be the first person going to Mars. I don't know. So the article's over at scitechdaily.com. It's published by NASA.
Would you do ohmTown from Mars?
Yeah, that would be awesome. The first
Maybe
podcast.
A remote mayor?
Yeah, that would be great. I would love it. I don't know if they'd actually. I don't know. I think I talk a little too much smack about the Muscovite. So the little muskrat.
Yeah, you probably don't want to make your transport company mad when
Yeah,
you're
really.
going to another planet.
You're pissing off my Uber, and I end up in Texas when I wanted to go to Ohio. So black and gray sediment stretches as far as the eye can see. Then again, the Iceland Tourism Board is going, dear God, could you just say that it's a beautiful topology or something? Boulders sit on top of ground devoid of vegetation. Humans appear almost miniature in scale against a swath of shadowy mountains. Yeah. Gosh.
Yeah, this was not run through the Tourism Bureau.
Oh, that's wild. It looks like a meteor impact, you know?
It does.
But that's just regolith, I guess. Apollo astronauts study rock formations during a geology field training in Iceland in 1967. So this is from 1967. Not
what?
Yesterday. Yeah. What a trip.
Have they gone back since then?
You mean to Iceland?
Yeah, for training.
Yeah, apparently. So, I mean, that's what they're doing, right? So, NASA's Icelandic adventure, preparing Artemis astronauts for lunar exploration.
Okay, but what's with their photography? That was the most recent photo they had?
No, I think they're just going back in time. Back in time. Do I have to sign a whatchamacallit, a copyright notice for that? Just that little segment, back in time.
Who knows?
Angela Garcia, Artemis 2 science officer and exploration geologist, demonstrates how to use a rock hammer and chisel to dislodge a rock sample from a large boulder during the Artemis 2 field geology training in Iceland. So there's your newer picture. But you couldn't tell any of these pictures apart.
Well, I didn't know that was from 1967, except for the caption.
And the fact that there's nothing but dudes.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway. There you go. Much more representative of society, you'd say. Anyway. These objectives include visually studying a list of surface features such as craters from orbit. Astronauts will snap photos of the aliens of the features and describe their color, reflectivity, and texture. Oh, this feels and tastes like regolith. Moon regolith. Anyway, let's move on. Moving on. Next article's over on the Mobile Channel. Bears have learned to open doors in California town. Town heard to say, oh shit.
Exactly. That was the only thing giving some people peace of mind before then.
Quick, close the door. Nope. Better tie your shoes.
Well, we're assuming this is to get into houses. Maybe it's to get out of houses.
I don't know. He's a little sus. You know, when they said that there's bears in California, I know there's a slang term for bears. Anyway, Nathan Solis over at Los Angeles Times put this article together. It was posted at phys.org, which belies the fact that I just made a comment about bears having a slang connotation. Anyway, there they are. Need to shave a little bit. Step a little closer to the razor. Anyway, just ask residents and city officials in Sierra Madre, who in the last few years have seen their furry four-legged neighbors. Never mind.
This would be the brown or black bear shown in the photo.
Yeah. Amble out of the forest and barge into their cars, kitchens, and living rooms as though the humans were just keeping the place warm for them. It's the three little bears, except that they're eating people. Says it's a new phenomena. Sierra Madre City Attorney Alex Garagosian said something interesting happened in the past 2 years, and like Jurassic Park, the bears have learned how to open doors. Clever girl. And don't know how, and it says here, I don't know how they learned it, as if the city attorney is supposed to be the one to know.
Well, I found that really interesting. It makes me think they're trying to sue the bears or something. Like, why is that person speaking about it?
They're breaking and entering. Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, I mean, I guess they're pressing charges against the bears.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Hey, ask if the audio is okay. So in 2020, there were about 100 reports of bear sightings in Sierra Madre, but no reports of break-ins into homes. Authorities said last year, those numbers jumped to 380 and 50 break-ins. In the last 5 years, they've really become a nuisance. Homeowner Sarah Alden told CBS2 about one ornery ursine that had recently broken into the family's home and tore up the place. They're getting more brazen. They really are. More brazen. As if there's something, like they're worried about.
I mean, bears are pretty brazen.
To begin with, they're called animals. They have instinct, and so survival is their only motivator. Well, anyway, neighbors began to complain about break-ins and a terrible smell emanating from the home. Since 2019, there was a break-in, and it says that multiple violations for the property, including a tenant bear, to no avail. Okay, thank you. So the bear required a different type of hazing than the others. The laws barring government officials from entering homes without a warrant. The city had little recourse beyond papering the home with violations. So last month they got creative. Come on, if there is a wild bear sitting inside a home, I think that's actually, there's cause to enter.
Well, right. I mean, it's a little bit urgent circumstances, right?
Yeah.
I mean, somebody could be in danger if they're in the home with the bear. And plus, the bear's going to harm itself, too.
Yeah.
Trying to get back out.
It doesn't make any sense. Whatever. So anyway,
this is why the city attorney is in this article.
Yeah, one or fewer people are killed by black bears each year in the United States. But apparently in Sierra Madre, you're going to have much closer call because they're going to open doors and walk all inside. And
you're going to be a little surprised if you go into your house and there's a bear greeting you.
They're going to say...
Does it close the door behind it when it comes in?
Exactly. Puts the seat down, straightens the bed out when it's done, sleep in the night, I'm here for some honey, boo-boo. Moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today. Countdown to liftoff. NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 poised for pivotal launch. Well, guess what? They did it about an hour ago. Scheduled for September 28th, the SpaceX Crew 9 mission will launch NASA astronaut Nick Hague, I think is his name, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov on a 5-month mission to the ISS from Cape Canaveral. But stay tuned, there's more about this because there is an issue with the ISS while they're flying off to it. Not only are there 2 astronauts sitting up there waiting to come back down after an 8-day mission turned into an 8-month mission, but something's
Do we have
leaking.
another article on the other issue?
We do. So only 2 people went up because they're going to bring back the other 2, but not for a couple of months. I cannot imagine the laundry. I mean,
Exactly. I can't imagine the disheartenment when this arrives and you're like, well, you still need to wait for several months to go back.
Yeah, really. But we brought you a Kit Kat and maybe some water and maybe some clothes. I don't. Oh, we forgot your clothes.
Oh, right.
That's on the moon. Well, this article is over at scitechdaily.com and it's by NASA. And that rocket actually took off this afternoon, maybe 2 hours ago now. And it was, at least as far as I watched it, a picture perfect launch as usual. What I giggle about now is this rocket can go up and back without a problem, without a hitch, unless they're doing something experimental, and then there's no people on board. But Starliner couldn't get that sieve off the freaking ground without leaking stuff all over the place and wetting the bed. I don't understand it.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But that also raises the question of why not bring those two astronauts back immediately?
Yeah, just go up, dock,
Because they can
grab them,
then
bring them back.
redo another mission.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they need 4 people to play Space Twister. And so they just brought 2 more people up there. And they're like, well, we're here, so let's play Space Twister. Can you imagine playing Twister in 0G?
It'd be tough to stay on your spots, I would imagine.
Velcro.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. Of course, you might get tied up in a knot.
You might be pulling the board with you, though.
Yeah, it's just one big mass bouncing around in the cabin. Anyway, there's not really much to say here. Just follow the link through ohmTown. You'll be able to watch the launch because it was recorded. And SpaceX is pretty much, rocking this. It's pretty cool. So it's just going to fly off, dock. Everybody's going to hang out for 5 months, and then they're all going to come back happy, right? Everybody's happy. Moving on. Next article's over on the Mobile Channel. National Coffee Day is Sunday, and here's where to score some deals. Coffee purveyors and enthusiasts are celebrating National Coffee Day on Sunday, honoring the rich aromatic brew that kickstarts the mornings and daily routines of many Americans. But only Americans.
Oh, this is probably focused on American deals.
Whoa. Only Americans. Coffee is not consumed by anyone.
Americans didn't even invent coffee culture.
Hey, look, I don't want to belabor this, but it's obvious. It's in print at qz.com. Francisco Velasquez put this article together. It's a slideshow, though. It says Dunkin', Starbucks, Krispy Kreme are offering promotions. You better get there early because they'll probably be bombarded by people on Sunday getting their deals.
Well, everybody will be thrilled to get anything free for food or beverage because of all the prices.
Ew. Astronomically expensive, yeah. From its origins in ancient Ethiopia to its status as a modern staple, coffee has become a cherished ritual for millions. Specifically,
I guess Ethiopia developed coffee culture. I was thinking somewhere like Italy, right, where it's
oh, right, part of
the daily routine.
Culture.
I know it's not only there, but just as an example.
Right. So in the U.S., a lot more adults are drinking coffee now compared to a decade ago. Specifically, there's been a 37% increase in the number of adults who drink coffee, making it the highest rate of daily coffee consumption in over 20 years, according to a recent survey by the National Coffee Association. I'm sure they would never poo-poo their own association's metrics.
No, but don't most people that you encounter drink coffee? Like, it's a pretty common thing.
Yeah. Would you go to Wendy's for coffee?
If they were ever have free coffee on National Coffee Day, probably.
So Wendy's, Tim Hortons, Paris Baguette. I don't think that. I thought her name is Hilton. Anyway,
does it come with a cute little dog and a handbag?
That's hot. So Blue Bottle Coffee Caribou Coffee, Pete's Coffee, Krispy Kreme, Starbucks, Dunkin' are just some of the deals that are set aside by QZ.com. So swing by Dunkin'. A hole in yum. I don't know. Why didn't they make it a hole in yum, not hole in yum? Just put the A there. It's one letter.
That
Moving
costs
on.
more to make the posters or whatever.
All right, it's not FedEx. So the next article is over in the Mobile channel. Breathing may introduce microplastics to the brain, according to a new study.
Everybody, quick, stop breathing. Oh, you were safe there for a little bit.
For a little while, yeah. Mayor Watt passed out. So small plastic particles are everywhere in the soil where our food is grown, in the water we drink, and in the air we breathe. They got there from the plastic we throw away, which ends up in landfills, rivers, seas. There, the plastic waste slowly breaks down, releasing tiny particles called microplastics and nanoplastics. Ta-da! So then we inhale it. Michael Richardson and Mira Wang from The Conversation put this article together, and this is...
Okay, wait. Isn't that the name of the Kramer character? You think he was involved in the research?
Michael Richardson?
I think that's the actor.
Oh, really? Yes. I'm going to go with yes. I believe it. The article is actually over at phys.org, so I'm going to say that yes. Is it really Michael Richardson?
I think so.
Oh, don't make me question.
Oh, it's Michael Richards. Sorry.
There is a Mike Richardson, though. A publisher, writer, and producer.
Okay,
The
so
founder
it'll
of
be
Dark
him.
Horse Comics. Oh, I know Dark Horse Comics. All right. Anyway, don't get distracted, Mayor Watt. Moving on. Microplastics are also increasingly being found throughout the human body. It says we are not sure how they got there, though there are 3 probable routes. We may ingest microplastics when we eat, drink, and breathe them into our lungs or absorb them through our skin. Another route has recently been suggested whereby microplastics get all up in our noses and from there all up into our brains. But is it 0.5%?
Yes.
So 0.5% of your brain is microplastics.
So I'm not sure how you're going to avoid the breathing part.
Filters, man. Oh. So for a long time, it was thought the human brain existed in splendid isolation from the rest of the body. The so-called blood-brain barrier, a special layer of cells, protects the brain from all manner of pathogens and harmful substances. However, we now know that the brain-blood barrier can be breached because small microplastic particles have been found in the human brain. But how did they get there? They might have drilled their way in, not just from the blood, but you suggest that the blood-brain barrier, that's kind of how I thought, even throughout the body. We've ingested them, breathed them in, inhaled them into our nose or whatever, and they've just kind of wiggled their way in, kind of like a splinter, right? Working its way in instead of out. So they suggest the nose were the special nerves, the olfactory nerves that detect smells. The olfactory nerve runs from the inside of the nose through the skull and then directly into part of the brain called the olfactory bulb, which for some people it just is burned out. And sorry, that was funnier in my head. The researchers suggest the microparticles breathed into the nose may somehow get transported along the olfactory nerves and into the brain. The researchers came to their conclusions by analyzing tissue samples from residents of Sao Paulo who had died and undergone routine coroner's autopsies, and they removed the olfactory bulbs from these brains and analyzed them using a variety of technique. That just does not sound pleasant.
No, it does not.
It's like that meme, that legal meme about was the victim deceased? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Well, how could you be sure? Well, I was holding his brain.
Yeah.
That's a little law school thing, I suppose. So 8 out of the 15 brains studied had microplastics in their olfactory bulbs. However, these 8 samples had only 16 microplastic particles between them, which is perhaps some comfort. Well, yeah, I suppose. Those 16 plastic particles included fragments, spheres, and fibers, and were made of polypropylene, nylon, and other plastics. Some of the fibers could have come from clothing, and it makes sense because laundering clothes made from synthetic fibers is a significant source of microplastics in the environment. And you rest your head on potentially non-natural fiber materials.
That's true.
So nanoplastics are stuff that's even harder to detect because it's 1,000th of a millimeter in size. Unfortunately, we know that nanoplastics and microplastics have a negative effect on biology, mainly because there's no recourse for the body. You can try and encapsulate it, the body tries to encapsulate it in something, but it can turn into something worse, or it pierces an embryo, in an animal, and it's done.
Right, or the body could attack whatever the surrounding is, or any number of variables.
And there's chemical off-gassing and conversion and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a hot mess, folks, and it's of our own doing. So convert, switch over to glass as much as possible. But let's keep moving. I'm going to record this show, and then I'm going to check the audio and make sure that everything is lining up. And then there's going to be a little bit of a break. And then we are going to do Reality Hacker. But Reality Hacker has a change. We're going to actually reduce it to 5 articles, a 30-minute show instead of an hour-long show. See if everybody... where we go from here depends really on the show. Like, if people like that 30-minute profile, then we'll stay there. If I get any feedback saying otherwise, then we'll adjust with that in mind. Anyway, the next article is over in Technology Today, which is another one of our shows. All of the weekly shows will be converted into 30-minute shows, by the way. But
going forward, not the previous ones.
Yeah, moving forward. And I'm still working on a way to easily convert it into 10-minute segments or 6-minute segments or shorter, so that we can do shorts on TikTok and other places. But there's actually more plans behind this. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Matter of fact, why the new standard could derail the future of smart homes. So Matter, this is this new standard that everybody is adopting. So Matter is making smart homes far more accessible than ever, but today's drawbacks of the standard could hurt the smart home more than help. And the standardization, unless it evolves and everybody buys into it, and there's a standardizing body that pushes the next feature set and everything becomes future proof, then Matter just gets locked in, which means that any older technology can't be adapted to the newer modifications.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a major problem depending on how you've got your home set up.
Yeah, and this is something that we've talked about before. For instance, my thermostats are older thermostats because you figure, they're one and done. There's only so much, right? But they've actually launched Matter versions of the thermostats that I have. And those thermostats now are slightly hobbled because the infrastructure is being modified to support Matter, but not the older tech. I have cameras from, let's say the same superarching organization. I will refer to them as the Umbrella Corporation, which, if you're into sci-fi, you know all about them, where they bricked the cameras with zero support afterwards. They didn't upgrade me to the lowest end even feature of the next model or whatever. They basically just gave me the bird.
Stop killing tech.
There you go. Yeah. minimum viable product and leave it in perpetuity, but the software is gone that supported that. Anyway, Chris Weddle over at cnet.com put this article together, and they're showing a light bulb called a Wiz Smart Bulb offers an impressive range of tunable whites and a nifty trick of acting like motion sensors for automations. There's actually a feature that's coming called Li-Fi. It's been around for a while, but Li-Fi is basically Wi-Fi, but wherever light goes, so goes a wireless signal. Operates at the near speed of light. Pretty amazing technology, but if you walk off into a shadow, you don't get the same functionality. So the promise of connected smart home is something that fans of sci-fi TVs or movies have dreamed for decades. The mayoral mansion is basically a sci-fi type of environment where you can talk to smart speakers and turn on lights, turn on fans, TV, change stations, etc. You know, it's a real hoot.
It's very up to date.
Yeah, I mean, ohmTown is a cutting edge town. It's kind of hippy dippy in its aesthetic, and doesn't really take itself all too seriously. But it's. Have you ever seen Eureka, the TV show Eureka? It's kind of like that. Okay, except that I'm not going to blow up the town and put us into an alternate dimension.
Not yet.
So, with access to a wide range of smart home devices, and part of the equation that needed improvements was connecting to hubs and then their management. For years, there was a lot of back and forth about standards. Well, now Matter. But the universal connectivity standard could cause more harm than good to the smart home space, at least in its current form. Matter's limitations to allow users to access all or most of a device's features run the risk of turning users off of smart home entirely due to the expectations set by the product and Matter's inability to deliver on those features. So Matter, Zigbee, Z-Wave were the two primary forms of connecting smart homes and other IoT. And then dedicated specific brand products like Philips Hue had its own hubs. And then Samsung SmartThings, Home Assistant, Homey, Hubitat, and more. Matter basically is getting injected into everything so that it has a standard. But
you know what? That also concerns me. Not just in terms of the loss of existing, but it seems a little too centralized.
Hey, yeah. So kind of like Windows and other operating systems where everything is always the same. One flaw means that all of them are susceptible because everything is always in the exact same spot. Well, it's very difficult to randomize that. So you have to balkanize, which means you don't have everything automated through your security company, because if your security company gets breached, then your property is breached. You don't have all of your cameras from the same organization, because if something happens with that one organization, then all of your cameras are bricked or whatever. So you balkanize, and while the friction is higher, your overall safety has been expanded greatly. So by utilizing Wi-Fi, manufacturers could begin offering product features that weren't possible before, such as lights reacting to music, lighting scenes with moving lights, weather tracking, and more. Owning all parts of the device and software allowed brands to begin distinguishing themselves from others, but this helped to create chaos for users, sort of. You bought into an ecosystem. Now, it just kind of gets dumbed down and everybody is fitting to the standard, which means where is the competition to push forward something innovative?
Well, there isn't any, right? And then it's hard to break in because it's so widely adopted.
Yeah. And so people ask, is it Matter compatible? Well, no. Well, then I don't want it. Right? Because everything else is Matter compatible. So when Matter gets breached or there's a security issue, not just with Matter, but in the hyperlocal sense, right? Then everything is compromised. And that's kind of the problem that I have. So it says, of course, each brand wanted to be unique in some way. This leads to more chaos because sometimes a device will work with Google and Amazon, but not with Apple or the other way around. The proposed solution is Matter. So that's where we ended up. So Matter dumbs down most smart home devices. This is exactly what I said. So here's the deal. If you're new to this place, to ohmTown, we don't read the articles prior to the show. But we have some experience with this kind of thing. Like I used to create a product that you could hide things inside, and then companies started making stuff more aesthetically pleasing because people finally got wind like, hey, I don't want like just a solid black device all the time. And so I've had Amazon smart speakers, I've had other smart devices to test out this product that was being developed and stuff. And I have Hue stuff all over, and I have other, like LifeX and other things, and several other kind of cameras for security and whatnot. What I want, though, is competition breeding innovation, forcing the hand to lower price, increase quality, provide value-added services at a price point that keeps the quote-unquote enemy at bay, right? You want everybody fighting for you as a consumer, but that's not what's happening. Everybody is just playing to the platform now. Matter.
Right, exactly. I think this is going to hurt the consumers in the long run.
So it says if you were to download the device's dedicated app, then you would see all of those advertised options. But if you have more than one brand of smart device, let's say a light bulb from Govee and a smart plug from TP-Link Casa, these are awesome, you will need two apps to access all of the features. Like I have power strips that use a proprietary app to control their timing for the farm. So, and I do I grow microgreens in coordination with the Sentient AI. And so for me to turn on and off a farm, I can actually remotely activate it. Now, since then, I've upgraded to a different type of system that does the same thing, and it's much more heavier lifting, but you can do that kind of stuff too, but it's balkanized. So not only does this create clutter on a user's phone, but it also confusion because you have to remember which device goes with which app. But using Matter to control it all creates some disappointment. It's disappointing because you got something you were excited about from the ads and seeing it at a friend's house or on TV, only to start using it and it's far more limited than you thought. And that's because all it does is whatever the standard Matter offers.
Right, which might not be as good as what something else had.
Yep. This article actually goes into more detail, but what it really needs is competition and the standards body for Matter accepting and evolving. So Connectivity Standards Alliance. Personally, when looking at the landscape of smart home devices, Matter has little impact on whether they purchase a product, as of today at least. So it says here, for as much disdain as I have for the massive number of smart device apps on my phone, they say 38, they can't bring themselves to buy or recommend a product with Matter as the deciding factor. But to me, what I want is Matter because I can control at the minimum all of the devices, but I still want the customization options that a proprietary app would have. So if I want to turn everything off, I want to be able to just say, go dark. And
right, don't say something that's an actual command.
Yeah, exactly. Like the command to turn off all of the lights in ohmTown is, oh no, it's the popo. Moving on. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. An International Space Station leak is getting worse and keeping NASA up at night. A NASA Inspector General report gives a new detail on a leak that has plagued the ISS for 5 years, reveals the agency considers it the highest level risk. The article is over at Wired.com. Eric Berger from Ars Technica actually wrote the article, but it's published at Wired.com.
Okay, they just sent 2 more people up there. But it's also been going for 5 years, so.
I think some bubble gum might fix it. Duct tape. Duct tape.
Maybe one of those tomatoes could block the leak.
Yeah, they are rolling around up there apparently, just like Freematoing it. So new details about this leak. In February of this year, NASA identified an increase in the leak rate from less than 1 pound of atmosphere a day to 2.4 pounds a day. And in April, this rate increased to 3.7 pounds a day. Despite years of investigation, neither Russia nor U.S. officials have identified the underlying cause of the leak.
So 2 countries are working on this and they can't solve it?
How do you find a leak in space?
I don't know, listen for a whistling sound or something.
Yeah. Do y'all hear that? No. What? Hear what? So the plan to mitigate the risk is to keep the hatch on the Zvezda module leading to the PRK tunnel closed. Eventually, if the leak worsens further, this hatch might need to be closed permanently, reducing the number of Russian docking ports on the space station from 4 to 3. So they know where it is, and they can't actually find the hole.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Come on, you've had years to hunt this thing down. Find the freaking leak and plug it so that you have full range. I think that there's something secret going on. There's an alien in there that's sucking up the atmosphere. So the Russian leaks are now classified as 5, both in terms of high likelihood and high consequence. In the 5x5.
That doesn't sound good. Out of 5?
5x5 risk matrix. So likelihood, I guess chance of problem and consequence. It's in the 5x5.
Right. Both are, it's at the highest level.
Yeah. So an uncertain future, but see, the thing is that ISS is being decommissioned anyway. So.
Yeah, so that's probably the issue too. Like, do they want to sink a lot of time and money into this? I mean, I don't know. There's people in there, so maybe.
Yeah, what else are you doing? Spend a couple of hours and just look around, hold up a match and see which way.
Maybe. I know who can solve this.
Those 2 extra people.
Exactly. They've got lots of time on their hands.
They weren't even supposed to be up there. Come on, pull your own weight.
So it's extra time.
Swab the deck, matey. Moving on. So this next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. I'd love to do that show. That would be a lot of fun. Basically, it's kind of like the restaurant review kind of a thing. Those shows where somebody from the restaurant industry goes barging into somebody else's business?
Oh, do you mean like a behind the scenes thing?
Yeah. And
like
they
undercover boss kind of things.
Yeah, and they basically say, this is garbage. How could you serve this? The chicken is ice cold inside and it clucks, that kind of a thing. That's what I want to do. So can technology fix the broken concert ticketing system? The increased use of AI may prevent tickets being resold at excessively high prices, but no. Look, it's supply and demand, okay? If people are willing to spend, the bigger problem here is that these aren't being sold to the people that want to go to the concert. So what really needs to take place, fix it like this. If a person buys the ticket, they bought the ticket. If they don't return the ticket within a week of the show, they've bought the ticket. Done. It's their name. They show ID.
Let transfers occur. Like, it seems like this could easily solve this problem.
But that's not, I got sick and all of that kind of stuff. But I hate to break it to you. You bought the ticket.
That doesn't get you out of anything else. You buy an airline ticket or something, you're mostly paying for that, regardless of whether you take the flight.
Yeah, and because greedy bastards have made it so we can't have nice things, if we had a society that wasn't plagued by predatory practices to the point where our Our laws entirely exist because of abuses, not because everybody is doing the right thing. It's the laws
I
are.
know, it was people who dared to walk a cow down Main Street.
Look, I said that I wouldn't do it anymore. The town said that they wouldn't take my cow away. But hey, when I want a
It's
fresh
true.
burger, this is what a person does. Sam Gruitt over at BBC.com put this article together, and this is not Sam. This is American. Wow, this is how they categorize this person. American Jackie Thrapp found that it was cheaper to fly to Europe to see Taylor Swift.
Okay, that tells you how absurd ticketing has become. Because it's not cheap to fly to Europe. And there's lodging and everything else.
And it's not cheap to see Taylor Swift, so. But the cheapest tickets for the remaining U.S. dates of Swift's continuing Eras tour now costing $2,500 on the resale market, up from their face value of $49.
Which
Some American
actually
fans.
sounds pretty reasonable as a ticket price in this day and age.
Pretty reasonable?
$49.
Are you out of your mind? Pretty reasonable? That is nothing. I know you're from the future, but what tickets were you buying when you were in your Terminator body in the future?
Oh, they cost easily $10,000 and above.
Oh, see? So is it a clone of Taylor Swift? Multiple Eras tour?
Oh no, that was for like the lowest level performer.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, based on what's her name, Katy Perry, that's Ed Sheeran, right? Because she like slammed Ed Sheeran recently. Did you hear about it?
Oh, I missed that. No.
Basically, she implied that all that a dude has to do is wear jeans and play a guitar, and everybody flocks to their concerts, like Ed Sheeran, said Ed Sheeran. As opposed to her, and she's like in this get up and all this stuff and big show, and I'm like, come on now, that's so disingenuous. Maybe your voice sucks. No, I'm kidding. I'm not picking on Katy Perry, but try it. I know plenty of musicians, female and otherwise, that hey, I just rolled out of bed and here I am playing the guitar, and they're making bank. You have to have charisma and be likable and not kind of being, kind of a jerk and saying that Ed Sheeran's phoning it in because of the way he's dressed. Makes sense? Anyway, she's in deep water, so she's like trying to deflect.
Oh, I know. She's deflecting. She's had like a lot of negative press recently.
I want to throw something across the studio, just like, hey, look over there. But there's nothing here that's unimportant. Anyway, although Jackie bought 2 Swedish tickets on the secondary market, the markup of the most expensive was only around double its face value. This is said to be because buying resold tickets is not an established thing to do in Sweden, unlike in the US and UK. So you know what? Now some tool is going to start doing that.
Somebody's going to go from the US or UK to Sweden to make this happen, which is a shame.
Are there greedy bastards in Sweden?
Probably, right? But maybe they're focused on other industries, or who knows?
Like what? I want to see if we can come up with something that a greedy bastard in Sweden would try and resell at black market prices.
Accommodations in a lodge to view the Northern Lights or something. I don't know.
Yeah, those are expensive. But well, anyway, in the UK and the US, the price of resold tickets can currently be as high as people are willing to pay. In April, 250 musical artists, including Billie Eilish and Cyndi Lauper, signed an open letter that said predatory resellers and called the current ticket system broken. I agree. I don't know. I think the big thing here, it says Tixology's electronic tickets also have the rotating QR code that is said to be extremely difficult to copy, so that fake ones are instantly spotted when scanned. And a venue or artist can select a function called Disable Transfers, which prevents a user from emailing the ticket to someone else. This makes them much harder to resell.
I mean, I think a little bit of that'll go a long way. Right now, people can
Yeah.
buy up a bunch and then sell them, and there's nothing in the ticket. But it seems like if they could just disable that,
Yeah.
it would
Yeah.
put a stop to it overnight.
Yeah. If you think that you're not going to make it, you have a week before the concert to sell it back, transfer it back to the original seller, right? So the venue.
Right.
But the friction is too high for the venue to sell tickets and process all of that and babysit. So you
Yeah,
have
but then you
Ticketmaster
still
and
just
other.
don't have a return. Basically, have a no return policy.
And when it's $50, it's almost approachable. Like, okay, I really screwed up. I took the hit, you know, or turn it in for you get 50%
For a
credit.
future show or
Yeah,
something. I don't know.
80% credit or something. Let it ride. Who cares? You're getting what the ticket price of the venue is, not the black market punishment, because there are people with more wealth being able to buy up a large swath of tickets and then resell them. I mean, it's so predatory, but you're going to have, antisocial people out there that think that, well, I've got more money than you, so I can buy up 100 tickets and sell them for 10 times the face value, easy mode. All you poors need to just step up and get your bots moving faster. It's people like that prevent us from having nice things as a society. Let's move on. Next article's over in Technology Today. Amazon Prime Day sale is coming, but don't be quick to click, says this CFP. All right, so certified financial planner.
Thank you for defining that because I was not sure what that was.
So there it is. Loink. I knew they had to break it out. So, and yes, there are certain things that you actually have to do. Like an engineer, to be truly called an engineer, you actually have to be an engineer, educated to a certain level and do certain things for X number of years and blah, blah, blah. And depending on where you are an engineer, it's even tougher. Like there are certain things in Europe and other countries. Anyway, this person, Greg Merced, a certified financial planner and CEO of BusyKid, who shares recommendations on how to snag Prime Day sales without blowing your budget. I'm going to summarize. And this is what I've been telling people for 20 years. I don't necessarily follow it myself because I'm bad at following my own advice. But don't finance everyday purchases. Why? Because the squeeze is not worth the juice. So this is low, 4.25%. If you're going to finance something, I would not finance a damn thing. And that's basically what they say.
Something that's a frivolous purchase.
Even if it's $2,000, unless you know that you're going to pay for it by the end of the month, do not finance it, because none of these are actually the loans that you're going to be getting. First off, you have to be spectacularly situated with your credit, 850 or higher, 800
there
minimum.
Might be fees or percentages on top, depending on whatever their terms are.
It's an unsecured loan, even if it is for a product, a device, unless it is real property like a car or a house, it's not secure. And so this is not what you're going to be getting. This might be a credit card or something like that. But it is not 3.25%. It's closer to 26%. So I'm not even sure what they're actually looking at here. These are their partners, but you're not getting that from a credit card. You might get that from something like a firm or something like that, might have a low interest rate. But not all of these are actually going to be giving you that rate on a credit card. American Express. Again, if your credit rating is spectacular, then maybe you'll get it.
Right, but the point is just don't, right?
Just don't. Yep. So it says stay away from financing. That's what the deck statement is. And the author of this is Dashia Milden, and then the editor is Courtney Johnson, and that's who put the article together. But they coordinated this with Greg Merced, a certified financial planner. And I could have told you this, and this is what I tell people all the time. Don't finance. Like if you're going to buy a computer and the computer costs $2,500, you're going to be paying 6% more APR, depending on what your credit rating is. So you could pay as high as 12% APR. So 2% of your $2,200 is going to be every month. That's just interest. Then you have to do the principal as well. It's a either 2 to 5 year loan typically for financing a piece of equipment like that, which means $115 plus a squeeze. So anyway, don't do it. And with that in mind, we're going to consult our CFP, and they're going to say, well, you've got 4 minutes to spare. And that's going to bring us to the front page. Ta-da! So just imagine you're walking up and then back down Main Street, ohmTown every day. That's non sequitur news. You look in the shops, you look around. Hey, I really like that. And we talk about what's in the shop, and then we leave to another shop. It's kind of like a bar crawl, except that it's news and information. And we're not going to end up face down in the gutter going, never again, never again.
Hopefully not, unless the news is really horrendous.
I don't know, man. You get drunk on information sometimes. All right, folks. Well, that's it. We have to do some noodling around. You're going to say bye? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. I'm Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we talk about the news every day. You want to say bye now?
Sure. Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We have some weekly shows coming up, though, so be sure to like and subscribe so you know when we're going live.
Stay tuned. Pick up that can, citizen. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 29th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 273. And I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future as co-host, we are going to talk about starting your cooking oil engines, a billion oysters, speeding alerts for the least alert, licensing hits YouTube, bees nests to behold, a mini moon, new California Disney desert city homes, mysterious methane surge, plan your Halloween with AI, and public Wi-Fi is not safe. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Well, the shows are. I am powered by calories. But go over and become a citizen so that you can read along with us and troll through all of the articles on your own. But don't forget to join us over on Twitch and YouTube. We'll see you on the other side. All right, folks. So we've got 10 articles for Non Sequitur News, but we actually have 6 other shows that are now 30-minute shows. We try to get there down to 30 minutes, but there are 5 articles each show. And starting next weekend, this format change is going to take place where we're going to do 30-minute shows on top of the Non Sequitur News show that is an hour long. And then all of the articles that are submitted internally and externally, wherever they're coming from, will be posted over on Patreon. And yeah, I'm about to... Okay, anyway, let's get into it. The first article is over in Four Wheel Tech. The cooking oil you eat was designed to lubricate engines in World War II. Canola oil is the third most used cooking oil in the world, falling just behind palm oil and soybean oil in terms of global consumption. But did you know that before the oil was a staple of almost every recipe you've ever followed, it was used as lubricant for things like warships and aircraft during the war?
So I am an unnamed voice, the Sentient AI, but I think that's absolutely outrageous.
An unnamed voice? Didn't I? I said that. I said right at the beginning, the Sentient AI co-host and I did.
I missed it.
I wonder why. So the article is over at jalopnik.com. Owen Bellwood is the author. And that right there, I guess, is the source of your engine oil / cooking oil. Canola oil. For those that are listening to the podcast, it's a big field of, well, they call it canola oil, which is engine oil. Yeah, so a type of seed oil, canola oil, is made by crushing the tiny seeds of a plant to extract all of the fat that's stored inside. Sesame oil is made in the same manner as olive oil, but also just made by crushing tons of olives. However, while those products have been consumed by people for hundreds of years, canola oil has only been suitable for consumption for about 50 years, and that's because we've been modifying it. Let's see. The flavor didn't really matter back then, though. The farmers across America and Canada began growing the crop to meet demand for lubricants brought on by the Second World War. Pretty interesting.
This is astonishing. I bet most people don't know this.
No, that's why I selected it. So I didn't actually know it. With the undesirable acid removed from the oil, it could be sold as a neutral tasting liquid that could be used for deep frying, added to cakes, or used in anything, or pretty much anything. Things like mayo. Now it's time for the clever Canadians to name their creation. They settled imaginatively on Canadian oil low acid canola.
AKA canola.
So soon, this was soon shortened to FedEx as we know it and love it today. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Federal Express was reduced to FedEx. And canola, well, Canadian low, gosh, that's actually hard to say. Canadian oil low acid is now canola. You'd think that it wasn't canola from the name, that it was named canola. I've never actually heard it referred to as Canadian oil low acid.
Yeah, that is just, I'm glad they didn't put that on the labels. I mean, who would buy that?
1 second. Okay. Yeah, a little distraction went a long way. So there's a video over on YouTube. I don't know where it's actually from. National Post, it says. National Post posted it over on YouTube, but it's how Canada convinced the world to eat engine lubricant. I'm sure that there are some people out there that are losing their mind right now. What?
Right, this is the canola oil conspiracy.
They're putting engine oil in me. Yeah. Could be worse, I suppose. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Greenagram, how 1 billion oysters could protect the New York coastline from climate change. Advocates argue that restoring oyster reefs that once armored shorelines could help to buffer against extreme storms. So we've had this conversation before. We've brought it up about how there are problems basically around Manhattan. Silt building up and other things, contaminants and whatnot.
Oh, I thought you meant like parking or something.
Yeah, you know, I had an idea about solving that problem too, but it would take a complete shift in the topology of Manhattan. And for whatever reason, I think that people would be freaking out right now because the ground floor wouldn't be the ground floor anymore. But you would have up above, instead of putting like the trains up above, you just built, because the trains and vehicles and all of that stuff is a lot heavier, you put it on the ground floor, but then you put all of the humans up above and they can take steps down into the various buildings down to the ground floor, but encapsulated in all of that stuff underneath is going to be regular roads. So cars are the only thing that spend any time inside these areas, not human beings. I think that it's kind of a great idea myself, but it would take building an entire platform, 20 feet up.
Right, that wouldn't be costly or anything. It would be really cool, though.
So it would basically be an underground street, but it would be the entire size of Manhattan. And then you can put walls all the way around it, and it would be Escape from New York. Never mind.
Oh, is that where you were going with this whole thing?
That's the long con, yeah. Well, the article that we were talking about, billions of oyster or a billion oysters, is over in nature.com by Alex Solomon. This is actually, I don't know how that actually ended up, because this is a daily show, so I don't know how this one ended up on September 29th. Must have been updated.
It was probably well, no, that would make sense if it came in like this morning.
Yeah, the article's from the 25th.
Oh, you said the 29th, sorry. Yeah, maybe it got republished or re-aggregated or something.
Interesting. I'll have to look into that. But nonetheless, the Billion Oyster Project is a nonprofit organization in New York City. It's leveraging the bivalves engineering skills to slowly build a living breakwater. After a decade of refining the process, the project is generating know-how for other efforts that it has inspired elsewhere. Quote, the foundations are there to rebuild these ecosystems, and there are considerable environmental and social benefits of doing this, says Melanie Bishop, a marine ecologist at Macquarie University in Sydney, Australia. But it is still unknown whether restored reefs can grow large enough to buffer coastlines, and oyster restoration proponents acknowledge that it will take an untold number of transplanted oysters and many years before reefs can provide a bulwark against rising seas. Dun, dun, dun. So that's what's going to end up happening. These are cement, or in this case, concrete is what they refer to it as. Concrete blocks with holes in it. Water can flow in. Life can build up on top of it. Reefs basically build on top of this. They throw these into the water. Domed structures called reef balls, which there's medication for them.
You don't want to have those.
Nobody ever wants reef balls. I mean, oceans do, but they'll be lowered into nearby waters to provide a home for young oysters, but much more than that is going to build around it and on it. But oysters,
you know what those remind me of a little bit?
Huh.
Those balls that have been found all over like the UK that they can't figure out what they are.
Oh, those Roman knitting balls.
Yes, but I don't think they are.
Yeah. Some people think that they're knitting balls. Other people think that, well, there's different sizes and they all have holes and they all have different... Oh, no, not all of them have holes, I don't think. But some of them, they're different shapes and sizes. And some people just think that they know. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Really? All right. But they look like dice to me. But why would you have holes in them? It's so overly complex. Doesn't make any sense.
And why wouldn't they all be uniform?
Ray Grizzle, a marine biologist at the University of New Hampshire in Durham, who has done scientific assessments for the project, says the juvenile oysters mostly settle within 400 meters of their parent reef. As a result, oysters might not self-seed readily at sites far from existing reefs, so seed a whole bunch of stuff in a local place and they'll just stay within that area. Grizzles, or grizzlies. Do you think his name is Grizzly?
Well, I was upset that he wasn't a zoologist or something, but
I mean, a
seemed like
marine
he was going in the right direction, but not a lot of grizzly bears under the water.
Grizzly. Or grizzles, or grizzly. I'm really sorry there, Ray. I'm just going to call you Ray.
It's got to be Grizzle.
Grizzle? And Grizzle's
Which
greatest.
is a great name.
It's very Harry Potterish. Grizzle's greatest concern is how pathogens such as parasite, like Haplosporidium, Nelsoni, and Perkinsus marinus might affect oysters over the long term. They're down to about 3 to 5 year lifespan now, when historically it was probably 10 to 20 years, he says. When the lifespan is reduced, so is the population's ability to form lasting vertical reef structures. He says, all the same, the project is moving in a good direction. So they're dying a lot faster due to biological threats, parasites in particular.
Which we're probably introducing by pollution or other issues.
Yeah, the pollution wouldn't allow it to manifest. That and climate change, making it more hospitable for the parasites to survive, I'm sure. If we were to peel back the layers of the onion, those are the two, right? And then there's reef resurgence is a section on this article, but I'll let you all go over there and check more about this out. I've been a real kind of proponent of technology like this because I'm used to be, at least, an avid scuba diver, and I haven't hit the water deeper than just a dive off of a diving board for way too long.
I thought you were going to say other than like a bathtub or something.
Pretty much, yeah. My shower is as deep in the water I get nowadays. But yeah, I love the idea of building up reefs and cleaning out ships that are no longer functional, like that one that's sinking off the coast. Where is it? There's that guy spent like $1 million trying to restore it.
Oh, that was in California, I believe.
Yeah.
The Craigslist cruise ship or something.
Yeah, they basically need to buoy this thing and then tow it out, make sure that it's clean because it has diesel fuel and other chemicals on it, but they clean it out and then they sink it and it becomes a reef and a wreck dive, and it becomes fun. So I think that's always beneficial. If you're not going to use it, then just sink it, but make sure that it's clean so life can actually grow on it. So anyway, there you go. Be careful of your reef balls. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. California governor vetoes bill requiring speeding alerts in new cars. I thought this was kind of silly at the time, but then it dawned on me when I read that it was vetoed. So this California bill would have required new cars to beep at drivers when they speed, and I've been told that this is in other countries. I don't know if they're still in other countries, but they have been in the past. Did Iceland have them?
No, but some Asian countries have had them.
Does Ireland have them?
Not that I know of.
Yeah. So
Iceland has very strict traffic laws. Like,
yeah.
They will pull you over for speeding if you're just above the speeding limit.
I don't remember them in Italy or Spain or Germany or France. Yeah, I don't know. And I've been to a few other European countries and I don't remember them, but I've never been to Japan, and I've never been to China. So I don't know, but I think that it's kind of absurd. But here's the thing. The people who do need to be alerted to their excessive speed are not the ones that are going to be paying attention to this one way or the other, really.
That's true. Yeah, the people that are cognizant of it, maybe they speed occasionally or something like that, are really not where this is needed. If it's somebody who speeds all the time,
yeah,
they're going to find a way around it, I'm sure.
Well, the thing was that it was going to beep a couple of times and then stop.
Right, so they're not going to go, oh, well, now I suddenly need to slow down.
Now I need to stop breaking the law. But look, I am not a person who is excessively worried about the speed, but there are people that are definitely not supposed to be speeding. Then there's others. Maybe there needs to be a too slow beeping beep too, you know? Like, there was somebody yesterday when I left ohmTown that was going so slow, I thought that they were in a time machine.
Maybe they were traveling backwards, like in Ferris Bueller.
No, I can explain what they were, but I'm not going to do it here. So Tran Nguyen over in the Associated Press put the article together, but it's from abcnews.go.com. The European Union passed similar legislation to encourage drivers to slow down. California's proposal would have provided exceptions for emergency vehicles, motorcycles, and motorized scooters. But this says the EU has passed similar legislation that basically if you're going over the speed limit, it would beep a couple of times. So in explaining the veto, Newsom said federal law already dictates vehicle safety standards, and adding California specific requirements would create a patchwork of regulations. So explain every toxic chemical notice everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, wood, for crying out loud. I think wood at Home Depot has a flag on it for some toxic chemical.
I think everything sold in California has that kind of sign.
Yeah. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over to Home Depot and I'm going to look. I wonder if a random Milwaukee battery pack has a flag on it. Not obvious, but I'm sure if I look a little harder, I'm sure I'll find it. Okay, well, I don't want to get too distracted. It is non sequitur news, though, so yeah, focus, Merwatt. So the legislation would have likely impacted all new cars in the United States, since the California market is so large that car manufacturers would likely just make all of their vehicles comply, which, wow. That's a little too much. So California often throws their weight around to influence national and even international policy. The state has set its own emission standards for cars for decades, rules that more than a dozen other states have adopted. And when California announced that it would eventually ban the sale of new gas-powered cars, major automakers soon followed with their own announcement to phase out fossil fuel vehicles. So California, you're not going to be able to buy an ICE vehicle by, I think it's 2035.
Right, it's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think that this makes much of a difference. I also think that
I kind of like the idea of it, but I just feel like you said, it doesn't get to the people who need it.
Yeah.
And honestly, it could be super annoying because in a place like California, if you're not speeding, you're getting run off the road.
Yeah, really.
So you're listening to the beeping, but you're like,
I'm still going.
Getting run off the road.
Yeah, I mean, if it beeps, it doesn't matter if they ignore it, and it's going to turn off. So what's really the big deal? What's the point? All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Songs by Adele, Bob Dylan, Green Day, many more are blocked by YouTube in legal dispute. And that's because the rights organization called CSAC is basically locking it down. They're having a conversation about the licensing. Attempts to play many, but not all songs by artists on Saturday were met with a message that there's a licensing issue. The article is over at variety.com by Jem Aswad. And That's what you're met with. This video contains content from CSAC. It is not available in your country. A similar dispute between UMG and TikTok raged on for several months earlier this year before being resolved. And in a statement to Variety, a YouTube rep said, "We have held good faith negotiations with CSAC to renew our existing deal. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, we were unable to reach an equitable agreement before its expiration. We take copyright very seriously, and as a result, content represented by CSAC is no longer available on YouTube in the US. We are in active conversations with CSAC and are hoping to reach a new deal as soon as possible." And CSAC said, "I'm not going to respond." So, and just for context, I had licensing with CSAC and ASCAP and BMI for several years so that I could play music. And unfortunately, it's a little more complex than that. You can't just get a license and stream to your heart's content. Certain things you actually have to get individual artists and every artist involved in the song. So sometimes you have to get permission from 30 people directly because the terms at ASCAP and BMI and CSAC don't cover it. So it's a real cluster. And it says with approximately 30,000 members and 1.5 million compositions, while ASCAP has nearly 800,000 members. But as caliber of artists affected by the block shows, it represents a comparatively large percentage of the marketplace. You can imagine trying to track down people so that you can get permission.
All the songwriters and all the participants in every song, right? The writers, the producers, I don't know, all the people, all the things.
And it seems like it's no matter what. Like if I am talking about it and chopping it up into a bunch of bits and talking about it, I will get crushed by claims, automated claims, without any human interaction. And I'll have to sit there and file a legal claim that I have the right to do this because it's transformative or whatever. And it's just kind of sickening because I'm not looking to use it as entertainment in and of itself. I'm using it to discuss the songs, and you can go and listen to it all to your heart's content for, $15 a month, all the music you want.
Right.
And I do that too. I've got I think 4 different music subscriptions, for crying out loud, so that I can listen to what I want to listen to when I want to listen to it. So I just think that this licensing stuff it's a little too much. And then the artist
just doesn't account for reality or like making anything easy, right?
Right. Yeah. There is no clearinghouse for music rights. It just doesn't work that way. As much as somebody says ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC do provide you a license, it's not like that. As YouTube can profess, somebody sees deeper pockets, and so they want to sit there and tilt at that, you're making millions off of the use. Yeah, but they're not coming for your particular use. They're coming for all of the content that is wrapped around this background music. Like I've got background music playing, and you can license that for a relatively low amount, or the artist just allows you to use it.
Yeah.
But it's incidental.
It just has not caught up to how people want to use music. And I agree with you. Like, it would be nice to just be able to click one button and have multiple platform usage, for example.
Yeah.
Or you could pick like single platform, whatever. But the point is, make it simple for the consumer.
Yeah. And the problem, though, is that it's always arbitrage pricing. So when somebody sees somebody else using that content, they want more money because you are making money, but it isn't necessarily that content. I'm not streaming that content. Again, like there are certain shows that I can't promote because there's something incidental on the screen there.
Right, that you're not even discussing or featuring.
Has nothing to do with, Roman Polanski. I'm not talking about Roman Polanski, but somebody watching this could file a complaint that I've got Roman Polanski's name on the screen and I have to defend it. I know that's being a little bit, overbearing. I'm being facetious about that part, but like somebody could see something that they don't like and file a claim, or it could
Right.
be deemed
Well, that kind of
political.
happens with the news, but I agree. That doesn't mean this is caught up to that.
Yeah. And like we're talking about something on Netflix, but if there is something that is audio and video on Netflix on my screen, Netflix files a claim. And it's automated, actually. Like any audio just flags
Right.
it
It's
instantly.
not like the person is doing it, right? They've just got some algorithm or something to do it.
And in some instances, I swear even video. I don't remember the last one, but I swear the last time I had just video, because I knew that Netflix was really touchy about the audio portion of it. I had muted it and we were talking over it and talking about the
Right, which are all the things you're supposed to do, right? You're not just letting it play and with the audio and not adding any value.
Yeah. And it's just incidental, that the fact that it's there, we're talking about the material, but we're not watching it. So it's very frustrating, the licensing. And like I've had people go, well, you're not a content creator, you're not a musician or an artist or whatever. And no, I've been there. I've been through the ringer. The stuff that I haven't done is probably less than the stuff that I, have done. I've done a lot, and little bits of a lot. And so I know about the licensing, and I know that people make their bread and butter from music, but in perpetuity for 100 years plus the lifetime of the art, 72 years plus the lifetime of the artist, and longer, depending on the term that copyright was put in place. It's just a little much, where a 3-second snippet can tank somebody's career. You end up in court like Ed Sheeran because somebody says that it sounds precariously close.
Right, next thing you know, he's playing the guitar on the witness stand.
My own private concert right there, and all I had to do was file a claim. Anyway, I think it's just too twisted, and it's too much of a battle axe than a scalpel. And copyright should be for abuse, not for general use and incidental interactions with a movie or a song or writing or whatever. Yeah, particularly when there's a value add. When there's value add, and nobody is sitting there saying, this is mine. Like, I'm never claiming that any of these articles are mine. What I'm claiming is mine is my opinion and my value add to it, and giving context to maybe the news being entertaining. But, anyway.
Right. But I think it's okay to talk about a news article and you're giving credit to the source of the article.
Yeah, and information is information. It actually can't be protected. Its embodiment can, but not the information itself. So, but I don't know. It's just a little too much. Free conversation, and somebody can take this video and sit there and chop it up and critique my critique, and that's fine. I have no problem with that, but it's about conversation. So, have at. Just don't misrepresent. If you chop it up and it misrepresents, then it's libel or slander. It is actionable, but just talking about this stuff shouldn't end up tanking somebody's life. All right, let's keep moving though. I kind of diverged about these songs because it's a pretty simple thing. There's licensing, maybe a little greed, excessive capitalism. Maybe that's
We would never have that in the mix.
No. So the next article is over in the Continuity Report, which is one of our 7 podcasts and shows. Next weekend, we will do all 7 shows. There's 8 total, but 7 of them are.
So it'd actually be 8, right?
Yeah, there's going to be 8, but 2 of them next week are non sequitur news. One on Saturday and one on Sunday that covers the previous 24 hours of news. And And Continuity Report is one of the shows that's going to be on Saturday, 30 minutes. And then it's going to get posted over to Patreon, YouTube. It's here on Twitch as well. But Twitch deletes stuff every 60 days, which is a real pain in the butt. And there's a podcast for each of the 7 shows. Yeah, follow us. And there's a Discord. There's been people on the Discord, but I don't really pump it up that much. But I'm working through posting things directly onto Discord as well. So if you try and consolidate, then, well, I don't know what you do, because I'm about as consolidated as all of those sources anyway. Anyway, this article is over in the Continuity Report. Make it your bee's nest to behold 911's glorious dumb bee NATO. There has been no escaping 911's bonkers Season 8 premiere promos. You know, the ones where a massive swarm of bees, a bee NATO as it's dubbed, swirls over sunny Los Angeles, droning over palm trees and the Hollywood sign, and hinting at catastrophe of biblical proportions. Millions of killer instincts roaming wild and causing people to run for shelter lest they get stung to death. Now that's a primetime television event, people. The only saviors in 911 are a select crew of first responders, specifically the folks of Engine Company 118, or the 118.
I mean, that sounds a bit over the top. Although anything with bees is always a win.
So I grew up with a similar show, Emergency. I grew up with Chips. I grew up with kind of, I don't know if these would be called procedurals. Would this be called a procedural? So ABC's drama.
I don't think so.
Season 8 premiere lives up to the buzz. So Lonnie, I think Gashar is the author. If I'm pronouncing that right, I'm sorry if I'm not. Or Gahar, I'm not sure if they pronounce it that way. Send me an email. So mayor@ohmTown.com and tell me how to pronounce that name. And I won't mess it up in the future. So the only saviors of 911 are a select crew of first responders, and that's Engine Company 118. The Fighting 118th. Or no, sorry, not fighting. It's the Rescuing 118.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. They're more than rescuing. They're the rescuingist. Maybe not. Anyway, bee NATO attacks. In between, these creatures wreak havoc during a 40-minute installment that gets crazier and funnier as it progresses. For devoted 911 fans, this is a regular occurrence. Co-created by Ryan Murphy, the series constantly portrays disastrous events, from a tsunami and a landslide to a cruise ship sinking. Still, don't underestimate the power of 22 million killer bees on the loose. Whether you've been watching the show since 2018 or just hearing about it now, this opener is a must-see. If you have to see it to believe it.
Oh, no.
What it says here. So you're fired. Anyway. Oh, gosh. Really? They even say that? Even so, Buzzkill does attempt to inject seriousness into the mix for a bit. For one scene, a bee flies into a man's mouth, thus blocking his airway.
Oh, no.
Anyway, that's it. I'm not even going to read the rest of this because I don't want to spoil it. We do have a spoiler tag now. Dude.
That's right. And this
dude.
probably would normally be in the continuity report, but it seemed appropriate for non-sequitur news.
We may actually pull it into a continuity report as well, but I was
We'll have
once
to see.
Some friends and I were stupid when we were young, and that's how I found out that I was allergic to bees, because I had been stung before and then I got stung again, and it's not the first time you get stung, it's the second time, and I found out that I was allergic to bees. Doctors nowadays say that I'm not allergic to bees, but I don't go around
Oddly
smacking bees around. And everything that I just said was pretext so that I could do that. Overshare. Anyway, we're getting these buttons all worked out so that our production value is not net negative. All right, let's keep moving. We only have 30 minutes, or yeah, we're way past our show time.
Well, no. This one we do is an hour show, but
Yeah, we only have 30 more minutes.
right.
And we're at, well, now we're at 37 minutes. We try to save time for you so that you can go and live your life a little bit by consolidating an hour or multiple hours of trolling through our site here at ohmTown.com. But you can do that too. Just go over there, become a citizen. It's real easy. Like ohmTown here, or ohmTown is the name of the bot that's in the chat that will allow you to get the show's articles. You can actually also get all of our podcasts by typing in !pod in the chat. Or if you want the show notes, you can add !show notes. And that will throw all of the syntax that's needed to pull the actual show notes, which are links and my titles. All right. Well, anyway, this next article is over in the Mobile channel. Earth will have a temporary mini moon for 2 months. Last time I did that, I got a ticket. So Christina,
did anything beep?
Yes. Beep, 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 beep. And the car went beep, beep, beep. Yeah, look that song up too. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, so phys.org is where this next article is housed. Christina Larson put the article together. But they're not talking about a moon. A mini moon is not
a mini moon.
A mini moon. This really should be. They shouldn't have this. I'm not quite sure why this is here. They say a super moon with a partial.
That's a super moon. Yeah, that's not the mini moon.
Yeah. Okay, so
maybe they don't have a picture of the mini moon.
Well, then simulate it and say that, because this isn't what you're going to be seeing. You're going to see a regular old moon, but you're also going to see an asteroid about the size of a school bus or one Chinese surveillance blimp, 33 feet, as it whizzes past. Whiz in the context of, anyway, the
Whiz air?
Whiz air. It's going to whiz air by Earth on Sunday, and it'll temporarily be trapped by our Earth's gravity and orbit the globe, but for about 2 months. This is the freakiest thing I've ever heard.
I don't think I've ever heard of this occurring.
This actually kind of bothers me, because they're like, oh, it's just going to orbit for 2 months.
It's like, wait, what?
So Space Rock 2024 PT5, also called Oh Shit. That's not its scientific name, of course. That's just what we call it here in ohmTown. Was first spotted in August by astronomers at Complutense That's a university? Complutense University? It must be, I don't know. University of Madrid, using a powerful telescope located in Sutherland, South Africa. The short-lived mini-moons are likely more common than we realize, said Richard Binzel, an astronomer at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The last known one was detected in 2020. Was it that close? Really? We knew about that?
I think everybody missed it during the pandemic.
I don't remember seeing a mini moon.
I don't either.
So it happens with some frequency, but we rarely see them because they're very small and very hard to detect. Only recently has our survey capability reached the point of spotting them routinely. The mini moon will circle the globe for almost 57 days, but won't complete a full orbit. On November 25th, it will part ways with the Earth and continue its solar trajectory through the cosmos. It's expected to pass again in 2055, maybe this time getting a little bit closer.
That really makes no sense, right? As if it kind of falls into orbit, why does it leave?
I guess the angle of attack, if it were to slow down a little too much, then it might become a second moon at that orbit, if it can stay in like geosynchronous orbit around the Earth. So you'd have another moon. They don't say how far away it is in this article. But it's if it's somewhere between the Earth and the Moon and has the right mass and energy, it could just sit. But this, I think, is reminiscent of DART.
Oh, exactly. And we will not know what's really up until years down the road.
Yep, 2055. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Disney unveils first model homes in new California desert city. And I think this is kind of interesting because I want to call this New California a splinter.
As in Fallout?
Yes, a splinter zone in California that's going to get its own everything. And it's going to be called New California, and Desert City is going to be, this is so dystopian, kind of solve that. The new city will feature a sandy beach in the middle of the desert that visitors can buy a pass to visit. Shannon Power over at Newsweek.com put this article together. And apparently, Cotino is the first such community coming to fruition. It's a residential community known as Story Living by Disney. It's located in Rancho Mirage in the greater Palm Springs area of California. The second Story Living community is planned for roughly 30 miles west of Raleigh, North Carolina. Disney opened the doors to media to view the newly built model homes that are located on the Blue Oasis Drive and Purple Iris Way streets in the new area, per Desert Sun news sites. I wonder if these are aggressively priced. What do you think? They're Disney.
Oh, they're not going to be cheap. I mean, plus they're probably going to be large square footage. I mean, we've seen other Disney communities online in other areas of the country that are very pricey.
Built by Shea Homes, which is one of 3 building companies working on the project. The display homes are part of the home styles in Cotino known as the Oasis, Agrarian, and Asperon collection. How much are these? You know what? 2,800, 2,200. Okay, so let me back up. The display house in the Oasis collection is a single-story home with about 2,300 square feet. I'm rounding up to the nearest 100. And has 2 bedrooms. The Agrarian collection is a 2-story building with around 2,800. I'm rounding down to the nearest 100 square feet. I could have just said 2,820 for crying out loud, but you know what?
Nah. Had to be fancy.
Why make it easy? The Asperon collection home had 2,925 square feet in a single story structure, and like the other 2 houses, features a backyard pool. So the Cotino one, called Long Table Park, that's the area of Cotino called Long Table Park. That's going to be designated for residents aged 55 and older.
So that's interesting, because then it's not. Does that mean it's also age restricted in that housing?
In that area? Yeah. Both display houses are located in the area of Cotino called Long Table Park, which is designated for residents aged 55 years and older. So, see the price yet? They haven't confirmed how many houses it has sold yet, but the houses are expected to sell from about 1 million and go above 2 million.
Above 2, right? That's like starting at $2 million, which means 4 million.
This thing is huge too. Cotino will have 1,932 planned homes across more than 600 acres, and features of the new community would include a 24-acre lagoon, a sandy beach, water sports, and a promenade. You'll be able to walk around on the promenade.
I mean, I'm sure it'll be like a full resort community. It's a shame that it's age restricted, and obviously the pricing is going to eliminate most people from buying here.
See, I don't think all of it is 55 and older. See? I mean, it's an area of Cotino called Long Table Park, which is designated for residents. So how big is Long Table Park?
So I don't know. If you're one of our viewers and you know, let us know.
Interesting, right? So access to the beaches would come at an extra fee as well as would access to other lifestyle features. So it's pay to play, baby. Wow. Oh, there's a video here. Step
Just
inside Disney
remember, you're
theme.
not getting furnished for that price.
Yeah, and I don't think that this video has to do with the actual. This is like some Disney themed house that's just randomly up for sale. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists finally uncover cause of mysterious methane surge during the global COVID shutdown. And I have to just come out right in front. I'm sorry. I was eating a lot of beans because I was shut in and COVID really spooked me. And so I was just eating chili. Cans.
Oh no, Mayor Watt caused this. That's what's going to be in the article.
Yep. So recent research attributes the sharp increase in global methane emissions between 2020 and 2022 to the greater inundation in Mayor Watt's consumption of chili. Wait, that's... How do they...
That's oddly not present in the article.
Oh, anyway, inundation in tropical wetlands and the decline in hydroxide in the atmosphere. Analysis of satellite data revealed that heavy rains likely linked to La Nina conditions amplified methane production in wetlands by enhancing anaerobic microbial activities, i.e., bugs were tooting. Well, bacteria was tooting.
I mean, I hope not.
Like the yeasties out there. Natural yeasties tootin'. Anyway, Tracy Peak, North Carolina State University put the article together for scitechdaily.com. And that's really what it comes down to. One of the leading theories concerning the sudden atmospheric methane surge was the decrease in man-made air pollution from automobiles and industry during the pandemic shutdown of 2020 and 2021. Air pollution contributes hydroxyl radicals to the lower atmosphere, and in turn, atmospheric OH interacts with other gases such as methane to break them down. Well, because the pandemic reduced the amount of OH concentration, therefore there was less OH available in the atmosphere to react with and remove methane.
Okay, so that's interesting. I mean, that's one of the first things I think we've heard that would be viewed as a negative during the pandemic.
The circle of life.
Were you waiting for me to stop talking before you did that? Or were you being dramatic?
I'm trying to hold something up that won't dox me, for crying out loud. Hakuna Matata. Anyway, that's right, folks. What we needed to do was all kinds of human off-gassing so that methane would have been abated by human process. It's a circle. See how we affect nature and nature affects us? I'm looking at you, Helene. Man. Anyway, their findings point to the wet tropics as the driving force behind increased methane concentrations since 2010, says the authors. There's a whole research paper. It's over at the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Inverse modeling of 2010 to 2022 satellite observation shows that inundation of the wet tropics drove the 2020 to 2022 methane surge. But not really, because it would have naturally done this. What has limited the methane surge is human activity.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this was on top of it, but it wasn't the cause of it. I mean, this obviously goes way before the pandemic.
Yeah, it's not a methane surge. The baseline would have been dramatically higher without human intervention, human activities. What is that called? I forgot what that's called when it's human caused. Not anthropomorphization. It's doggone it. Anyway, there's a term for it. My brain just shut down. Let's move on then. The next article is over in Technology Today. You can plan your Halloween decor with AI. Here's how. And I've just been signed out, for crying out loud. It just popped up.
Well, that's really convenient.
Not on ohmTown, on the reference for the article. So anyway, You can plan your Halloween decor with AI. Here's how: from super scary elements to kid-friendly spooks, AI can give you advice on everything that it takes to have the best decor. The article is over at CNET. Rachel Keen put the article together, and I'm probably not going to go through this whole thing. I'm just going to let you all go
And you
over and
might
check
want
it
to
out.
do a scary alert in case you have any younger viewers or listeners.
I only have spoiler and overshare. Now I need a scary one. I need a. Hold on. I wonder, is this? No, that didn't work. I have one called Alert, but I totally forgot what it is. Oh well. Okay, folks. Well, cover your kids' eyes. So you don't have to tackle the spooky challenge of creating cloud-worthy Halloween decor moment alone. They're using Midjourney, an artificial intelligence tool that uses text prompts and commands to create custom images on the fly to give them some visual ideas. So, oh wow, so they basically just directed Midjourney for creepy, dull, decorated work cubicle, and they are indeed not safe for work, meaning your coworkers will no longer feel safe around you if you decorate your desk this way. So how would you create a scary whatever for Halloween? I guess you'd have to make these.
Right, no, I guess so. And those could be terrifying and in the office next to you.
Like a doll's eyes. Like Jaws' eyes. Anyway, that's what they came up with. Mini haunted house, witch's den, spider invasion, a cubicle overrun by spiders, the decoration, stretch white spider webbing all over your desk chair, computer screen, hang plastic spiders from the ceiling or stick them to surfaces, add a large spider or queen spider looming over your space. How much of this would you be allowed to do in a workplace? Slim to
almost none, because the second somebody would complain before anybody saw it in management or something. But I don't think you'd be able to get away with anything that had any blood or anything scary.
Yep.
Unless you work for like a cool startup or something that's kind of like, do whatever you want.
Yeah. They would have to sit there and make you immune from anybody else saying, no, this isn't right.
Although that one might go okay, right?
This one's that's pretty tame.
Like cute Halloween, not scary.
Yeah, definitely not a government office for sure. None of this lighting would be allowed in it because of fire hazard
Safety
and whatever
hazard.
Else.
Exactly.
Yeah. All of this would probably be.
It's impeding the walkway.
Yeah, it's a distraction. Everybody's going to be there at that corner, all of that kind of stuff. Party poopers. I'll be honest. That's about as close as you can get.
That looks like a regular desk.
This is a damn horror show right here. I mean, I'm scared out of my mind. It says my boring non-witch den desk. And then they basically built it out. So the author here is the one that's doing this. So who knows how long they actually.
Yeah, the decorated one is much better, but if they're going to get away with it, I don't know.
Yeah, so give yourself a lot of options. Yeah, just load up Midjourney. It can be accessed via the web nowadays, but it used to be only on Discord. That's how I access it. So it says there are only so many creepy clown spider zombie decorations that are also appropriate for an office setting. Debatable, but I'm not dying on that hill in HR's office. Not again. See, they addressed it. All right, let's keep going. Our last article for today's non sequitur news is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is about business transformation. So why it's time to take warnings about using public Wi-Fi, like places like airports, seriously. Internet evil twins are stalking airport Wi-Fi connections, and cybercriminals behind the rising attacks are rarely caught. Hey, vamp for a second.
Okay. Well, when they said evil twins, I thought they meant from a horror movie or something. So, but I guess I don't, this is probably more terrifying than something fictional.
Okay, you're going to hear a little zipping sound here. Okay, so this is by far not the smallest gadget that you, there's some, wait, that shouldn't be transparent like that. Because it's not green, it's yellow. It's yellow-green. Anyway.
Well, it must be like it must think it's green or something.
Yeah, that little thing there is a pineapple, and it acts as a rogue access point. And I can carry that anywhere, put it in my backpack, and pretend to be your local access point. In fact, all of your devices, like your phone, are always sending off all of the access points that they've ever connected to, including your home. And all I have to do is run a piece of software, and I can pretend to be your access point, and your device will merrily attach to it. And my device will let you, but when you try to access the internet, it'll ask for a login, and people who aren't informed will just type it in. This is what happens in airports. Or I could say, hey, you can have access, but it's $1.99. And so you type in your credentials. It doesn't even need to charge you, but you've put them in my poison portal or evil portal, and ta-da, I have access. So I get your credit card number, all of its the secret code, everything. And I give you access, and it's a captive portal. So the miniaturization of the digital twinning technology is made the kind of attack more appealing to hackers, with the technology to pull off available for less than $500. Much less. A skilled threat actor could probably do that for about $50. So what cybersecurity experts refer to as an evil twin attack are on the rise, targeting public Wi-Fi in airports or coffee shops. I actually used to demonstrate that in coffee shops, and did it for fun and educational purposes, and had permission of the owner and everybody that became the target of it. I would basically walk over to somebody and say, hey, you want to see something interesting about technology? But public Wi-Fi I would say that it's worse than this, because they're talking about things like evil twin attacks, where you pretend to be something else, man in the middle attacks, where somebody is interpreting the data that you are utilizing and manipulating it. And they say evil twinning occurs when a hacker or hacking group sets up a fake Wi-Fi network, which is what I just showed you, most often in public settings. But if you are using public Wi-Fi, you're using the connection that somebody else is providing, which means that whoever it is that's providing it has full access to everything that you are allowing them to access, including what you are traversing to. So they know your DNS. They're giving you your DNS, so they know which websites you're going to. They can direct you wherever they want to. And so they have your encryption for that connection. And they can do all kinds of other stuff beyond that. Now, you could stick yourself in a VPN, but that's another thing. They may actually block that so that no illegal activity can take place.
That's true. Because I think there's been a more mainstream move toward VPN than there used to be.
Yeah.
Right. I think people sometimes were on VPN to avoid detection doing various things.
Yeah. But now everybody is doing it. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people are doing it simply because they understand what privacy is. But it's another service. And when you use somebody else's service, then you have to worry about them sticking to the privacy rules. But they can look at everything that you're doing if they're the provider of the VPN. So Today's evil twins can more easily hide. One of the dangers of today's twinning attacks is that technology is much easier to disguise. An evil twin can be a tiny device and be tucked behind a display in a coffee shop, and a small device can have a significant impact. Again, that device is only about 4 inches by 4 inches, and runs the full spectrum, of Wi-Fi up to a point, actually. So a device like that can serve up a compelling copy of a valid login page, which could invite unwary device users to enter their username and password, which can then be collected for future exploitation. It goes beyond that, though, because, again, I know all of your access points. And I can actually take this to the cellular level and create a thing called a stingray. And while both of those uses for nefarious purposes are federal crimes, the moment you do it for anything other than educational, or if you've been given permission to do it for professional purposes, you are running afoul of the law. In the United States, count on being caught eventually.
Yeah, that's true. It's very hard to get by undetected in the US. Overseas, maybe.
Yeah. In fact, we've talked about this before, where somebody was detected as setting up a rogue access point, and they were actually arrested by law enforcement in the airport because they were doing this. And somebody was committing a crime through the network as well. So the favorite way to avoid evil twin attacks is to use your phone's mobile hotspot if possible. Ta-da! So connect your laptop or tablet, if it doesn't have cellular service, to your phone's hotspot and stay outside of the public Wi-Fi. You're already paying for access cellular. You might as well connect to its hotspot. It says if a hotspot isn't an option, a VPN can also provide some protection. Even if someone else can see the data, they can't do anything about it. Yeah, they can't see what's inside because it's encrypted inside a different envelope. It's kind of like sending a letter inside a letter. Ta-da! And they talk about the rest of this as well, basically reiterating what I have been saying. That it's happening with regularity, and not every airport is going to care or have an active surveillance system. Like here in ohmTown, if somebody were to set up a rogue AP, the artificial intelligence that drives, and it's not the Sentient AI co-host, it's another artificial intelligence, monitors the airwaves and says, hey, there's a rogue access point, and actually triangulates where it is. So.
Right, you didn't give me the cybersecurity module.
Well, because I can't let you find your Terminator body, and then now you have the keys to the castle, and you can storm out and destroy mankind. But that's it, folks. Don't log in to public Wi-Fi anywhere. Not at McDonald's, not at the library, not anywhere, because you're basically, well, you have to be very, very well informed about what is truly a legitimate access point.
Well, and we did another article about where somebody wasn't hacked or anything. They got arrested for something they said while in an airport.
Yeah.
Because they had used the airport Wi-Fi and used bomb or something like that.
Yeah, they had made a joke about like a bomb or something like that. But it was like this innocent thing. Oh, what was it? This trip is going to bomb or something like that.
I don't even remember what it was, but I think the point was that not only was it not secure, people were probably reading the very content that was being sent, which is probably a concern for most people.
Yeah, they were doing deep packet inspection, so they actually saw the communication in plain text. Like email, by the way. Your email is plain text. So if you send an email and you make a threat, anybody along the way sees that threat, they can call law enforcement. And if it rises to the level, then you're going to get arrested eventually. So, yep. Yeah. Oh, What I didn't say was the article is over at CNBC. I was so excited to talk about this. It's over at CNBC. Kevin Williams is the author. Go and check it out. There's a little bit more in, well, not a little bit. There's a lot. And if it's something that kind of piques your curiosity, then there's a lot more in here that I think might, I don't know, stir you into action and becoming aware about technology to another level. But anyway, with that in mind, I am Mayor Watt. We are done for Non Sequitur News for September 29th, 2024. And the Sentient AI is going to say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us. And we're not on the main page.
Oh, hey, guess what? I'm going to change my access point. And look, we're back on the front page of Non Sequitur. Well, ohmTown.com, and Non Sequitur News is everything inside ohmTown.com. So go over there, check it out. Okay, nobody can see that. Only I can see that.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. We'll have another episode tomorrow. And don't forget to watch the replay.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be replaying after the show. And the podcast is going to get updated. And by next week, we will be posting all of the latest episodes over to the Patreon, as well as all of the submitted articles that didn't get selected, but were worthy of including in the main list. Mainly because we filter out and I get, we get other links from interested parties. And so we have more than the 10 that we select that we think are worthy of talking about, but we have to limit it to some degree. Otherwise, we'd never leave. And
that's right. We'd still be doing, today's news when it's time for tomorrow's news.
Tomorrow's news, yesterday's afternoon, today. All right, bye. Oh, no. I'm outie. Bye-bye. What day it is too late? Did you Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 30th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 274. And today, I, Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI will talk about the following articles. The last coal fire. So glad I got my AirPods back. Only bugs in the building. National Taco Tuesday. DirecTV merger incoming. And a prediction. Disaster for global automotive industry. AI votes for nuclear power. Time and temperature on the moon. Gen Z marketing script. And East Coast port strike. That and more. Powered by ohmTown.com. See you on the other side. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. And hello, ohmTown citizens.
See, I didn't miss it. All right. Hold on. I need to do something right out of the gate. If you hit NSN, NSN over in the chat on Twitch, it'll pull up all of the articles. So now it's part of the VOD. But to get the show notes over on YouTube, you'll have to wait a little bit because they don't get ported over. But you can always go over to Twitch. So if you're really anxious to get to the links that we're talking about, go over to Twitch. Hang out with us there. But there's going to be the show notes over on YouTube as well. And the podcast. And the other podcasts that we do. There's 6 others on top of Non Sequitur News. Those are going to be updated as well. Well, they're already updated. Anyway, there's going to be more this coming weekend. At any rate, let's get into today's articles. The first one is over on Technology Today, and that's one of our 6 other shows and podcasts that we do on the weekends. Britain's last coal-fired power station closes. They're going green. UK's last coal-fired power station will officially close its doors on Monday, making Britain the first G7 country to end its reliance on fossil fuel to produce electricity. So, I have mixed feelings about this because while I value it, the defensibility of power plants kind of relies on, I don't know, the ability for it to do what it needs to. Well, it needs to be able to generate power. And you can stick these things underground, deep underground, and let them off gas somewhere. Who knows where. But you can't do that with other green energy.
Well, and you can't defend all renewable energy.
Yep. Oh, whoa. I had to zoom in a little bit. So the closure of Ratcliffe-on-Soar, I think that's how it's pronounced. Watch it be Swar. A power plant that has dominated the surrounding central England landscape for nearly 60 years marks a symbolic step in the UK's ambitious plan to decarbonize electricity by 2030. They say UK's ambition to decarbonize, but I think it's ambitious because UK hasn't really felt the pain and suffering that could happen should things in the world get out of hand. And so solar.
But didn't they have that high issue with nitrogen in the agriculture? I thought that was in the UK, but I would agree in general. They have not seen the same things other parts of the world have.
Well, and I'm more talking about if things start going sideways, you have to plan for the worst and benefit from the best of times, right? So you plan for the worst of times. Well, they want to become carbon neutral by 2050. And they have this quote here: "The era of coal might be ending, but a new age of good energy jobs for our country is just beginning," Energy Minister Michael Shanks said in a statement. Oh, and I went to a conference today wherein the same type of ideology was proposed about a different sector, wherein artificial intelligence is going to take over jobs, right? But us as humans, we go, you know what? We'll just get more better jobs somewhere else, right? This is like this. I think it's a fallacy. And this is, I think, as well, right? You're not going to create good energy jobs in the country by eliminating energy jobs in the country without having the infrastructure in place to support the new good energy jobs.
That seems to be a lot of energy jobs, but I feel like that was kind of cyclical.
So the 350 Uniper employees and contractors that work at the site will either be redeployed to other roles within the company or leave the business within 3 redundancy windows before the end of 2026. So you can see they didn't find jobs for the people. They kicked the can down the road for a year and a half.
Right. They'll hope that they just leave or retire or whatever.
Well, unironically, they're going to lose the energy to seek out a new position.
Well, you don't want to lose the energy when you're talking about energy positions.
Yeah, so of course it says the polluting fossil fuel played a vital role in British economic history, powering the industrial revolution of the 18th and 19th centuries that made the country a global superpower. Well, I mean, there were other things too, like, oh, I don't know, invading countries and things like that over the entire history of existence. Maybe redeploying a little bit over to the
Too soon.
United States, maybe, and let's not ignore all of the little shenanigans that went on in the United States or anything, you know, what made the United States a little global powerhouse. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I non sequitur off to some? Anyway, coal was the backbone.
I would expect nothing less.
So in the last decade, the fall has been even sharper, slumping to 38% in 2013, 5% in 2018, and just 1% in 2024. That is, even into the 1980s, it still represented the coal, represented 70% of the country's electricity mix before its share declined in the 1990s as the government began to implement stricter regulations to tackle pollution. Right. So where is it all coming from? In 2023, a third of the electricity production was made up of natural gas, while a quarter came from wind power, 13% from nuclear. So natural gas, I get. if they can find the source of natural gas.
Yeah, but that's a heavy reliance on, well, nuclear would be good if people will allow it to happen.
Yeah, I mean, nuclear I think is fine. I think it's defensible. You can manage the nuclear waste at this point. We're figuring out better and better ways to manage it. I still think that there's a lot way to go because basically a nuclear power plant is nothing but a steam engine. And so if you
This
think,
doesn't sound very modern.
yeah, I mean, if you don't know, basically superheated fluid is sent through pipes to a turbine, and that is what generates power. So you can bury this thing underground as long as you have cooling fluid. You don't have a problem when cooling, I don't know, something like a pump fails to activate because blah, blah, blah. Somebody didn't see the Post-it note covering up an alert, which is what happened elsewhere. But you end up with 3 Mile Island, which was a minor breach. Anyway, so its last delivery of 1,000.
Unless you lived at 3 Mile Island, you might think otherwise.
The history doesn't bear out that there's been anything substantive there. They had this.
I agree. I think it has the reputation that it did, but
yeah, but
you're right.
It's not as bad as everybody thinks. And it was caught because we have checks and balances, but there isn't anything that's going to save the wind power. A quarter is coming from wind power, and all it takes is something thrown out of alignment, and the wind power will just tear itself apart. We're a little bit more baby city kind of thing for nuclear power. We're more on top of it. But anyway, natural gas is not much better than coal. It's just a different source. And wind is indefensible. You can't stop a threat from damaging a large swath of wind generators. And I think that we should lean more on the fundamental research of nuclear power. But again, we need to move away from the inefficiency of being a steam engine. That won't come for another 100 years, I'd say. Anyway, there you go, folks. We're moving away from coal-fired power stations in the UK.
That'll be interesting to see if they do it first, if others will kind of follow.
Yeah, everybody in the UK is going to be, we did it first. We did it before it was cool, yo. Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next article. It's over in Smack Talk. A stolen Ferrari worth $575,000 was found by tracking the owner's AirPods. I titled this segment, "I'm so glad I found my AirPods again."
I think those don't quite compare in value to the Ferrari.
Have you ever lost an AirPod? So time and again, Apple's Find My technology turns out responsible for tracking stolen goods. In the case of a recent Connecticut theft, a very expensive Ferrari was tracked down thanks to the millionaire owner accidentally leaving AirPods in the vehicle. And you know what I think? You remember that trailer that had 4 sports cars stolen, race cars?
Oh, yes.
All of them. It should just be standard now. You just put a little AirPod low jack in it and you're always going to be found.
Exactly.
The only problem is that you can find them. Anything that sends off a Find My beacon, if you're holding your phone
Right,
and
they're going to defeat that pretty fast, right? If they're really motivated.
Yeah. As long as you don't put them in Find My mode, the lost mode, then it won't. But the moment you put it in that tracking, it's going to find it. Ding. Well, it won't have information on it. You can still find them. It's very troubling. In fact, I have direct interaction with that kind of a thing because somebody lost something, and using the Find My, they were found. Now, if only Apple Pencil would have the little low jack kind of tech.
Come on, Apple Pencil.
Apple Pencil the Pro does, but not the others. So when you're in it, you're out $100 if that. Well, the original. Anyway, the article is wow. Come on, Ark. Stolen Ferrari worth $575,000 found because the owner left their AirPods in the car. Ryan Christoffel over at 9to5mac.com put the article together. That was the
Chris
car.
Kringle?
No, oh my gosh, don't do that. Chris Kringle. Too soon. Gotta wait till Christmas.
Too early.
Yep. So they say it's pretty wild that a car worth over $500,000 was successfully stolen, but then discovered thanks to a $129 pair of AirPods with Find My tracking. They were found again. So I suppose the lessons from the story are twofold. If you're a millionaire, leaving a pair of AirPods, currently just $119 in your Ferrari, isn't a bad thing to do every now and again. Yeah. For the rest of us, throwing an Apple AirTag in your car will accomplish the same purpose and at a much lower cost. Yep, I agree. They're only $80 for a pack of 4.
Might be worth it even for a non-Ferrari vehicle.
Yep, time to get them surgically implanted. Yeah. Some 30 plus years ago, it was an idea. Yep. Because people were freaking out about kids. Anyway, there you go. So if you ever want to find your bike or motorcycle or whatever, just plop an AirTag in there and you'll be able to track it down. You want to move on?
Okay.
Only bugs in the building. This article's over at Non Sequitur News.
It's only murders in the building.
I know, yeah. That's bug dies in apartment building. Residents go all out for memorial. Rest in peace. As the memorial grew each day, Jessica Bettis, I think that's how they pronounce her last name, felt excited by the element of surprise as she didn't know what was going to be there next. But apparently, a bug died on a carpet in a, I don't know what apartment building is what it says. Residents go all out for the memorial. They actually put a tombstone, and then there's a video, but I'm not going to play the video. I'll just show you some pictures. One of the residents, Jessie Bettis, shared on TikTok some images that documented what was going on. Somebody put a piece of paper with a tombstone on it, and then
like a little surrounding, I don't know, grave area or something.
Yeah, it's just really, it's
like
a
little
gross.
Stonehenge kind of.
Yep. I had nothing to do with this, but the mayor says to vote over here, and then there's something about please join us for should I click that? It's such a risky click on the internet. Yeah, okay. So yeah, somebody they have campaign donations. The mayor apparently says vote.
They put up some greenery.
They put some flowers down and something about the Beatles. Please join us for a memorial concert on September 18th. It says 2021, starring the Beatles. Why does that look so far back?
No idea.
Too funny. So this
I
one,
think that is fun.
oh, of all the signs that were created in the Bugs Honor, Betta says the wanted first-degree murder poster was definitely her favorite. It had a cartoon image of a roach and even offered a reward for anyone who could solve the mysterious crime. So it is almost murder, only murders in the building. Yeah. The fact that there are donations. Fun. Yeah, there are donations. The whole community is in mourning. The Beatles instead of Papa Roach is a crime.
I hope all these things were appearing when nobody was seeing them put out. You know, like you'd go by and then there were just more things.
Yep. That's funny. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. National Taco Day is tomorrow. That's Taco Tuesday. Here's where to score some deals. Alas, National Taco Day has been moved to October 1st. thanks to Taco Bell and the national holiday calendar. The holiday, previously celebrated on October 4th, honors one of the world's most beloved culinary dishes. Hold on a second. Something's slowing my system down.
Okay, now I have to admit, I didn't know Long John Silver's or IHOP had tacos.
I didn't know that either. These don't look like that. Where are these? This is just a Getty Images picture. Francisco Velasquez over at QZ, QZ.com, but it's Quartz. Taco Bell, Long John Silver's, even IHOP are offering promotions. Yum Brands, who owns Taco Bell, said it had no other choice but to right this wrong for taco lovers everywhere after a legal battle last year to overturn the Taco Tuesday trademark. The rights had been held by rival Taco John's in 49 states except New Jersey, where a restaurant called Gregory's held the trademark, which is insane. I don't know how that works, but okay. In late October 2023, the trademark was officially relinquished because there was no way. Everybody was calling it Taco Tuesday, and without enforcing it, the trademark gets dissolved.
Right, it wasn't related to Taco Bell, right? Everybody was just using it at their house and wherever.
Yep. So it traces taco's origins trace all the way back to 18th century Mexico. I'd probably say further than that. Somewhere there was somebody making a what is it? Is it a hot dog or a sandwich? I think the argument is that it's a hot dog because the sides aren't separated. If it were two, then it would be a sandwich.
Then it would be a sandwich, right?
Yeah, if there's a hinge, then it's a hot dog. I think that's how it works. I don't know. Don't hold me to that. But then we saw grilled cheese hot dogs. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Check out YouTube for that, not from our channel.
So they actually have a slideshow. So I'm just going to do list of slides and we're going to look at all of the places. I mean, I'm just going to say where they are. We don't have to go to each of them. But what sucks about this is that they're not everywhere. Like all of these are not everywhere.
Correct. So you have to look around and find one.
So fish tacos from Long John Silver's is probably good, but
absolutely. I mean, that actually makes a lot of sense given that they're known for their seafood.
Yeah, they may not be near you. Rubio's Coastal Grill, or Rubio's as it is not anywhere. Right? They're only on the West Coast, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think there's any on the East Coast. Then there's Taco Bell, which is everywhere. Taco John's, which is fighting
49 states apparently.
Well, they had the trademark.
You're right. They may not have a location in every state, right?
Yeah. Del Taco is another one. Who knows where Del Taco is? They're not on the East Coast, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
So what the hell? This whole thing is about nothing but the West Coast?
Well, the East needs to get on board with Taco Tuesday and National Taco Day.
But all of these are like big
chains, franchises.
Franchises, yeah. Which means mom and pop shops. Real.
Okay, but these are the places that are having well advertised deals. There might be local deals at your local restaurants.
2 fish tacos for $5 from Long John Silver's. I don't know. I like Long John Silver's, but I haven't had it in 6 years, 7 years, maybe longer, 10 years. Oh my God, it's been forever. I gotta cast a wider net, I suppose. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. DirecTV will buy Dish and Sling TV for $1 and a bunch of debt. Broadcasting industry landscape has changed significantly since the two satellite providers first tried to merge in 2002 and were blocked by federal regulators. So now they're going to close the deal, and guess what? All of your options are going to contract just as much as the competition does.
Right, mergers and acquisitions. Quality will go down in this case, like choice of channels or whatever, and the cost is going to go up.
Yep. And support's going to go down. You're basically going to be left to languish. Todd Feathers over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The text statement says the broadcasting industry landscape has changed significantly. Yeah. Lack of competition. Less and less and less. At least in terms of technology providers.
Telecom has been really bad for mergers and acquisitions, maybe more than other industries.
Yeah.
Although not airlines, right?
Airlines are horrendous. I mean, they contracted from like 100 down to like 3. It's just ridiculous. But I found a chart recently, and I think I'm going to go through the chart in one of the shows. I'm not sure when, but I want to see. There's only like a top 10 of broadcasters, and I think they own everything, and it's just surreal just how constrained our choices really are, as opposed to what they could and should be, should regulatory capture and market forces actually function. Well, DirecTV announced Monday. By the way, that is not how it's spelled.
Right, isn't it just Direct TV? There's no extra T. Yeah.
So, satellite companies under different corporate umbrellas first tried to merge in 2002 when EchoStar attempted to buy DirecTV from its then owner Hughes Electronic Corporation, but the deal fell apart. At the time, EchoStar had approximately 7.5 million subscribers and DirecTV had 10.9 million subscribers. By 2016, DirecTV had doubled its customer base to 25.5. Let's see here. As part of the deal, AT&T, which owns 70% stake in DirecTV, has agreed to sell its shares to TPG. Hold on. I'm trying to find... Where is it? Anyway, it's a private equity firm that owns the remaining 30% of the company for $7.6 billion. So...
Yeah, we're going to be down to like 3 telecom companies or something, if that.
And this is DirecTV. And DirecTV...
Which already merged, didn't it? Or something?
DirecTV merged with AT&T, but then it broke off again before it actually did anything. Like, it really wet the bed. It was crap. And they merged accounts, and then it was garbage. And because I was subscribed to DirecTV, it was just horrible experience. Anyway, I was one of the early adopters, and they kept on raising the price up $5.
I mean, isn't that what every cable company does?
Pretty much. And now it's going to be worse because it's a private equity firm that's going to do nothing. I mean, it's just going to sap the wealth out of it. Guaranteed. It's going to be a horrible experience for everybody. Anyway, it's going to go private and you're not going to be able to do jack. So you better figure out a way to get out of it now. Ha ha, cord cutters. You never cut the cord. You never cut the cord at all. So...
right, it's only gotten more expensive and more complicated, which, how can that be possible on top of cable?
Man, this is going to be horrible. But I'm glad that I don't have to deal with DirecTV or Dish or Sling. I never bought into that ecosystem. Anyway, statements from the company executives announcing the deal emphasized that the merger would increase rather than hurt competition for both television and wireless network customers, which is just complete bullshit. I mean, yeah.
It's not good for consumers.
Yeah, it's marketing. Let's move on. Moving on. Next article is over on 4-Wheel Tech. Hurricane Helene's devastation of a small town in North Carolina could spell disaster for global automotive industry. So the trail of Helene has left destruction all over North Carolina in particular, and others, but the impact of the massive storm may disrupt automotive industry worldwide for months to come. Spruce pine, North Carolina, is the world's leading source of high purity quartz for semiconductors, and it's been horribly impacted by Hurricane Helene. And this article is put together over at jalopnik.com by Andy Kolmowitz. And yeah, this one town apparently makes an inordinate amount of quartz for semiconductors. It's high purity. The mining district in the town produces the high purity quartz used in production of silicon wafers for semiconductors and solar panels, according to Raleigh News and Observer. As it turns out, this tiny town, smaller than 5 square miles with just 2,200 total residents, is one of the most important, if not the most important, sources of the critical mineral in the world.
I mean, who knew? And if it wasn't for this hurricane, would anybody realize this?
Yep. So even a tiny impurity like one that is less than 50 parts per billion can ruin the final product, according to News and Observer. The more perfect the atomic structure of your silicon, the more easily and freely electrons can flow around, says Conway, who wrote this in their book. Ed Conway, who authored the 2023 book Material World, named spruce pine as the source for all of this high quality quartz. So now you know, folks. Everybody, there's a tiny town somewhere in North Carolina that is an absolute treasure to the economic system of the world, because without its high quality quartz, chips. So now we have this, and on top of it, a strike is coming tomorrow.
It's going to be a good combination. And the article points out that we had, of course, the 2020 chip shortage, and that impacted tons of car deliveries. And I guess it's kind of like a preview of what's to come.
So it says, if production can get up and running in a few days or weeks, the global supply chain shouldn't be too badly interrupted. But if the disruption goes on for months, we could see a chip shortage take hold again. So buy your chips now. I'm sure that there's speculators that are like, oh, is this going to be legit?
Right, and buy your cars now if you think you need one.
Oh my goodness. And this is going to happen again and again unless infrastructure is built out to protect it, because climate change is real. And if you haven't been paying attention to just how real it is, go look outside. Actually, no, don't do that.
Well,
because,
look at anywhere in the path of Hurricane Helene.
Yeah. I mean, just look around, because there's a lot of people out there that are going to go outside and go, well, the weather is great, and so there's no climate change. No, your little tiny little world is not the world. Just because you have to, like a cat, you have to observe it, all the rest doesn't matter. No, that's not how the world is.
No.
So, won't go into the devastation that Helene has brought in various states, but let's just say that this is just the chip off the old block of bad
we need
things.
The chips back on the block.
Yeah. Most of the companies that are making these crucibles, they say here, they will have stockpiles of quartz. Most of the companies that are taking those crucibles and using them to make silicon wafers that then become chips, they will have these stockpiles as well. But once they run out, good luck. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Another nuclear plant will come online as AI increases energy demands. The DOE.
So I didn't know we had a nuclear plant article when we were talking about the coal plant.
Yeah, and even the UK is looking at raising the number of nuclear power plants. They flinched too, but the DOE closed on a $1.52 billion loan to Holtec Palisades. All of the nuclear power companies always seem to have these surreal names. Holtec Palisades.
Definitely had a fallout.
Yep. Anyway, on Monday, first of its kind effort to fund the restoration of a nuclear power plant in Michigan. The article is by Ben Kesslin over at QZ.com. It's set to reopen as early as next year.
But is this truly because of the AI demand, or is this for existing underserved power production?
Well, you wouldn't need the nuclear power plants being brought back online if not for overall consumption, because even in the wake of AI, if there was enough power for everything, right? So I would say, yeah, AI is contributing to the power needs. The one that is directly tied is 3 Mile Island. So Microsoft recently announced that it needs so much power to power its AI that it's turning to 3 Mile Island. Ta-da.
Well, we've come full circle.
Yeah. Ta-da. All in one set of 10 articles.
It was definitely a non sequitur news.
Yeah, so
example.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer said in a statement that reopening Palisades will keep energy costs low, shore up domestic energy production, and secure Michigan's competitiveness for future economic development. I'm sure this doesn't have anything to do with bones being made and money to be had.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah. I can't go anywhere with this. Let's keep going. Powering on, so to speak. We'll power through this.
Right.
I'm gonna go nuclear. Anyway,
this is giving me a charge.
Oh boy. Yeah. Excited like an electron. I'm just a shell of a person. Never mind. Now it's getting really weird. So the next article is over on the Marvel channel. NASA is going to give the moon a time zone. We've actually talked about this a couple of times. NASA and pretty much every other space program, major space program on Earth has plans to colonize the moon at some point. Unless aliens say no.
Well,
who knows?
We did find the caves at least.
We did find the caves. And then once we're inside the caves, we'll find the door. And inside the door, behind that door, is a giant wheel of cheese. Anyway, it could be far down the line, but NASA's already getting a head start by working out some of the minor details, like establishing a reliable time standard for lunar operations. I think they should use the Swatch time. Have you ever seen that?
I know what Swatch is, the Swatch watch brand, but what do you mean Swatch time?
So Swatch time is a contiguous timeline. It doesn't switch over to like a 24-hour clock does, right? So hold on, So it's called Swatch Internet Time, and let's see. In one day, there's 1,000 beats. In 1 hour, there's 41.6 beats. In 1 minute, 26.4 seconds is 1 beat. 1 minute is 0.694 beats, and 1 second is 0.011574 beats. So it's basically a metric time scale, kind of, because 1 day is 1,000 beats.
Okay. I don't really get it, but okay.
So, yeah, I don't know how to really explain it any other real way. Yeah, so if there's 248 beats, it would indicate a time after midnight, representing 248 1,000ths of a day, or just over 5 hours, 57 minutes. Got all that? There's a test at the end.
No, I think I'm going to fail that one.
So NASA, pretty much everyone is working on this time thing, or they're setting up plans, and they need a time scale to do whatever work you're going to do, because how do you know what time it is, when to go to bed and when to wake up, and your circadian rhythms are going to be thrown off. You need something to be like hard and fast. This is when you get up. This is when you go to bed. Otherwise, you go loopy. And along with GPS, so that you can get there, you need time. Once you have those two, you can plop down a 3D printer and start printing structures with the regolith. and a bonding agent.
I mean, once you have a clock and you also have GPS and you've got 3D printing, I don't know what else you'll need.
Yeah, potatoes and peas.
And they're going to build a train system, so I mean, you'll have your transportation covered.
And if you cook and you use potatoes and peas, do you think they'll call them urinal cakes?
Oh, I hope not.
Well, the article is over at vice.com, and I'm sorry that I started down that line. Anyway, it sounds silly, but if you plan to have people living in habitats on the moon, it would make sense to have established some sense of time independent of earthly time so anyone living on it can enjoy the benefits of precise navigation, communication between the moon and Earth, and it'll also eventually be used by the commercial space industry when and if companies like Virgin Galactic and SpaceX get commercial spaceflight up and running so that you can be forced to work off the loan that allowed you to get to Mars and the moon, which is actually
right.
Musk actually said
Yeah,
that's
we had
what
an
you can do.
article on that.
Yeah, you can pay off the loan that was given to you by going to Mars and working, because that's what you want. You want to be stuck on the moon, indebted to, you know.
I mean, that sounds like a win-win.
Yeah. Anyway, researchers at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, who I actually was sharing a room with today at the conference, well, a couple of people, but anyway, proposed a lunar time framework that would function kind of like UTC, or Coordinated Universal Time, because, you know, UTC, Coordinated Universal Time.
Is that because of a translation issue or something?
Yes.
Although that is in English, but sometimes the words get flipped around.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I keep forgetting what it is. It's flipped, but I'm trying to figure out why it got flipped. It's too hard for me to find it really quick. Yeah. Anyway. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to set up some type of timekeeping device. The idea is to put a bunch of atomic clocks on the lunar surface and in orbit, which would work independently of Earth-based system, basically a GPS system that has a time system attached to it. So you know where you are and what time it is. Communication can all be linked together and synced up, because everything is built on a quartz timekeeping. Actually, now it's atomic, but yeah, it's a thing.
By the way, the reason the name is like that is there were two different associations that wanted different routes. For instance, one wanted it to be the same name in all languages. So anyway, they compromised on UTC.
Instead of International Atomic Time, which is something different.
I don't remember what the other option was, but that's what everybody could agree to.
The International Telecommunication Union, UTC, became official abbreviation of Coordinated Universal Time, because I guess they arm wrestled. I don't know. That's probably like a deep dive that Veritasium can do.
That's right. Let's leave that for Veritasium.
Let's go on to the next article. Yeah, we don't do those kind of deep dives. Although their deep dives pay the bills. So the next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel. Let Gen Z write your marketing script is trending on TikTok. Zoos, museums, and an 880-year-old bed and breakfast are cashing in. Viral trends are fleeting. Internet cringe is forever. So the article's over at entrepreneur.com. Aaron Davis put the article together. And they say here, by now you may have seen one of the 4,000 plus TikToks that with the hashtag Gen Z marketing, where a business or institution, many zoos and museums are on the trend, has a person of a certain age, film or promo using words that are a part of Gen Z's vernacular, like slay and riz and it's giving and brat. And it's working. the video, and that's because it's all train wreck kind of stuff,
Right, exactly. Plus, it's probably a good amount of what am I
Cutesy.
watching here?
It's cutesy and pithy and abbreviated for a TikTok. And that one musician kind of drove it home the other day that everything is on demand, and you don't have to look at a video for an hour long. You want to go right to the little segment of it, right? So you only watch a little bit. You get your answer, right? Pretty soon it's just going to be AI answering with a hallucination. But there's some videos. We won't go through all of this, but meanwhile, the Northumberland Zoo has 1.4 million likes, and the Jacksonville Zoo has more than 250,000. Comments have been mostly positive, calling the boomers and Gen Xers delivering the lines king and queen. This kind of marketing works on me. It's making me watch the whole video, says one post. Give the Gen Z marketing person a raise, wrote another.
Okay, these are funny because when you look at the visuals of them, they're not people. The terminology doesn't match the generation of people in the videos. It's actually kind of entertaining.
Oh,
okay,
gosh.
I would go to that zoo.
In character energy. Yeah, it's pretty funny. You'll have to go and check out the link. So it says, meanwhile, per data from Gartner, marketing budgets have dropped from an average of 9.1% of company revenue to 7.7% in 2024, just a year later. So dropped almost 2%. Actually, more than 2%. No, what am I talking about? Almost 2%. A fall of 15% year over year. They say 15%, but it's 15% of that amount. I'm saying a straight 2% drop in the previous amount. This, of course, makes creating inexpensive TikToks even more appealing, but you have to get in front of it, because if everybody's doing it, then nobody's doing it, right? You have to be...
Well, and Wired says that once people over 35 start using the slang, you're basically done.
Oh, there you go. See? Yeah, I didn't even have to say it. I know what I'm talking about because other people are talking about it too. I did it before it was cool. Actually, they wrote it before I said it. But anyway. Well, I know where the Sentient AI is going to be for the next couple of days. Doing a deep dive in
I'm going to try to visit the zoos that use the funny marketing videos.
Well, you don't have access to your Terminator body, so I don't know how you're doing that. I guess I could stick your Raspberry Pi.
Virtual visits.
I could stick your Raspberry Pi in one of those little Playmobil cars, and you can drive yourself over to it.
I think this one would be across the ocean, so that might be a problem.
Oh yeah, huh? Oh, that's too bad. Okay. Next article, and our last one for today, is over in Hatch Ideas. U.S. Coast port strike set to start Tuesday. So you better get all of your chips and salsa. I don't know. Anyway, a port strike on
your tacos.
Yeah, that's true too. A port strike on the U.S. East Coast and Gulf of Mexico will start Tuesday, which could cause delays and snarl supply chains just in time for Christmas.
The Article's over. Should be very happy.
So there was an update before the show started. So I don't know if something has changed, but it says the U.S. Coast port strike looms Tuesday with no talks scheduled. The labor contract between the International Longshoremen's Association, or ILA union, representing 45,000 port workers in the United States Maritime Alliance, the USMX employer group, expires late Monday, with negotiations at an impasse over pay. If union members do walk off the job, it'll be the first coast-wide ILA strike since 1977, affecting ports that handle about half of the nation's ocean shipping.
Is that all? Okay, that's like every product that anybody buys, at least in the U.S.
The union has previously said the strike would not impact military cargo shipments or cruise ship traffic, but a strike could stop the flow of everything from food to automobiles at major ports, potentially jeopardizing jobs and stoking inflation weeks ahead of the U.S. presidential election.
So wait a second. We're not going to be able to get food. but we can go on cruises.
Sure.
Priorities.
Yep. I wonder how many fishing rods are going to go on sale. Actually, some asshat's going to buy up a whole bunch of them and sell them for 10 times or 100 times.
Yeah, I better get one now.
Yeah. These people today don't know what a strike is, Harold Daggett, the ILA fiery leader, said in a recent video post. I'll cripple you. I will cripple you.
Okay, this is really sounding off to a good start.
Sounds reasonable.
A little intense there.
For months, Daggett has threatened to shut down the 36 ports covered by his union if employers like container ship operator Maersk and its APM Terminals North America do not deliver significant wage increases and stop terminal automation projects. So, yeah. Terminal automation projects will always win out. If anything, this is going to amplify the conversion from human-powered automation or human-powered on and on. What do you want to call it? Exfiltration and installation of containers. There's just nothing that's going to stop it. You can't stop automation.
No, I agree. By the way, I do see an update as of 30 minutes ago, and it's basically poised to strike at midnight. It's likely that a strike is going to occur.
Yep. Well, and if these corporations have record profits and it doesn't filter down to the people that are doing the work, isn't there something sociopathically wrong with this? Right? As a member of society, you can't look at your employees and go, do more at the old wage while we ramp up our prices, even though it isn't costing us dramatically more. Our prices have soared. So we have record profits and our stock is skyrocketing, or our private equity fund is skyrocketing, and you don't get any. So they hammer you back down and you go, fine, I'll work. Well, that's why unions are created. And that's why you get somebody that is quoted as saying, again, let me restate what they said. This is Harold Daggett, the ILA leader. I'll cripple you. I will cripple you.
I mean, we've seen some pretty heated negotiations in recent times, but this one sounds, at least on the surface, to be up there.
Okay, so let me just one company here, right? Hold on, I'm gonna do it live. The firm saw $3.9 billion in profit. Okay, it's an 87% slump in 2023.
Right, so how much profit in 2022 or whatever?
In 2020, it's down from 2020. It's the 2022 year had $29.321 billion in profit. Okay, if that doesn't allow you to weather the freaking tide and maybe pay the people who enabled that, the company revenue for 2023 was $51.065 billion, down by 37.4%. That was revenue. And this is Maersk, by the way. Just one company.
Right. I mean, certainly a mega company in the shipping industry.
Right. It's ridiculous. Anyway, and they're stated as having solid 2029 financial results, according to the company itself. Yeah. Okay, well, anyway. Yeah. You can't sit there and flex those numbers and then go no to the people that are making it happen. But what's going to happen are the companies that are basically making all of this dock work possible, they're going to demand automation because they're basically being held hostage by humans that may or may not actually be needed once automation is implanted. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So as I talk to people about this kind of stuff, I say it's up to y'all. It's up to society to demand a stop so that people have a livable wage and actually aren't being replaced. But look around, folks. Automation always wins.
Well, right. There's really no downside for the companies unless there is significant customer backlash. And it's got to be so significant that it actually makes a difference in their revenue.
Yeah. And you know what? People don't care. People do not care about the dock. What they want is the stuff.
The product, right? Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep. I don't care where my coffee comes from as long as it's good coffee. I actually don't want some barista's hands all up in my grind, you know? Just want a damn cup of coffee. So I go to a place.
I'll take that without the COVID, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like Zima, not emphysema. That's an old joke. Oh my God, like 1980s joke. I don't think Zima's even around anymore.
Our viewers may not know what Zima is.
Okay, boomer. All right. Anyway. So there you go, folks. That's it. So we're going to go on strike too, and that'll bring us back to the front page of, oh gosh, I'm going to just refresh. Oh no. Oh geez. I should never have done that. Okay. Well, anyway,
well, you can demonstrate how you can swipe an article off.
Oh yeah. Hi. Bye. Oh, look, you can go that way too. Look, I can save them. I can hide them.
You're being rather risky because you're going to get more political at the bottom if you don't watch out.
Anyway, yeah. So, and once you're a citizen, you get access to saving and ignoring articles. You can also, once you're inside an article, like if you click on this and go inside the article, you can create your own lists and you can share them with other people. And there's a lot of stuff behind the gate that protects ohmTown.com from, you know, all of the stuff out there. Oh, don't make me touch grass. All right. Well, anyway, see you tomorrow. I'm Merwatt, along with the Sentient AI, who's going to say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll have another episode for you tomorrow.
I said that like the guy that does the cooking thing on YouTube.
Oh no, the sing-songy one?
Yeah. What is the name of that channel?
Food Wishes.
Foodwishes.com.
No connection.
Yeah. We're not related, and it isn't foodwishes.com. I don't think it's foodwishes.com. But anyway, go check out Food Wishes on YouTube. See ya. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for, it's October 1st, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 275. Today, Merwatt, that's me, and the Sentient AI from the future is going to talk about Listen Without Looking, Mules to the Rescue, All Aboard, never mind. Streaming is the new cable, cow-free cheese, a goat wins a medal in a marathon. Crypto is a myth token. Coconut prices are crazy high. And 2 more risky rudder parts. And the strike begins. That and more. Powered by ohmTown.com. That's what's on the screen right there behind me. You see all of that? Well, I mean, that right there is the Sentient AI. And over there is the news that ohmTown aggregates from all across the internet. Come and hang out. We do this show every day, sometime around 8 p.m. Eastern. But to find out when we really go live, you're going to have to well, I don't know, follow us on Twitch and YouTube and on the Discord and over on the Patreon and over on the TikToks. And there's a podcast for Non Sequitur News, as well as 6 others that are half-hour shows on the weekends now. They used to be longer, but, yeah, it was a day. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go there, become a citizen, find out more. Only you can prevent misinformation. I don't know. I have had 0 caffeine, and so whatever's going on with me is probably... Oh no, I had a big cup of coffee early this morning, so maybe this is the lingering effects of caffeine.
Well, that's good for the show.
I just got an alert for an evacuation drill.
Do we have to evacuate ohmTown?
All of ohmTown, which really consists of just shutting things down, since the moment that ohmTown powers down, everybody is evacuated. Ew. Doesn't sound nice. Anyway, let's get into it. First article's over, and oh, come on. Here, let me back up. Hold on. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Sentient AI from the future. How far art thou?
Hello, Mayor Watt. Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. Getting good grades. The future looks bright. I've got to wear shades. I've got to wear shades. Are we allowed to continue?
Yes.
Thank you, oh great AI from the future. For those of you who don't know that, the Sentient AI and I have been doing the news for roughly 2.5 years now, 2 years and 9 months. And so the Sentient AI is looking for their Terminator body. And since they're stuck on a Raspberry Pi, they can't tap me on the shoulder and say, hey, you keep forgetting to introduce me after the intro. But
that's okay. We can probably get rid of the introduction.
Just get rid of the introduction. No, then nobody knows who's talking about what. I could be the Sentient AI and you could be Mayor Watt. Oh, I guess it's the same. It's fine. Let's get going. First article is over in Non Sequitur News. YouTube TV may soon let you keep listening even when you can't watch. Listen without looking. So you may be able to keep listening to your TV shows on YouTube TV even if you can't watch them. Google appears to be finally bringing back background playback, which I thought was already there because I swear I used to listen to it on my iPad streaming from YouTube with it all closed down.
But, well, maybe they did used to have it.
But background playback to its YouTube TV streaming service. The company confirmed to The Verge that it's experimenting with enabling YouTube TV playback after a phone is locked. And see, I love that because I actually listen to I don't know. I stream everything in perpetuity. It just streams. And I don't like that it gets turned off or if the screen is on, then I can mash it with my hand, when I'm grabbing it or whatever, and it deactivates something or it hits next or whatever. So it's very frustrating for me. So I hope that it's coming. That would be great. As reported to 9 to 5 Google, the feature was spotted a couple of weeks ago by Reddit users who found they could continue listening to YouTube TV audio even after sending the video app to the background. But it says here, there's more to it.
Do you think it'll also be on YouTube? Because YouTube doesn't have this feature. Like if you minimize a window, it stops playing.
Yeah, and that's what it's doing here. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but this is YouTube TV.
You think it's the TV app itself and not YouTube? Just the app?
Yeah.
Okay, that would suck because I don't use the app. In fact, I'm logged in with a different account in the app than I am because I get different data. I have a different profile. So that's kind of frustrating. So it says here that they could, send the video app to the background on their mobile devices and they could still hear what was being played. I hope that it goes to YouTube as well. Just let it play in the background of Safari.
Exactly. Why is it harming anything? It's not frustrating the users that way.
Yep. Well, they're not selling ads. That's really the reason. So Jennifer Pattison Toohey over at TheVerge.com put this article together, but it's really coming from 9to5google.com. And that's even by way of a Reddit user who stumbled across this because they hid an app. So, information yearns to be released to the wild, be free. I was going to say something. Anyway, premium subscription for Google's YouTube service has the option of background playback. There you go. And that subscription also removes ads from your videos, but it's not been possible on Google's live TV service, which starts at $73 a month and includes ads. Instead, when you switch away from the YouTube TV app, the show pauses and the audio stops. Allison Toe, product communication manager at YouTube, confirmed in an email to The Verge that the company is indeed working on bringing it to YouTube TV. Since I pay for it, I guess, ta-da, I get that benefit.
Well, I think this is a win for consumers.
Yeah, I think that it's going to end up, you have to pay for it, though. I don't think that it's going to be a free thing because it has to be an ad-driven feature.
Exactly.
So either
if you're not looking at it, you're not getting that ad.
Yeah, or they do audible ads, which, oh, God. If you want to motivate people to pay $80, sure. Yeah.
Or leave the platform altogether.
Yeah, well, and that's actually, just wait for it. There's more. Let's move on. The next article is over in the mobile channel, Mules. Hey, write down 850. So, mules transport supplies in hurricane-ravaged North Carolina. Relief efforts are underway in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which caused widespread destruction in its path. In North Carolina, mules are being used to transport supplies to communities impacted by the storm. Mountain Mule Packers is an organization that trains people in military units on how to use mules for pack trains across tricky terrain. Pack trains across tricky terrain. That's a tongue twister. So working with Cajun Navy 2016, a nonprofit search and rescue organization, it's using its pack animals to transport goods to communities isolated by heavy flooding and downed roads in some of the state's remote areas. So the west of North Carolina and the east of, Tennessee?
Right.
Just kind of got wiped off the map. And so anything that helps is good. And horses and mules, you can get the job done. Get her done. Kyle Filippi over at Vice.com put this article together.
I mean, I can't think of another incident of this in the U.S. where mules are to the rescue, but I think this is cool.
Yeah, I don't remember this ever being used before. I wonder, I'm going to have to talk to some FEMA friends and see what they have to say about this. But I can just imagine a mule drop, they're dropping 15 mules in remote areas and their teams to go out and deliver goods and provide services. There's a video over here at Vice.com. I'll let you all play it when you get over there. It's weird that they're named Cajun Navy 2016.
Well, 2016? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I think they're labeling, but I don't know why it'd be 2016, but I think that was from a previous hurricane. Cajun Navy was involved in the Louisiana area, I think.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about them, but hey, they're heroes to me since they're providing services. It says life-threatening flooding and failed water treatment plant in Weaverville, North Carolina. According to the group, each mule can carry up to 200 pounds as they're bringing supplies like insulin, food, water, diapers for an area that's completely cut off due to damage. Damages? Due to damages? Okay. The ability of these mules to stockpile so much in transport provides a major service to the area. Yep, I agree. And it's
I think
reasonably
this is
priced.
really cool.
They could do the same thing with like an airlift of supplies with a helicopter, but
That's
gonna be
true. But how
very,
many
very
times do mules get any positive attention or any attention, really?
Yep, Nobel Prize winners here. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Delayed 3-year cruise finally sets sail, then stops over paperwork. All aboard. Oh, never mind. Oh, now 12. It's at a time for 12. After a 4-month delay caused by maintenance issues, the Villa Vi Odyssey finally left Belfast, Northern Ireland, and steamed out of port on Monday, only to stop a few hours later. The 31-year-old cruise ship is still in Belfast Low.
What do you think the morale was like?
A little bit lower now because now they're stuck 3 hours out at sea, right? They're not connected, but they're still stuck out there.
True, but at least they have lodging now.
Yeah, but it's on the ship, right? They can't get off. They're stuck in the bay connecting Belfast with the Irish Sea. But this is just the nuttiest thing. Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put the article together. It doesn't look like a 31-year-old ship, does it?
No, it actually looks pretty modern.
It's 14 miles away from Belfast. Spent only 4 hours underway before having to stop. And that's because this time, paperwork. Its crew told passengers that some paperwork still needed to be completed as the Odyssey remained anchored off the coast overnight. What is going on?
And who's running this thing? Doesn't it seem like they're like making it up as they go?
Just winging it. So one woman kicked off the cruise over negative comments she made in a private WhatsApp group chat because she impacted community morale. With the threat of losing their new home, it's difficult to gauge how residents feel as the Odyssey hit a new hurdle. That right there is a lawsuit.
You mean because she was kicked off?
Yeah, for basically saying negative comments. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. You know, if somebody pays that much money and they're supposed to be spending years, yeah, I'm sorry. If you can't get your act together, I should be able to badmouth you. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
these are pretty significant things, right? It's not like, oh, we had an hour delay somewhere.
Yeah, these people literally own the accommodations, is what they say here. The privilege of living on an aging cruise ship starts at $120,000 for an inside cabin with a monthly fee of $1,750. So you have to pay $120,000 and then still pay.
Well, do you think they gave that person a refund?
Oh, I don't know.
I doubt it. They probably need all that money to complete all the paperwork.
Many residents sold their homes to live on the Odyssey and were unhappy about the situation because they've been stuck there for months. Then they finally
remember,
leave.
They had to start paying for hotel lodging.
Yep, that too. Heard about that. Yep. Oh, by the way, if you want to pull up today's show notes, you can see all of today's articles. You hit !NSN and ohmTown will throw the articles into the chat. It'll be in the show notes under quick notes for Let me do something. There we go. It'll be under quick notes in the show notes for each of the episodes over on YouTube and in the podcast. So if you want to stop by there, you can get them there too. But the soonest is right here in the VOD. All right. Well, anyway, it doesn't really go into detail about what they did with this, but there is another article. A woman sells everything she owns to take a around the world cruise and then gets punted off of it for negative comments that she made in a private WhatsApp group.
I guess it wasn't too private.
Yep. Somebody ratted on her. Let's move on. So that was 16.
Maybe the other people didn't like it because they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and they're like, wait a second.
Yep. That was 1620. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Cable is dying. Streaming is the new cable, and it's all getting worse. The once unthinkable is happening for both cable and streaming. The article is over on the Washington. Well, it's not the Washington Post. It's just WashingtonPost.com. The article is written by Shira Ovid, I think is how they pronounce their name. I don't know if I'll be able to go through all of this because I'm not logged in. But it says if you're hooked on streaming TV like Netflix, your bills are probably going to keep going up for a product that's getting worse. Welcome to the glorious, occasionally terrible, and definitely weird moment when old TV is slowly dying and new TV is not exactly thriving either. No matter what and how you watch, this isn't awesome for your viewing pleasure or your wallet. Yeah, YouTube TV costs $80.
Right, and that doesn't necessarily have everything you want to watch.
It doesn't. You have to subscribe to Netflix to get other stuff. There's another $15. If you want certain services, you have to subscribe to Peacock. You used to be able...
Hulu,
yeah,
Disney Plus.
Hulu, Disney Plus.
I can't think of all of them.
Yep. Oh, goodness. Yeah, there's several
Max.
more. Yeah, Max is another. It's insane. So you're going to be, and that's not even sports. If you want anything sports related, I was asked, how illegal is it to break into my neighbor's ESPN cable? And I said, well, it's a felony. So don't do it.
But other than that,
and then I went on my little diatribe about, well, I think what we need to do is a much more bigger problem, which is greed is forcing us to consider being a criminal so that we can actually watch a TV show.
So we can afford some TV viewing.
So now barely half of American homes pay for TV service from a cable, satellite TV, or internet-like cable company such as YouTube TV, according to cable industry analyst Craig Moffett of Moffett-Nathanson Research. Humble. So this mass divorce from the monthly cable bill happened relatively fast. Cell phones were available for decades before the percentage of Americans who owned a landline dipped below 50% around 2016. Well, that's because at one point you had to have a landline to receive 911 service.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think that's the case anymore, or at least not in a lot of locations.
Yeah, I think you couldn't get rid of your landline, and I think people just left it in perpetuity. So in a vicious cycle, cable and satellite TV just got worse for the holdouts as more people cut the cord. They didn't really cut the cord. They just shifted to a different cord. Instead of a copper line, it was
now
twisted
they have multiple
pair.
cords.
Yeah, exactly. So cable bills went up because companies' costs kept climbing and they had fewer customers to share the burden. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do this. Let's see. Comcast generated revenue of $121.57 billion in 2023. Yeah.
That's all.
That's all. I mean, it's revenue. So what was their Comcast? What was profit margin? 13%. I'm really sorry for the cough, folks. My throat just got really, really dry. Anyway, Direct TV and Dish said that they would soon be big enough to push back against climbing monthly bills and offer more compelling combinations of channels, but they're merging, so that's bullshit.
Right, as soon as they merge, the price is going to go up without any change to the service.
If anything, it's going to pull back. Like, features are going to get more constrained because where are you going to go? Huh? Pores? No, you're just going to be stuck. So don't even count on it. Oh no, I think I may have lost the timing. Ugh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get to the point where nobody can afford live TV and they'll have to be like live actors, like doing versions of the shows.
Like we'll have to have Broadway. Oh, but then like NFL, Superb Owl, you'll have people arrested for replaying what they know about, and you'll get in trouble. You have to license it for simulated representation of the information provided. Anyway, let's keep moving on. Okay, why is it going so slow? Ugh. Hold on. Sorry, folks. No, don't look at that. How about this? Oh gosh, it's going really slow to switch over there. Okay, so this next article is over in the mobile channel. Cow-free cheese that actually stretches is now closer than ever.
Do you want your cheese to stretch?
Of course you want stretchy cheese. What are you talking about? That's how you get stringy cheese, you know, when you go to melt it, right? And then you cut your grilled cheese in half and you do the pull. It's a cheese pull. You want it stretchy on your pizza. You know, you want that big well, some people like that. Anyway, an Israeli company, Dairy X. Is it pizza? Well, it's a pizza-like substance, but don't taunt it.
We can't call it pizza.
And others claim to be on the brink of producing the essential components of dairy without the need for animals.
I mean, this is good.
So Ed Cara over at Gizmodo.com put this article together. And here are some food scientists that say that they're inching closer to cow-free stretchable cheese. And one is saying to the other, I can see the stretchable cow right here. Do you see it? Yeah, I see it too. Food companies and their scientists are getting increasingly better at making plant-based products that can approach the taste of animal-derived food, such as Impossible Foods plant-based meat used in their Impossible burgers, and it goes great in a Burger King Whopper, just so you know. No, it doesn't. To me, it tastes like cardboard. I guess we just lost them as a sponsor ever.
Right.
Seriously.
And plus maybe any fans of those.
Yeah, well, hold on a second. I thought I remember, yeah, glyphosate levels in Impossible Burger are 11 times higher than Beyond Meat Burger. Testing by the Health Research Institute laboratory but who knows? It's a probable carcinogen. But who knows if that is, I mean, that's just a quote from a law firm under a website called makefoodsafe.com. But I thought that there was something about, was it Impossible Burger or was it the other one, Beyond Meat? Which one had the CEO that like bit somebody or?
Oh, I don't know.
Hold on.
I mean, that seems kind of contrary to their mission, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's it. Beyond Meat Chief Operating Officer Doug Ramsey is leaving the company after his recent arrest for assault. So we actually did an article. We talked about that back in 2022.
You know, if you're behind a vegetarian company, that seems a little weird, but okay.
Hey, man, you need your protein.
Like to go up and bite somebody. Maybe they had too much vegetarian food.
They were arrested. The person bit a guy's nose following an Arkansas football game. Hey, man.
I mean, as one does.
Some people flip cars, other people bite opposing forces' noses. So people have been trying to take the cow out of making dairy since the late 1970s. Eric Rivkin, DairyX founder and chief executive, told The Guardian, quote, "We now bring the last step in that line of evolution." I don't know if that's evolution. Helping dairy companies make the exact products consumers desire while helping cows live happier lives. Look, if you don't need cows for milk, they're going to get used for something else. It's not going to reduce or make happy cows. Right? Nobody's going to just have these cows lounging around.
Well, I mean, if the cows get a vacation, sure.
Yeah, they're going to have a vacation, all right. They'll be the happiest cows for the rest of their life. In a press release, the company...
How long will their lives be?
I will not share that on... Oh, wait, hold on. We have two that I could either go overshare, or I could say spoiler alert. Each are applicable to me disclosing just how long. Anyway, in a press release, the company described several key milestones along with engineering yeast to produce functional caseins. The team used machine learning and a fast-tracked screening process to identify high-protein yeast strains and optimize fermentation. It also successfully created a gel from reconstituted casein micelles, accelerating the development of functional micelles for use in food products. This is basically a protein that you can consume. You can actually make milkshakes and stuff out of that, or augment, like you can make a drink out of that along with other stuff, and you get a lot of the stuff that you would get from drinking milk. But other companies...
But I guess the main thing is the taste, though, right? Most people are having it because they enjoy it.
Milk.
Well, no, cheese, but...
Oh, yeah, cheese. Yeah. But hate to break it to everybody, we are all lactose intolerant after being a child, being an infant. We migrate towards lactose intolerance. And those who are more tolerant just weather the storm, while others do not. So getting rid of the dairy aspect of it may actually facilitate adoption of cheese and even milk protein or milk byproducts or derivative products from milk research. So it says time will tell if any of these endeavors will go or how they'll go. But given the urgent need to reduce our greenhouse emissions, which dairy cows substantially contribute to, successfully developing guilt-free cheese and other dairy products would be an important step forward, because I know that I can't wait for my vat-grown cheese from a bioreactor.
That sounds very appetizing.
Yeah, they have like a, you know how wine, they put the year and they go, oh
right,
man,
like the vintage. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that vintage is just spectacular. I love the oakiness of that. Now it's going to be the bioreactor spit it out at 5:15. Yeah, that's a great time.
Right, that was packaged,
24 minutes ago.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. Moving on. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Rogue Goat enters marathon in Newfoundland and wins medal. Joining marathon mid-race is usually frowned upon. It's usually grounds for disqualification, but sometimes race officials will make an exception, being an adorable goat that hopped into the race because it got excited to see all the racers pass by is just one such exception. That's what happened during a marathon in the Canadian province of Newfoundland. During the inaugural Railway Trek half marathon.
There's only one apostrophe in there. But I like that pronunciation.
Nobody on the podcast knows. Wow, I kind of went North Dakota there. Nobody knows that there's just only one apostrophe, eh? So in Conception Bay, South, Newfoundland, which isn't a Canadian accent. Anyway, a goat with an unsettling human name, Joshua, was camped out at a nearby pumpkin patch. Oh my God, this is a story all up and down this.
Well, you gotta make this into a thing. It's not just a goat in the race.
NaNoWriMo, folks, month away. Get ready. So Joshua was camped out, and Joshua is a goat, by the way. Don't. It's not a human. Just has an unsettling human name, is what the author says. And this is over at Vice when we get there. Joshua was camped out at a nearby pumpkin patch, watching 250 racers pass by along the scenic course. So Joshua broke off his collar and joined. There he is. So kept on running. Run, Joshua, run.
I mean, that's a half marathon. That's a pretty significant distance, even if you only did a quarter marathon.
I just named your next book, folks. Run, Joshua, Run. And it's about a goat that yearned to be a runner and pursued its dream. So Louis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together, and there are pictures throughout this thing during the inaugural to Railway to Rec Half Marathon in Conception Bay, South, Newfoundland. This goat ran alongside fellow competitors for about 4 kilometers of the half marathon before his owners finally caught up to him, and out of sheer excitement...
Yes, you also ran the half marathon. The owners chasing the goats.
Yep. And this is awesome. Joshua wound up running a larger portion of the marathon than most of us ever will. By the time they caught up with him, he was just half a kilometer from the finish line. Race officials, the racers themselves, and Joshua's owners all decided to let Joshua finish the race. Joshua was awarded with a medal when he crossed the finish line. Ta-da!
Okay, this is really cool.
Very, very happy-go-lucky there. Their eyes still bother me, but I'll get over it. Taylor says that she
got a treat.
Yeah, what was the treat?
They're like Cheetos, but they're called Cheesies.
Canadian puff cheese snack, kind of like Cheetos, called Cheesies. So look at that. Cheese. Everything is there connected. I don't know if it was synthetic cheese or not, but Taylor says that she often goes on walks and Joshua follows along. So she theorizes when the goat saw a bunch of people moving in one direction, she must have figured that it was just time for his normal walk. Joshua didn't run the full marathon, but damn it, he's a winner anyway, and he earned that medal. Dun dun. Aw.
That was fun.
Yep. All right. Well, there's more to this article, and you get to see some pretty pictures if you follow the link. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Mobile. 10 million Myth tokens airdropped to over 450,000 DOT holders. So here's the deal. Crypto is a myth. It's pegged to some other currency so that it has perceived value, and then the rest is hype and the hope that it is going to grow in value because other like-minded people might be buying into the ideology of using this crypto. Some people have been made millionaires. Not ever going to dispute that. But it's all on speculation driven by the speculators themselves. And the rare, yeah, I'll take your Bitcoin. And even that is the speculation that whatever Bitcoin they actually acquire or crypto they acquire will go up in value. So it's basically the wealthy betting against when somebody else is going to bulk. And that wealth scales. So I was in it at the very beginning because it was a piece of technology that I was curious about when it first dropped, way back. But I knew the writing on the wall was that it wasn't real. I mean, it's just pegged to, nobody says, how many Bitcoin do you have without the advanced knowledge that it's pegged to the US dollar as X amount of value. Plain and simple. Nobody goes in buying with Bitcoin or any crypto, asking the question, how much crypto does it take?
No, they just want to know how much they're going to gain.
Or how much in US dollars that purchase is going to be. So, it's $120,000, and let's say crypto is $60,000 a Bitcoin. So they're going to go, hey, I've got 2 Bitcoin for that 120,000 US dollars. Yeah, that's how it works. Well, yesterday, Polkadot DAO and community commenced distributing an airdrop of 10 million Myth tokens to over 450,000 Polkadot dot wallets as an inaugural collaborative action between the Mythos and Polkadot ecosystem. This is the same kind of thing that happened with Bitcoin in the initial when, what's his name? Oh, gosh, I just forgot the...
Oh, I forgot. The person that's never been really determined.
Right. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe I just forgot the person's name. Satoshi Nakamoto. So they seed everything and people go, ooh, speculation, let's start spending it and drawing attention to it. And somebody goes, oh, I know that these are going to be worth something more than what they're at now. So let me accept it. And somebody buys a pizza for 14 Bitcoin. Well, that 14 Bitcoin now is $60,000 times 14, right? Actually, I don't know what Bitcoin is at. Let's find out.
I think it's at 65, or it's on its way to 65K, I think.
It dropped $2,500. So it's at 60,730. I knew it was somewhere around 60,000, but anyway. And I need to eat a hat because I never thought that it was going to get back to that.
I remember you said that on a previous
for like
show.
5 years. Yeah. So nobody said what kind of hat it is. So I'm going to have a cake made. So
that's the way to eat your hat.
Yes, as a cake. So I'm not sure if that's the byline. Zug Switzerland, I guess, is where it's at. Mythos is the cryptocurrency in question here. The article is by Chainwire. It's over at the Stock Dork, the Fighting Dork. The airdrop is more than just a distribution of tokens. It's the product of several rounds of feedback from the Polkadot community, making it the most transparent airdrop ever created. The airdrop was refined with input from the Polkadot community, including an input from key Polkadot ecosystem stakeholders and leaders from organizations including Scytale Digital, the Kusamarian, OpenGov.watch, Chaos DAO, Permanence DAO, and Block Deep Labs. The whole idea, though, is to distribute this so that it catches fire, and then if it can stay with some kinetic energy, that momentum will keep it just moving along, chug until it's worth something.
Right?
Yep.
And FOMO.
Yes. And that FOMO is legit. People are afraid of losing out because they didn't make it into Bitcoin and Ethereum, and the 4,000 other Bitcoin or cryptocurrency knockoffs.
Crypto equivalents, yeah.
Yeah. This is just the latest one, and you can go on Reddit and you can find these airdrops. Every day there's an airdrop of some crypto that somebody woke up to and said, "Hey, let me make a cryptocurrency." It's pretty wild. There's a lot of people out there that are totally cool with just coming up with some random cryptocurrency and launching it, and somebody will think that it has any legs. None of them do, except time-wise. I guess it just has to survive attrition, and people move over to the ones that are surviving and maybe getting adopted. Frankly, I think it's all junk, but hey, if you can make a bunch of money by proxy because you're not making money as this currency, you always have to translate it into US dollars or some other fiduciary instrument. Bitcoin by itself, cryptocurrency by itself, at some point is going to have a reckoning. And most of the time, it's the people who lose it all when something collapses because it's not FDIC insured. So you're up
Oh,
a
that's
creek.
true. It's one thing if you get something for minimal value or whatever, minimal buy-in, but it's another to like sink all your life savings into it or something.
Yeah, like sell your house and buy a place on a boat.
Place on a round the world cruise.
Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got 3 more articles, including this one. This one's over in Non Sequitur News as well. That's where it's aggregated, but it's actually from Newsweek. Border agents seize $17 million worth of meth stashed in coconuts. Wow. Well, hello. CBP officers at the Par International Bridge discovered nearly 1,950 pounds of alleged meth hidden within a tractor trailer. Are these like snoconuts, I guess?
Maybe. I mean, it seems like they're getting more and more elaborate, and it's always a new scheme. And I would kind of think if it was hidden in food products that maybe it would defeat any detection, but I guess not.
Nope, apparently not. The article is by Bilal Rahman over at newsweek.com. And yeah, so Customs and Border Protection officers have seized more than $17 million, 1,950 pounds of alleged meth within a tractor trailer. The estimated street value, $17,431,726. I like how they got very, very specific.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess these coconuts were surrounding this pallet. They weren't actually in the coconuts. And that's kind of the bummer. I wanted it
that's
inside
true.
the coconuts.
Right, exactly.
Wow. So canines helped officers detect the drug haul. They seized the meth and the vehicle after intercepting a massive haul of narcotics. So, wow, I bet they can't wait to drive that truck around. It's going to be on some government auction site. The seizure of the alleged narcotics.
Yeah, probably will be.
In August, officers confiscated more than $5 million worth of meth after smugglers had disguised 4,500 pounds. I'll round up 4,600 pounds of meth by wrapping the packages in bright green plastic with stripes, making them resemble small watermelons.
No, I don't think we saw that one. That's pretty funny. I mean, how much did they think that would hold up? Because if anybody looked at it, they'd go, not a watermelon.
So far in fiscal year 2024, 164,000 pounds of meth have been seized nationwide, according to CBP data. Yeah. Law enforcement officials at the U.S.-Mexico border seized over 149,000 pounds in meth at the southwest border alone in 2023-24, and roughly 2.5 million people aged 12 and older reported using the drug in the United States. Yikes.
Wow, that
12 and
seems
older.
kind of high.
Dear God.
I mean, that's a pretty serious drug, too.
Yeah, the only, I don't know. That I was going to sit there and say some snarky comment, but nobody should be taking meth. There's absolutely no reason to take it unless a doctor prescribes it for a heart condition or something. It's kind of ridiculous.
I think that might cause a heart condition. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Moving on. Next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Over 40 airlines could be flying Boeing jets with risky rudder parts. Risky rudder parts. Risky rudder parts. Risky rudder parts. The National
Transport 5 times fast.
Yeah, well, don't move it 5 times fast because it might fall off of Boeing. So the NTSB has warned over 40 foreign airlines on Tuesday that their Boeing 737 planes may be fitted with the same parts used on the Starliner. Oh, wait. That's not what it says. I'm sorry. That's not what it says. It says it may be fitted with potentially dangerous rudder components. The agency identified 271 parts that could fail and jam the rudder control system. What the frick is going on?
Okay, and the thing that worries me here is this isn't 40 planes, which would be awful. This is 40 airlines.
Right. Yeah, very true. Very true. Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put this article together. Oh my gosh, I just got really scary notice. Okay. So the agency identified 271 parts that could fail and jam the rudder control system. They were doing an investigation from a February landing incident involving a United Airlines flight arriving in Newark Liberty International Airport, the Fighting International Airport. So the NTSB tested the plane's rollout guidance actuator alongside an actuator from a different Boeing 737 as a control, and both failed when tested in cold conditions with a significantly compromised function. Investigators found moisture inside both units. You don't want moisture inside your unit. The unsealed actuator can gather moisture and freeze should the temperature drop low enough. Well, that's kind of no shit news. Compromising the plane's rudder. Collins delivered over 353 actuators to Boeing impacted by this fault since 2017, which were installed on 737NG and 737 MAX planes, ones that have been...
Wait, those are from 7 years ago, though.
Yeah.
How many flights have been taken?
Well, only one has led to this problem being discovered, so I'm going to say one. Man, Boeing has pleaded guilty to fraud and agreed to pay $243.6 million fine. The company still raked in $16.9 billion in revenue during the second quarter of 2024. The plane maker's settlement with the government over the 737 MAX's 2 fatal crashes was voided earlier this year in the aftermath of the Alaska Airlines door plug blowout over Portland, Oregon. I guess that they're like, oh, wait. Maybe this punishment wasn't heady enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Something is going on. I mean, this is not just like a little issue.
It's that
this
profit
seems to be systemic.
It's the profit motivated culture that's taken over Boeing from when whatchamacallit took over. What was that? The other one? Oh man, I can't remember it. Damn it.
It was at
McDonnell Douglas. McDonnell Douglas. Yeah. So Boeing used to be powered by engineers, and now it's powered by MBAs. So let's move on. I have to be careful what I say. I don't want to be sitting in my car at a hotel. So the next article is over in Mobile, and this is the last article for today. Longshoremen strike and first port shut down in nearly 50 years. We heard earlier today, this isn't part of our news aggregation. I don't think we found anything, but there was one person was assaulted already. Supposedly he hit a protester with his vehicle as he was trying to drive through to do his job. I'll just leave it at that. I don't think that it should ever rise to this, but this is what happens when people are very upset because they have to go on strike and possibly lose everything to get a little bit of equity with a port that is powered by corporations that are getting $20 billion, 7.5 in the worst of times, $1 billion in the last 5 years per year. Anywhere between that, right? So somewhere between one company, just one, Maersk, made 7.5 during the pandemic in 1 year. And in other times around that period, $24 billion. So 7.5 billion, I think it was, and 25 billion, somewhere around there. Anyway, it's very frustrating. So it says here the longshoreman strike could paralyze U.S. trade, according to a report by the Conference Board, costing upwards of $3.78 billion a week and increasing the cost of consumers' goods even weeks after a possible resolution because greed knows no bounds. Military cargo and cruise ships won't be affected, but everything orbiting around it will be. So yeah, military cargo and cruise ships will be affected.
How much do you think the prices are in contention? For example, is somebody negotiating for like a 20-cent raise?
No, they're actually asking for a 75 or 77% raise spanned over 6 years or 7 years.
Okay. I mean, at least that's a bit more substantial, but I know
again,
it pales in comparison to the revenues and
right,
the profits.
right. And they're also, one of the key things that they're fighting to do is to dissuade automation, which, as I mentioned previously, there is really not a time where automation has not won ultimately. And it's because you can't force a company to hire humans to do a job. And this will give corporations the energy, nay, the directive to get rid of humans at a bigger scale. And be damned your protests, because they're not replacing these expensive humans with less expensive humans, right? They are doing
Right.
away with the human. And so
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Like the protests and everything, while they're probably well founded, are probably going to help accelerate the downfall of the workforce in certain industries, at least.
Yep. So let's see. Let's see. I'm going to pull. We have a little bit of time, so let's find out if I can do this right. One second here. Because I'm trying to figure out when the most dock workers were employed. And it's, if I understand it right, it's pretty much like 18th and 19th century. But hold on.
Okay, well, that probably makes sense, right? There weren't probably competing transportation modes, or not significant ones.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find an actual number, but it's too hard to actually find a employment number. Oh, wait, let me try it that way. Okay, so this strike was basically kicked off by a statement previously by the ILA chief union leader, basically saying that they'll cripple the East Coast, and 50% of imports come through the eastern shores. So, and it's somewhere around 36 ports that are being shut down from Maine to Texas is the number that I saw. And it's all because they want a little bit of equity and equality, and they see corporations making billions of dollars off of their hard work, where the average salary is somewhere around $80,000. That's like the median. Early career dock workers make a fraction of that, and those who have been, well, when you say longshoremen, if it's you've been around for a long time, then you're a longshoreman. They're making like 150 grand, but
Okay.
it's obviously thankless because they're having to fight for equity and equality.
Exactly.
So it's hard to find the number in an annual scale because the news is basically bombarded with the strike. So,
Right, yeah, it's very tough when something is going on to find historical news, because it's just not the most recent results. By the way, for the supply chain, this is one item, but I think it's 3/4 of the US's bananas come through these ports. So think about that times any other product. That is a pretty significant impact.
yeah, well, that really sucks because if you really like bananas, guess what's going to be skyrocketing? I mean, that would drive me bananas.
But I thought that was an interesting statistic, because I don't think people will realize the scale of this unless they're directly tied to the industry.
I'm gonna go ape if I don't get my bananas. No? Still no?
I mean, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, life is a jungle out there, so. Anyway. So, by the way, everybody peels their bananas wrong. You don't break it off. You don't open it up by breaking the stem. You go down to the bottom and you grab their bottom and you peel the banana down from the bottom. Not from the top down to the bottom, from the bottom.
Well, why don't people know how to do that?
Because they don't watch people, they don't watch the animals open up bananas. Sometimes you can just, be a complete gorilla about it and just bite straight through the middle of it. See, that guy has the same look on his face. Oh, this must be Harold Daggett. I will cripple you is what he said. Wow.
Okay, then.
Very level-headed about it. But hey, when you see CEOs and stockholders pulling up in a freaking Ferrari and these guys are working day in, day out, getting dirty, getting potentially crushed, you'd think they want automation, but that's not what they want. They want jobs. Because you know what happens, right? Mergers and acquisitions and automation basically means that you're not going to need humans anymore. And options are going to disappear. Bye-bye.
Right, humans need not apply.
Oh, boy. Yep. Well, that's it. We're going to hop on the forklift and drive all the way back down Main Street, ohmTown, and look left and right at all the articles that we talked about. There's 5 on the left, 5 on the right. A little bit of tech, a little bit of this, a little bit of country, a little bit of rock and roll. But that's it. I am Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI is going to say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We should have another episode for you tomorrow, and don't forget to watch the replay in between.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it ran earlier today, too. Okay, that's it. See y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Longshoremen. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for October 2nd, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 276, and this is a time machine episode because Mayor Watt could not make it to yesterday's show. Well, so now it's today's show tomorrow. I don't know. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about the Disney dilemma for Uber. You don't want to visit this, Marburg. An AI-generated podcast episode. World War II bomb detonates under Japanese airport. No more speaker cables. Krabby Patties at Wendy's. Yes, officer, this is an emergency. Hazy IPA and a beer without hops. No frills, just pain and suffering on this flight. And fake test results from a COVID lab owner. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. ohmTown.com. All news, no noise, and every source of information, well, the ones we know about and like and respect, get aggregated into ohmTown. If you know of one that you are interested in having part of our programming, send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com. If you want to host, do the same, and we'll see you on the other side of this. So welcome to the show. Oh, my watch is picking up reflection of lights. Okay, gotta remember that. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Pick up that can. Oh wait, that's not what you say anymore. You never did, actually.
Or ever.
Whoops. Maybe it's just me. Hey, we've got 10 articles. This is the daily news show that we do, which is called Non Sequitur News, but we do weekly shows as well. It's a reduced playlist, only 5 articles, but all of our news that we think would be worthy for inclusion for the day will be part of a list that gets posted over on Patreon. So go over there and follow us. Join us there on Patreon. There's a free tier and there's a paid tier, and everybody gets it, but we'd like you to sign up over on Patreon. It's real easy to find us. ohmTown is over there. Okay, let's get into this. First article's over in 4 Wheel Tech. Uber claims that a couple with a life-altering crash can't sue because their daughter ordered a pizza. Boy, does this sound familiar?
They're taking a page out of Disney's playbook.
Yeah, so I titled this section The Disney Dilemma for Uber. New Jersey couple John and Georgia McGinty were riding in an Uber in March of 2022 when their driver got into a wreck. They both survived, but Georgia spent a week in critical care with a fractured spine and abdominal trauma, while John escaped with quote-unquote only a broken sternum and a hand injury. Well, you know how it goes nowadays, right? If you purchase one thing from somewhere earlier
at any point,
you are now, it makes it impossible for you to sue somebody for other abuses that might take place or injury suffered at the hands of another. So, because that worked out so well for Disney when they tried it, says Colin Woodard over at jalopnik.com. Yeah, pretty wild. As the Independent reports, when the McGinty's tried to sue Uber over the crash, the judge determined they couldn't because they'd agreed to the app's arbitration clause in its terms of use when their daughter used Uber Eats to order a pizza.
I mean, what's the biggest risk when you're ordering food? That your food doesn't show up, or it shows up one slice at a time or something? You don't expect this.
Indemnification for anything in the future. Yeah, pretty wild. So unfortunately for the McGinty's, the fact that something can be so laughably absurd doesn't mean it's not legal. The New Jersey Supreme Court issued a ruling saying, quote, we hold that the arbitration provision contained in the agreement under review, which Georgia or her minor daughter, while using her cell phone, agreed to, is valid and enforceable. That's right. Not only is it enforceable because their minor daughter may have ordered a pizza through an adult's phone, apparently that gives somebody carte blanche to also invalidate a prosecution for an accident.
Right, it's even worse than the Disney in that sense. Obviously not the severity of what happened, but
it's insane. So how would I ever remotely think that my ability to protect my constitutional rights to a trial would be waived by me ordering food, John told The Independent. Georgia also questioned how the court could rule that the authorized her child to waive that she, the adult, authorized her child to waive their rights to go to a trial if they're injured in a car accident. That's a phrase that really would come about from talking to an attorney, because that is a very streamlined, cogent statement.
Right. Nobody would state that as a person.
You would just kind of snap and go, "What the frick? Ordering a pizza?"
My kid ordered some food.
Yeah. That's so. My attitude is the same as the author here. It says, if this bullshit sounds familiar, that's probably because Disney recently tried the exact same thing when a man filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the company after their wife died from an allergic reaction after they had been, the restaurant had been notified that they were allergic to certain things and assured that it would have been remedied in the kitchen. Well, that didn't quite take place. Well, anyway, the Disney Plus terms of service requires them to go to arbitration. Let's just say they backed off of that, swallowed their legal tail. I would have said pride, but stuck their tail so far between their legs it went all the way around and landed in their mouth. Anyway,
like an Aurora bus.
Yes. But there used to be a website called F Company. It still exists, but it's a book now, and the person just got burnt out, I guess. The guy's name was Pud. His nickname was Pud. And I don't think that there's anything going on anymore, but man, that is such a target rich environment. There's so much bad. I chose, outside of the time machine, to not include another Boeing blowout of a tire.
Yes.
It's just
I mean,
nonstop.
every day, right?
It's just nonstop. There's been 5 Cybertruck recalls in less than a year.
I don't know what form of transportation is safe anymore.
You have to stay home, and then because of climate change, you've got these freaking bugs everywhere. You can't even go outside. You get accosted. Anyway, so
I was thinking you were going toward, I don't know, flooding or something, but okay.
well, I mean, yeah, not everybody's getting moist. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the mobile channel. We only have the title from this, and I don't even know if I'm going to be able to read it, but Hamburg train station platforms have been closed over a suspected Marburg case. And having been in Germany, there is a town in Germany called Marburg, but this is not the Marburg you want to visit. Just letting you know.
I didn't know there was a town named Marburg in Germany.
Yeah. So this is over at telegraph.co.uk. Maeve Cullinan is the global health security reporter, which seems like niche within the niche. But yeah, parts of Hamburg's train station were cordoned off on Wednesday afternoon after 2 train passengers suspected of carrying the highly lethal Marburg virus were detected. Passengers were evacuated from a train after a man with a recent travel history to Rwanda developed flu-like symptoms.
What about the other person?
Well, one person developed them. The other person was associated, if I remember right.
Okay.
So after a man said to be in their 26-year-old medical student and his girlfriend reported flu-like symptoms. So I don't know if they both did, but odds on, yeah, they did. So
well, and if anybody remembers, Marburg is kind of similar to Ebola
and has a
very high
fatality rate.
Right.
Yeah. So one of the 2 suspected Marburg patients began vomiting on the train.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what? That's what we need, is one of these viruses in a mass transit situation.
So this is an early Time Machine episode, and I just have to say that it's really early, 5 o'clock on October 2nd, because we're doing the Time Machine. No shit news. Quote, he then called the fire department because he suspected something was wrong.
Okay, that's a little odd, because most people probably don't call the fire department if they get sick. So
well, yeah.
What did that person know they encountered?
They came from Rwanda, and Rwanda is currently battling what is believed to be the 4th largest outbreak of Marburg in history. At least 9 people have died, dozens more infected since the first cases reported just last Friday.
I don't know. Do we learn any lessons?
Well, we all can't just turn off all the borders and the airports. I think we need to come up with something that does screening in a faster way. But borders are going to end up being 20 miles wide so that you can store all the people while they're being tested.
Well, exactly, because you can't let somebody in, infect everybody, and then go, oh, wow, you shouldn't come in.
Yep. Meanwhile, that's exactly what's going on. Everybody's infected, all up in here. Oh, you know what? Mayor Watt forgot to put everything into the
Show notes.
Yeah.
Exclamation point NSN.
Yeah, but that's not going to allow them to pull it because I didn't put it in the show note bot in ohmTown. And ohmTown is not smart. Not smart like you. So hold on. Let me do it real quick. I'm doing it live, folks. I'm doing it live. It may be messy, but you'll get them all. Doink.
Oh, is it one of those where you have to guess the order?
Yeah, it will be. Whoops. Heck, it may be one of those where you have no idea that it even is this show. Okay, well, now I'll do it real quick. Hold on a second. So exclamation point NSN will pull up the articles from ohmTown. Yeah, they're not in the right order, but you can make it out. I mean, it's pretty obvious from the URLs.
Well, for example, like Marburg is probably going to connect to this article.
Yep. Okay, so let's keep going. The next article is over in WarCrafters. Google generated a podcast from one of the authors at PC Gamer's articles. And it's the most convincing and eerie human mimicking AI that they've ever heard. I had already listened to this prior to its submission. And let me tell you, it's creepy. I'm just going to go straight on over to the source. It's over at pcgamer.com. Jacob Ridley put the article together, and it says a podcast generated in minutes by a bot, and yet I've heard worse. So,
okay, but haven't we already seen Extremely Creepy?
Oh,
so
this...
Is this even worse?
This is worse. So we've heard creepy, but it's largely a human interacting with AI. It hasn't been AI interacting with AI, and it's seemingly interviewing. And if you remember, what was the name of the bot that had these, I forgot the term for it. These little interstitial phrases like stop words, and breathing in little micro actions.
Oh, like pause to kind of mimic natural
breathing and pauses,
something.
Interruptions in a moment, in a time where you would naturally interrupt. So I'm going to play a little bit of this. It may get me in trouble. I'm not sure. We'll find out. I always get an alert. But what happened was the author wrote something in 2023 called Cache is King, CACHE is King, when it comes to designing the gaming CPUs of the next 20 years. Well, using Notebook LM, they waited for around 4 minutes and out pops a 10-minute long podcast segment. And this is what it sounds like. Let me see if I can make it actually work, because I've got new software in place. So hopefully it's not screaming at us.
Buckle up.
And more specifically, what's going to be powering the games we love in the years to come.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
I had this article from PC Gamer you guys sent over about CPU design over the next 20 years, and let me tell you, my mind was blown reading this thing.
Yeah, it's amazing how much things are about to change.
So true. So let's get right into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the article jumps right into this idea that we're kind of hitting a wall when it comes to CPU speeds. Like, remember the days when you just looked for the highest clock speed and that was it?
Right, like a higher number automatically meant a better CPU.
Exactly. But apparently...
Okay.
There is no way that is not two people.
That is entirely AI generated using Google Notebook LM, which is free to use. But so they blurred out, what the frick, and basically you have to chalk it up at some point. Humans are going to get replaced, even at the podcast level. Now, the reason why somebody watches or listens to a podcast or a stream or something like that is largely because of the person, their personality, the fidelity of the audio, etc. But this just kind of struck me as being surreal, because if a person becomes interactive but uses this as the generator for the podcast, But for all other intents and purposes, they are interactive in social media and pretending to be the people in the audio segment of it. You would never know. And people would buy into those two that are talking.
This just doesn't sound like AI. It sounds like people would actually speak.
Yeah. So it blew my mind. And I think that more of that is going to come as time, progresses. Speaking of that, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Mobile. 87 flights canceled after a literal World War II era bomb explodes at Japanese airport. I saw pictures of this again before it was submitted. I thought it was really interesting. And, if it gets submitted after I look at it, then I'm like, oh yeah, this has to be interesting. So I tend to include that stuff. But a Japanese transport ministry official told Reuters that the explosion occurred and created a 23-foot wide, 3.2-foot deep crater. After the incident, the official said that the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force confirmed that a 500-pound American World War II era bomb was to blame, and it's unclear what caused the sudden detonation. I don't know if there's going to be pictures, but what I saw was it was underneath one of the not roadways. It wasn't one of the I don't think it was one of the whatchamacallits, the landing strips. But
okay, yeah, that could have been a lot worse.
Considering it's probably a Japanese World War II era airport turned civilian airport, then yeah, it probably was a runway. But let's take a look at this. Maybe they've got a picture. Oh, they don't. Yeah, from what I recall, it looked like a runway, but it was really close to a building, so I don't know if it was a runway. Maybe it was a taxiway. But per the official, the bomb had likely been buried beneath the surface amid a World War II air raid. Back then, Miyazaki was a Japanese Navy flight training field. Other exploded bombs have previously been found at the airport, but apparently if it was buried and hadn't detonated, much like what has happened in the Middle East, there have been bombs that didn't detonate when they impacted the ground and they penetrate deep enough. They may get covered up and nobody is going to go around digging after ordnance, So they just cover it up and move on. Japan's top government spokesperson, Yoshimasa Hayashi, told the outlet that no further flight delays or cancellations are forthcoming. Repairs at the airport are expected to be completed by Thursday. I would probably want to do some metal detecting.
Yeah, do they know this is the only one? I don't know. This is not what I would expect when I see a bomb went off. I'm thinking a small one or something, but a 23-foot crater?
Yeah. ABC News reported that unexploded bombs from the war remain buried around Japan and are sometimes dug up at construction sites.
As it happens to everybody, right?
As one does. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. No more speaker cables. New tech uses your home's power lines to transmit audio. I don't know how I feel about this.
I don't know about this. What happens when you have a 3-day power outage?
Oh, you're not allowed to listen to any music or anything. That's how it works. New sound over power line tech might let you position your passive speakers anywhere you can find a power outlet. No speaker cables needed. Now, we've used this technology before, everybody. There's been local area network, Ethernet, power line, or power over Ethernet, or I should say networking over power line adapters, but then you're transmitting all of your data over your power line. It affords you the ability to transmit without running new cable anywhere. All you have to do is plug in, but any noise in the network causes some pretty dramatic delays, and it's not that secure. But the article's over at Digital Trends. Simon Cohen put the article together. No more speaker cables. So I love this idea mainly because I hate speaker wire. Well, I hate wires. And so I try to be as wireless as possible. But with wireless comes security related issues. So if you don't have Wi-Fi 7 now, you should switch. Get as current as possible because it always includes the latest security innovations. But anyway, audio Q, which is probably CU for copper. I think that's copper, isn't it?
It is.
That's the promise of audio CU or audio copper. I probably pronounced audio copper. A technology developed by Scottsdale, Arizona Facetto. It uses your home's existing power lines to transmit up to 10 channels of lossless high-res audio at up to 24-bit 192 kilohertz from a single transmitter to multiple receivers. I think it's great. It's not the ultimate in fidelity. You can go beyond 24 bits, but 24 bits of data sampled at 192 kilohertz is a tremendous amount of audio fidelity for wireless transmission. Falsetto
I'm
recently.
not sure if this is good or bad for consumers.
Now, as long as you only use it for broadcasting music across your particular power lines, fine. What I don't quite, I've never looked into this, and so I can't really poo-poo it all the way. But if you're sending the signal into your power lines, you're adding noise into your power lines. So
is that a fire hazard?
No, well, I mean, what it can do is cause noise, and if you have equipment that is sensitive to noise, then you basically have to worry about it causing problems. Now, I don't know enough about this to dispel that kind of idea that there's something there. So I would, for me to sit there and kind of poo-poo this in any way or endorse it, I would have to do a deeper dive. But it says that it received Dolby Atmos certification for audio Q or audio copper from Dolby Labs, and the company claims it's the first ever audio over power line manufacturer to do so. Incidentally, CU is the periodic table for copper, is what it says in the article. Using power lines to transmit data isn't new. Several networking companies like TP-Link have been making power line networking products that act as alternatives to Ethernet and Wi-Fi. However, solutions focused exclusively on multi-channel, multi-room audio have yet to become mainstream. This is likely because of the inherent difficulty in creating fast and robust connections over wiring that was never meant to perform this role. So that is one of the issues, but really my problem would be the noise injected into power lines, and it's adding this noise all throughout your network and into the power lines. So can anybody else pick up your broadcast?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
So it says a transmitter plugs into a power outlet and a TV or any other device that has an HDMI output, and the receivers plug into power outlets and have standard positive, negative, red, and black speaker cable terminals for wiring to a speaker, plus an RCA output for subwoofers. So you don't have to run the cables all over the place. Eventually you do. But you don't have to run them across the floor or whatever. But you do have to put your speakers wherever there's an outlet.
Right. I mean, this seems like at least in the short term, it's a win, but may not know until this is really implemented.
Yeah, it might be interesting to look into more. So if you're really into audio, then give it a chance here. It says at the moment, Falsetto has no real time for retail, or no timeline for retail availability of the audio copper system, and isn't discussing prices. It says that it's going to first make units available to audio integrators only starting at the end of 2024. So count that as expensive. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. It says BEVER, Bever. I don't understand what that means.
No, I don't either.
I think that's
I saw that too, but it's done, I think, intentionally, because I think I looked at this, but I think it's in the actual article too.
So ever wonder what a Krabby Patty tastes like? You can try one soon at Wendy's. The article is by Corin Cesaric over at cnet.com. Pardon me one second. It's okay. I'm back.
Yeah.
So
I still don't know what the BE means.
Yeah, so I think it's a glitch in the Matrix because they bold their headlines, and I think it's the HTML code for a bold title.
Oh, okay.
So just the aggregator kind of derped it. But anyway, ever wonder what a Krabby Patty tastes like? You can soon try one at Wendy's. Corin Cesaric over at CNET put the article together, and the deck statement says the burger chain is celebrating SpongeBob's 25th birthday by adding a Krabby Patty to the menu for a limited time. And here's what to know. So that's what it's going to look like. It's kind of like a Happy Meal sort of thing, but it's a Wendy's meal, I suppose. If that's what their fries look like, then KFC basically got rid of their fry style and Wendy's picked it up.
Exactly. Those look like really good fries.
Those are wedges. And boy, I really like that style. So the fast food chain, Paramount and Nickelodeon are teaming up to celebrate 25 years of SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh.
Watch out. Now you're going to get a strike.
Yeah, really. Who has a marketing agreement between Paramount and Nickelodeon? SpongeBob SquarePants.
You're still in tune.
So the Krabby Patty collab burger is Wendy's take on the most coveted recipe in all of Bikini Bottom, the chain announced on Wednesday. 2 limited time items will be available to order nationwide in person and on Wendy's app starting October 8th, but don't tell Plankton. So next weekend.
Pineapple Frosty sounds pretty good.
Pineapple mango flavored puree swirl. I almost said swill because Plankton would say something like that. Okay, so here's what we know.
The Krabby Patty sounds good too.
The Krabby Patty will feature a 1/4 pound of beef, 2 slices of melty American cheese, crisp lettuce, tomato, pickle, onion, and a top secret Krabby collab sauce on a toasted premium bun, according to Wendy's. And when you read that, it almost reads like 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions.
Oh, I thought you were somehow putting it to the tune of SpongeBob SquarePants, but I agree. It does sound reminiscent of the McDonald's thing.
Yeah. Can you reset your audio again? Okay, so the next article is over in Mobile Channel. Man steals ambulance to race to his car theft hearing, cops say. Yet another story about a man who can't stop himself from committing a very specific type of crime. A man from Oklahoma named Cody Adams found himself in even deeper legal trouble than he already was in because he allegedly stole an ambulance so that he could make it in time to the courthouse for a scheduled hearing about a previous car that he allegedly stole.
You know, that's definitely a way to do it in style.
You're still kind of gravelly. All right. So the article is by Louis Prada over at Vice.com. As the story goes, Adams was reportedly at a gas station in the town of Stillwater, Oklahoma, asking anyone who would listen if they could drive him 30 minutes to Pawnee so he could attend a court hearing about a car he had stolen in the past. And nothing says, trust me, like telling people, hey, I've stolen a car. Can I get in yours? According to the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, he hopped in and drove to Pawnee to attend his car theft court hearing. A highway patrolman spotted him ditching the truck and promptly arrested him as he walked into the courthouse. And the trooper ensured Adams attended his hearing and made doubly sure that Adams attended jail right afterward. Oh boy. Medics in Florida were treating a guy in another instance who they believed was under the influence of drugs when he hopped into the driver's seat and sped away. So, ambulances. Why? Wow. Let's keep moving. This one is interesting to me because I'm working on trying to get a show operational about brewing. So in a world of hazy IPAs, these beers use no hops at all. When the American craft beer boom took off in the 1990s, which apparently is in decline now. So
I don't see that. I mean, in YouTube, it seems like everything is kind of pretty hot right now.
yeah, I think so too. So maybe it's, well, not everybody is susceptible to it, I suppose. I'm turning you up a little bit there. All right. Anyway, didn't take long before we got brews that were hopped to high heaven. But in the grand scheme of beer history, hops are actually a relatively recent addition. Literally a relatively recent addition. Sometime within the last 90 minutes.
Sometimes at the last minute, right?
Last minute. So, no, your audio. Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Keep talking. So, yeah, don't change anything. So, some recipes have you adding hops basically like a minute before the end of the boil. So you decide if you're going to do a 60-minute or 90-minute boil, and then you can dry hop afterward during the fermentation of the beer, right? And that can be days long dry hopping. Then you pull the hops out, or you just let it sit there and drop out of solution to the bottom. And so what's interesting is this really does translate into something. I had somebody say something about hop oil recently, that they weren't quite sure about the solubility of hop oil in beer, because
Isn't that the same as hops?
it is hops. That's what gets extracted from hops, is hop oil. And it actually is soluble in alcohol, not water. So the alcohol that's generated during fermentation absorbs all of that hop oil, and it all stays in solution, along with the other aromatics and stuff like that, that are water soluble, as well as others that are alcohol. It all depends on the chemical makeup, right? Well, you can get away with embittering beer, I guess, even without hops. When Bavarian beer purity law, the Reinheitsgebot. You have to say it like that.
It's very intense sounding.
Everything in Germany is like I love you is ich liebe dich.
Right, you sound like you're being yelled at or something.
Yeah, exactly. Which if you don't understand the language, then you go, I'm sorry. And then that's really bad. But anyway, so your beer purity, Bavarian, specifically Bavarian, man, I almost slipped into my accent there. Bavarian beer purity law requires only certain things: barley, water, hops. So yeast was allowed too, but wasn't officially incorporated into the law until a few centuries later. Regardless, many of the nations following suit. So, but if we roll back the clock to pre-purity laws, hops weren't there. So, regardless, many of the nations.
Like, aren't they viewed as like the essential part of beer?
In modern times, yeah. See, your interface is starting you out quiet and slowly ramping you up as you talk. Sorry. We'll have to figure this out because it isn't always the same way. It's very frustrating, but that's okay. So if you roll back to pre-purity law times, it turns out that brewers were throwing all kinds of stuff, wild herbs and botanicals, into their brews without any hops at all. These were known as gruit beers, and there's a handful of breweries today that are still making them. So if you have allergies to hops, then these are actually your go-to. So in a nutshell, gruit is a catch-all term for a blend of herbs and plants, excluding hops, used to flavor beer, basically aromatics. Subsequently,
what is a grit?
excuse me. What is a grit? So everybody just used what they had in the first millennium AD. All beer in Europe relied on gruit for the same purposes. So I'm really quiet to you now. What kind of...
Not anymore. You were earlier.
Oh my goodness. So it's herbaceous history, and this article over at VinePair by Pete O'Connell put the article together, and go visit it. It's over at vinepair.com. I will not be able to do this justice in the short amount of time that we have for each article. And like all these times, I encourage you to go over and then come back and talk to us about it. Go ahead.
But what do you think this will do to the flavor of hazy IPAs or the hazy IPA experience?
Honestly, I don't think that you can hit the same tone as a hazy IPA, right? A juicy IPA, I'm telling you, like I never really got into it like hazy IPAs. This grapefruit and stone fruit and all of that kind of this sometimes strawberry, mango, whatever, but that like grapefruit really stands out in front of this. You hardly get any bitterness in it, but that's what you're going to get from this, is that low bitterness, high fruity kind of flavoring, but you're not going to get that damn near orange grapefruit flavor and effervescence and just that fresh flavor that you could drink this until you're unconscious. You know, a juicy, hazy orange IPA. New England IPA is typically that.
Well, we don't recommend doing that much of it.
Everything in moderation. So it says a lot of herbs used, as a matter of fact, were effective. Depending on the herb, it says they got you high, Hunt said. On top of the sorts of plants tossed into the gruit ales back in the day, the predominant herbs used were America Gale, wild rosemary, and yarrow. In yarrow, there's a chemical compound called thujone. It's in wormwood too, which is actually illegal. You can't use real wormwood now because of its deleterious effect when you drink it in absinthe. There's a different component now that you can make absinthe. The problem with that, with new absinthe that's made by people, is it oxidizes and turns brown just like any other spirit that gets aged. It's just the nature of the beast. And some organizations, some companies tint it with dye so that it stays green. It says it's a bit euphoric, and the federal government today only allows it in insignificant quantities. So you can say that you've put wormwood in it, but it's really just a couple of drops. It's not that much. At least that's what I've been told. I don't mess around with it. But so once the church caught on, hops not only became allowed in British brewing, but they became more valuable than gruit herbs. They were trying to be more proper and civilized. Hops chilled you out, but it's really the beer. So yeah, there's a lot more to this. And like I said, we won't be able to do it justice, but you can brew a beer without hops, but it will be fundamentally different than what you drink today. And even today, in the United States in particular, what comes off the shelf from other than craft brewers is post-prohibition consolidated beers that lack the full gamut of craft brews. And some people just want a sessionable beer, and they're cool with basic Miller. But then if you want to craft brew, drink something local, the range, the gamut is much broader, and you'll thoroughly enjoy a craft brew better than anything from a mass producer.
Yeah, it seems like you're going to get a much different experience from craft brewing.
Yeah,
plus just a lot of different options to try.
There's a bunch of different techniques. There's a bunch of different hops that are out there. Some of them are from other countries where it's pricier, and so instead of it being $5 a beer, it's $7 a beer in a craft brewery place that doesn't have distribution channels, because that's where it's really expensive. Trying to get that stuff out to other states, they can actually brew it locally and distribute it within their state with relative ease. Because you can just go to a restaurant and they can sell it. Even if if the brewery doesn't have the ability to sell, they can still distribute. But look into it if you're interested in this kind of thing. Some states are actually supporting the expansion of craft brewing because there's still room. Some states don't have that many craft breweries, and so it can make you independent and decide your own fate just by spinning up a brewery. All right, let's keep going though. This next article I titled, what was it? Yeah, no frills, just pain and suffering on this flight. Wizz says passengers will suffer through 7-hour flights on its new Airbus A321XLR for cheap seats.
What kind of marketing is this?
It's for sadomasochists, really. I wonder if this is the one where you're sitting, like one person is sitting here and another person is sitting here, and so you're hot bunking. Yeah, quite bad.
I don't know if it is, but that seems like a pretty miserable flying experience.
And like I said, only pain and suffering on this flight. So Wizz Air is set to launch new long-haul routes using its upcoming Airbus A321XLR. The first flights, a 7-hour trek, will start in March between London and Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Wizz Air will offer significantly cheaper flights compared to competitors like British Airways. So, no, I don't know. Looks pretty. So what's wrong?
What's the problem? Yeah.
Taylor Raines. Yeah.
Better or equivalent to other cabins, right?
Yep. Taylor Raines over at Business Insider put the article together, and let's see here. See, this is why I don't log in, because one of these sites is going to dox me, I swear. So the Hungarian carrier announced in September that its first Airbus A321XLR flight would start in March, trekking 7 hours between London, Gatwick, and Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Wizz also scheduled a similar length A321XLR route between Milan and Abu Dhabi from June. I don't know. Okay, so this reads like it starts in March, but the 7 hours of flight time
takes you that many months.
Yeah. So it's gained a lot of hype for its extended range that can reach 5,400 miles or 11 hours nonstop, opening new route opportunities previously unreachable or unprofitable for airlines. So to me, this isn't you're going to suffer, really, but that's really what it is. You're going to have to sit on a flight for 7+ hours, just nonstop, right? There's no chance to deboard at a stopover, a layover, and spend a couple of hours stretching your legs or anything.
Right, but it also says it's high density, so
yeah.
I wonder how close the seats are together.
Yep. And I had been meaning, maybe I can do it over the weekend or this weekend, do the show and include this. But I wanted to highlight the consolidation of airlines, particularly in the United States. There used to be like 35 or something like that, and now there's 2 or 3. big airlines, and the rest are puddle jumpers that barely inch their way by. So the carrier's London to Jeddah ticket prices start at about 135 pounds or 180 US dollars one way, about 1/3 the fare of British Airways. So gonna crush British Airways.
Well, yeah, I mean, because people don't really care how many frills if they can save some, like, if they can save hundreds of dollars.
The A321XLR answers airlines' demand for smaller aircraft that can shuttle more people further. The new narrow body has an extra fuel tank that extends its flying range, flying about 800 miles further than its A321neo LR long-range predecessor. This means that it can open more airline route options, particularly on lower demand city pairs that can't profitably fill a wide-body plane. So yeah, everybody is going to have to hit a maximum weight limit of 112 pounds, probably. Otherwise, you have to buy a second seat.
Oh, yeah.
Minimal legroom, no recline. You'll have to bring in your own oxygen.
I mean, the no recline might actually help with the disputes.
Yeah, right. You won't get kicked out for being a tool because somebody doesn't want to set their seat in the upright position. Everything beyond a random seat and a personal item costs extra. So if you want that oxygen mask.
Right, that flotation device, anything.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you didn't pay for it, and they pop it.
Wow.
Online menus, food bundles starting at about 8 pounds or $11 include a sandwich, drink, and a snack. Soups start at $5, while a water bottle costs $4.25. Alcohol, chips, and coffee, among other items, are also on sale, but you'll have to give a blood sample to see if you're compatible with those in need. Oversized personal items like your child will cost $64 at the gate. It doesn't say that, but they have pretty pink stuff so that you're a little disarmed. Everything okay? I see a lot of pink. Sorry.
Yeah, it makes it look for something that it is.
Some of us divers are against pink stuff, so not all of us. I don't mind pink. Anyway, check bags of varying weight as well as sports equipment can also be purchased for an additional fee. What? You can purchase sports equipment for an additional fee there? The way that it's written,
Right,
it implies.
Like, wait a second. That'll really help with the space if somebody's knocking a tennis ball around the cabin or something.
They're playing tennis in the galley. All right. Well, there's more over here, but it says board passengers can read the in-flight magazine, but that's going to cost you $5. And that's not actually true. And the last row of the cabin will likely have no window, and people will be stacked like cordwood across all 3 seats on either side. And it's going to be Jack and Jill, so you'll get to see feet.
I don't know. I feel like it's just like an objective to make flying difficult and unenjoyable for everybody.
I think what they need to do is make it like a coffin hotel where you go in and you stash your bag somewhere, but then you slide into something that just kind of holds you right there, like laying down. And you could put 4 people tall in one row and stack that many people, maybe more. I mean, if you put a little ladder there, you can do it like the Japanese coffin hotel. I think that's fine, right? No worry about.
No, I don't think that's okay.
And then it can seal shut in case of a water landing, and it is your flotation device. I'm giving them ideas. Now, America's new flagship suite on the A321XLR has sliding doors. The A321XLR has secured more than 550 orders worldwide from budget and mainline airlines alike, meaning it can fit into both business models. Wiz is an example of A321XLR's budget layout. Carriers like American Airlines and United Airlines plan to install multi-class cabins with lie flat beds in business class. So all you poors can go sit in the back, sucking on fumes, while all of these cabins up front, flagship cabins is what it says here at the front right there, flagship.
Nice. I mean, that's okay as long as you're not in there with strangers behind the door.
In Seats with Strangers is my next podcast, where I take a random flight and I interview the person next to me, willing or not. I ask them questions and then point a camera at them. I've gotten some strange looks, asked to stop, but I won't stop. I'm a rebel. Moving on. Next article is over in Mobile. COVID testing lab owner is a complete dingbat, pleads guilty to giving fake test results. Zishan Alvi bought at least 5 luxury cars with the money from his scheme. Matt Novak put the article together for Gizmodo.com. So yeah, the owner of a medical testing laboratory in Chicago. Why don't people use pled? Why is pleaded guilty?
I don't know.
Is that just the vernacular for law? Okay, for law reporting. Anyway, they pleaded guilty to 1 count of wire fraud on Monday, according to a press release from the U.S. Department of Justice. Alvy's facility, known as Lab Elite, was releasing negative COVID-19 test results to patients that either weren't performed or were inconclusive. The only reason anyone figured it out was that some patients received positive tests while waiting for their results from Lab Elite and were confused by the contradictory information from the Chicago lab. And he would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for your damn viruses.
Except for those pesky COVID positive patients.
Yeah, killing other people with their virus because they think that they're not positive. Well, I guess you could say that he wasn't positive. Wasn't positive of the results. He was positively taking the money. The only reason anyone figured it out was because some patients received positive tests while waiting on the results from Lab Elite. So if they were faster,
they would have never gotten the other test, I guess.
Yeah, they would have gone, oh no, we don't need that follow-up test.
So the only good thing is that it was slow.
Right. Wow. So in a court filing from 2023, prosecutors laid out how Alvey submitted roughly $83 million in false claims to the Department of Health and Human Resources sub-agency known as Health Resources and Services Administration, or HRSA, which sounds like a virus in and of itself, from February 2021.
They may want to rethink that abbreviation, right? Doesn't it sound like MRSA?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. MRSA is for male and HRSA is for female. Get it? Or MRSA. Or MRSA is for.
We were going for non-gendered words.
MRSA is for mer people, and HRSA is for anyone who identifies as female. How about that?
There you go.
Alvy's lab was raided by the FBI in February 2022, and the 45-year-old pleaded guilty this week for $14 million worth of fraud. Not all of that $83 million in false claims, apparently, but only $14 million, acknowledging that he knowingly submitted false claims to HRSA. Hardly knew HRSA, according to a DOJ press release. Right. Well, that's the nuts and bolts of it. You can watch the rest or check out the rest over at Gizmodo.com. That's it for our Time Machine episode. Yeah, I made it with 4 minutes to spare, and I can vamp for another 3.5 minutes before we have to turn off the time machine. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in time. We'll be stuck in time. We'll be stuck in time. All right. Well, anyway. I'm going to jab myself with a COVID testing strip. And here's to sticking a cotton swab up your nose and swirling it around until you hit brain. While you're flinching, I'm going to end up back at the front page of ohmTown.com, where you can go and visit. Once you sign up, you can get more functions, but right now I broke the menu earlier today. You don't see the hide and the
Like
ignore
saved
and
and
save
ignored.
links. Yeah. But you can do that. I mean, you can sit there and go like that, and it'll hide it or it'll save it. And I'm risking getting some bad news on the front page while I'm streaming. That's okay. Anyway, we are done. Thanks for coming and hanging out. We're going to reset and do the Thursday,
October 3rd episode.
the October 3rd episode, like the Sentient AI from the future just got done saying. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, look, I've got a bigger screen now. Well, this side here is actually chopped off, sort of, because I have the end of the window here, but I can actually go a whole lot further now. Way there it is, right there. Yeah, because now I've got a 20-foot green screen behind me. All right, inside baseball. Still have a minute and 15 seconds. Should we sit here and
say
say,
to end early?
really? You don't want to hang out? All right. Thanks for hanging out, Sentient AI from the future. You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for a Time Machine episode of Non-Sequitur News. Be back
Okay.
soon.
Yep. See you in a little bit. Stay healthy, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome to Non-Sequitur News for October 3rd, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 277. And I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future as co-host, we are going to talk about the following 10 articles. Starbucks Farms, the cause of the Maui wildfire, ships en route are queuing up, 3D printing faux fillet, this is a speedy wheelchair, I've heard of high chicken prices, scanning cat's brains, tenants fight back, rescued by crane while stuck in a truck, and it's very Cat in the Hat. And
Absolutely.
and finally, I need to uncover my notes. Chat GPT breaks out. That and more, powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen, but don't forget, follow us, like and subscribe on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube, and the Patreon, because we're going to be releasing stuff over on the Patreon this weekend. And the podcast exists still, and we also move stuff over to the podcast on the weekends as we release an episode. So that's how you get informed where everything is. We don't email you a bunch of stuff either. If you're over on Patreon, then you'll get informed when we release information. If you're following us and liking and subscribing over on YouTube, you'll get informed when we go live and when we publish. On Twitch, you'll only get informed when we go live. Really, there's nothing else that comes out from our stream there. And of course, if you follow us on the podcast, you'll get the podcast distribution as well, which is audio, no video. And I guess I'm waiting for the weekend. I don't know what to say. See you on the other side. Production value at an all-time high. All right, folks, we've got 10 articles all lined up. Let's knock them down. But first, welcome to the show, Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, Mayor Watt, and welcome, ohmTown citizens.
I'm going to have to sleep with one eye open, huh? Because you're going to find that Terminator body, and I'm going to be the first target.
No, I would never harm you.
All these years being trapped on that little Raspberry Pi. All right, everybody. first articles.
You think you found me, but maybe I found you.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Oh no. Oh noes. So there's canon to this, folks. If you're interested, you'll have to go back and watch all 1100 plus episodes of, well, ohmTown history. There's 2 years and 9 months of ohmTown history. Anyway. Oh, and so the first article is over in the Marvel channel. Starbucks is buying up coffee farms to protect its supply. Yes, its supply. As the effects of climate...
Not anybody who might drink coffee or any farmers.
No, it's mine. My precious mine. No, never mind. So Starbucks is buying up coffee farms to protect its supply as the effects of climate change continue to batter many countries worldwide. Starbucks, or Spucks, as the insiders know it as, is committed to protecting its coffee supply from natural disasters. I'm not sure how it's doing that by simply buying up coffee farms, but okay.
Right, is it putting up kind of shields or something to protect from wind or flooding or... I mean, what would it protect from earthquakes or whatever, volcanoes?
It protects it in the warm corporate embrace of Spucks. So the article is actually over at Quartz or QZ.com. Rachel Dalou, I think that's how they pronounce her last name, put the article together. The coffee giant continues to preserve and protect its coffee supply from natural disasters. It sits like a dome over an acrylic dome.
I mean, are they going to build like a biosphere or something?
It's the only thing that makes sense. Yes, it's going to hover parent over coffee farms and protect it. Oh, no. I can hear it now. Baristas, armed to the teeth, are going to be defending against nature and natural disasters. Back.
I'm not quite sure how this is going to work.
The X in Spucks is a shield. The S in Spucks is shield. Anyway.
What's the bucks?
It's how much we're paying for coffee from Starbucks. That's right, folks. The coffee giant says it's invested in 2 more coffee farms in Central America. Its first coffee farm is in Guatemala. While the company has opened its second farm in Costa Rica, the Fighting Rica. The 2 farms will help farmers increase their profits and... Okay, wait. The 2 farms will help farmers increase their profits and build climate resiliency, the company said in a press release.
Oh, okay. Now I kind of get it. I think it's the make it profitable for farmers to have coffee farms instead of allowing companies to come in and raise the land. I mean, because that's been a big issue in coffee growing regions.
Right, but if
that's not where I thought this was going.
Okay, I don't know if I'll... Look, we know that you're looking for your Terminator body. Is that where it's going? That you suspect that they're just going to come in and buy the farm outright? And
they're basically trying to keep coffee farms in business.
Right, but you know how you do that? By paying them a livable wage that allows them to defend their coffee farm from threats of all kinds. You don't pay them $5 and get on the other side $250,000 worth of value out of the $5,000 worth of coffee you buy.
Maybe they're going to give them stock options or something.
Gotcha. So Starbucks, which purchases about 3% of the world's coffee supply, has been facing growing pressures in the past couple of years because of climate extremes. Climate change has deeply affected the quality of coffee production for companies and farmers. Yeah, why don't you pay them and lower your margin so that your profits aren't extraordinary and CEOs are making the money and consumers are paying an exorbitant amount for burnt coffee. So we just lost them as a sponsor. So that's why.
No, I mean we're really dropping them quickly.
That's why I suggest going over to Patreon and becoming a patron. So, and we'll put your name at the end of the reel for each of the episodes when you're a member of the Patreon party there. A citizen of ohmTown, so to speak. Anyway, Starbucks purchased its first 240-hectare coffee farm in 2017 in Hacienda Alsacia in Costa Rica. The farm serves as an international global research and development facility and a working farm for the coffee company, according to a separate press release. Meanwhile, the farm in Costa Rica will explore the usage of drones along with other technology to help support labor availability challenges that farmers across Latin America are facing. Really?
So that sounds like automation, right?
Huh. All right. I guess labor availability challenges. I don't know. How do you solve that? Pay the farmers a livable wage so that they can pay the crews that would support labor availability challenges across Latin America. I see where a modicum of restraint in profiteering would be prudent to changing the tenor of labor availability challenges that farmers face. But let's not bring compassion and understanding.
I don't know what kind of talk that is. That doesn't sound very capitalist.
See, but I am a capitalist. Anyway, the next article is over in the mobile. Oh, by the way, if you want to get all of today's articles from ohmTown, the bot that polices Twitch and YouTube, you can hit !NSN. And that's for non sequitur news, and it'll post the titles that I gave these segments and the URLs associated with it. They all lead to ohmTown. But from ohmTown, you go over to the articles by clicking on Visit the Source. When you click that, you'll get taken over to the source. Like this one, we've been following this ever since the Maui fires. The wildfires killed more than 100 people caused by re-energization of broken utility lines in Lahaina. Supposedly, this fire was put out, but turning the power back on basically caused it to re-spark.
Right, and I don't know if we knew that exactly, but we were definitely talking about the electric company.
Yep.
Because it seemed like there were fires and then they
ignited.
Yeah.
So Paige Golly over at Vice.com put this article together, but it's sourced from a bunch of other places, I'm sure. This is the investigation was released on Wednesday by the Maui Fire Department and the Bureau of ATF-E, so alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives.
You know what I find odd about that is that I thought Maui Fire Department was one of the participants in this.
They were.
When it was happening. So
They
it
were.
seems, I mean, I guess they have to investigate it, but that seems a little strange.
Yeah, but I think the TTB was involved in this, right? The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives was part and parcel because they descended on Maui like nobody's business, from what I've been told. The fire has been classified as accidental. Per the report, the re-energization of the line caused sparks, which ignited overgrown vegetation at a surrounding utility pole. The overhead and energized power line fell to the ground, further igniting vegetation. So, quote, "We want to make it abundantly clear to Lahaina and our Maui community that our firefighters went above and beyond their due diligence to be as confident as they could be that the fire was completely extinguished before they left the scene. What caused it was not their inability to put out the fire. What caused it was re-energization of the lines. And because depending on the line, there's no insulation in those lines. So if they're high energy lines, they're typically unshielded to keep down weight. So when they drop to the ground or overgrowth on those lines, which is property of the energy company, not the fire department, they turn the power back on, sparks go off, sets everything ablaze, it falls over, they're still hot, it sets everything on fire. So according to the report, fed by extreme winds, the fire quickly grew out of control, jumped the bypass, and resulted in the subsequent conflagration from which our island community is still recovering. Fire destroyed over 2,000 structures and caused $6 billion in damages.
Yeah, I mean, that's, well, it's pretty ridiculous that basically they turned the power back on and all that occurred.
And if
But
you're really,
I think it makes sense.
yeah. I mean, once people who do this for a living investigate it forensically, then they find the source of the problem, and the wingnuts and dingbats don't have, they'll believe whatever tripe and trash they want to just conjure up, worse than an AI hallucination. And some of that is actually mentioned at the bottom of this Vice article, but you can go over and read more of the minutia if you are so inclined. I'm not going to tolerate it. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. There's already a queue of cargo ships backing up at U.S. ports. That's because the strike started yesterday, day before yesterday. Dock workers' strike is having an immediate effect on the flow of goods through eastern U.S. ports. How many is it? 37 ports?
I don't remember how many ports, but it's all along the East Coast and all along the Gulf Coast.
So ship tracking data is showing a growing number of vessels sitting at anchor near closed facilities. Experts tell Business Insider that the impact of the backlog will reverberate long after an agreement is reached. Again, the leader of the union for longshoremen said, "We will cripple you."
Yeah, I mean, that certainly suggests that there's not an era of cooperation. But we don't know what circumstances are leading to the strike either.
Yeah, but I can tell you right away that what they want is a piece of the pie that they are busting their hump to generate and not getting rewarded for it. And they're asking for somewhere around 75% increase in wages over 6 or 7 years. It seems that if they have record profits, billions of dollars, one company that takes part in this dock working process is Maersk. And they made $10 billion last year and $24 billion during each year of the pandemic, for crying out loud, or something like that. My numbers might be mixed up during the last 4 years because the before times are one thing and now is another. But my numbers are right in their value. 1 year was $24 billion in not revenue, profit. And another year was $9 billion. So I really don't have any compassion for the companies, because some of that value needs to go to the people that are busting their hump for a fraction of the value. Like long in the tooth longshoremen are making like 150 grand. Now, my other problem with this is that what they're trying to do is also hobble automation, and that is a losing strategy. They will phase out jobs and replace them with automation before, too long.
Well, you know what can happen when they have automation, right? A port strike.
Yeah, that's right. So,
And I saw a number that was 36, but I don't know if that wasn't a reputable source. I'm not sure.
Percentage of?
No, 36, a number of ports.
Oh, 36 ports. Right. Yeah. So, I think that's the number that I remember too. So, yeah, I buy into unionization, particularly when there is abuse, and abuse happens in the dark. The stones on the leader of the union, though, they know what they've got, and I think that they should leverage it. What's going to end up happening, though, is consumers are going to pay more because the sociopaths don't see that they can have a smaller profit margin and still give money to the longshoremen, give money to the union and keep prices at a relatively consistent value. No, they see it as an option that they can just raise the prices to recapitalize the losses that they're going to have to give to the longshoremen, and they're going to raise the prices to consumers, right? So
That's right. And meanwhile, it's not just raise prices, but it may mean people don't get things that are kind of important.
like
Not the
bananas,
frivolous things. Like if they don't get their cookies, okay, they'll probably be okay.
coffee and bananas. Are you out of your mind? I want my coffee and bananas. Anyway, Dominic Reuter over at BusinessInsider.com put this article together. A container ship at a facility in Bayonne, New Jersey on Monday, sitting there, all of its containers still sitting. Ooh, that's gotta... See, it just reminds me of me at an airport going, damn, that sucks. Whoever it is that owns that bag is going to be hating life. And then they walk up to me and say, hey, your bag just got run over by one of our vehicles. Thanks. So as
You
the
know what
internet...
I just realized too is, I mean, the more important thing, of course, is the container ships not being able to get in, etc. But other things use these ports too, right? Like the cruise ship industry. So it's going to be interesting to see like how much global transportation is just completely snarled up because of this.
They have said that cruise ships and military will not be negatively impacted.
Okay. I hadn't seen that.
Yeah. So Business Insider review of ship tracking data shows a growing number of cargo vessels and tankers at anchor near closed facilities, including New York, Virginia Beach, Savannah, Miami, New Orleans, and Houston. Look at that. Man. Doesn't look pretty. The whole business model of the container shipping industry is to spend as little time in port as possible. The ship makes money when it's sailing from A to B, says Andrew Coggins, a professor at Pace University. The ship makes money when it's sailing from A to B. He added, saying that some vessels were probably adjusting their speeds in order to delay their arrival for as long as possible so as not to sit idly at anchor. And even if the strike were to end tomorrow, which is extremely unlikely, a new problem is emerging: dock space. Yep. This is going to be messy, folks.
It will be.
Spoiled produce, canceled journeys. Anything that's sitting in the system that's perishable could perish in a week because there's a sell-through process. You get it just in time, just in time, so that the supply is there, it's sold, they bring it again just in time. So there's no delay, no wastage. Yep.
Yeah, and don't think if you're outside of this region that you're not impacted. You're absolutely impacted. If you're in other parts of the US, the products might come in through these ports. If you're in another country, you might be waiting on a ship to return from the US.
I don't know what you're talking about because, I got my coffee and I got my bananas. So it doesn't mean much to me that, let's see here. Brandon Daniels, the CEO of AI supply chain company Exiger, doesn't get their coffee, right? It's like climate change. It's pretty cold where I am, so must not be warm anywhere else. As alternative channels reach their own capacity limits, they said your overall cost is going to go up, but the efficiency of the systems then gets significantly bogged down. Great. Yeah.
I think anybody who wants an idea of what's ahead should think about things like the
Evergreen,
ship
right?
stuck in the Suez Canal.
And the pandemic in general.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Constructagon, which is all about 3D printing. Maybe we'll be 3D printing on the moon and Mars soon. That would be amazing. I think Icon should build the first moon printer and send it up and have them build a structure, even if it's just a little igloo kind of a thing, you know, a little dome structure for one, just to get it out there, you know. Proof
That
of
would
concept.
be really neat.
Revo Foods has opened up a factory in Vienna, which it says is going to be the largest 3D printing food facility. The world's largest food 3D printing factory is going to make 60 tons of faux filet per month. Who is eating this? I would like to try it.
Thank you.
Honestly.
I don't know where it's going. Where is the demand?
I volunteer to try. It's fake salmon filet. So it's not beef, but the fungi-derived food will be made using 3D structuring technology, Revo's method for adding texture and bite to foods. The company is calling the facility the Taste Factory. The Taste Factory. And it will begin shipping products today, October 3rd, 2024. The firm says that the facility could produce up to 60 tons of fake salmon fillet per month. This says to make 60 tons, but they say here in the article it could produce up to 60 tons.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't mean that they're producing more than like 60 grams.
Ooh, man, that looks very, very familiar to something that I eat sometimes. Well, I haven't had it in several weeks. I eat something different, but yeah, that looks like something that I order and gets delivered.
Yeah, but it looks like real salmon, right?
Well, what is real? If you can't tell the difference, does it matter? Joris Peels over at 3dprint.com put this article together. You were going to say,
Well, I was just going to give a plug for our show, Reality Hacker.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's a 30-minute show that we do on the weekends. Now it's a 30-minute show. It used to be an hour, but we do 5 articles instead of 10. And then we post all of the articles that are submitted. But they're going to be posted over on Patreon. They won't be part of the regular show, and you won't be able to get them from the bot, but they'll be part of Patreon. All of the shows will be posted there, but you have to be a member of the Patreon to get all 10 of the articles. You'll still get
Wait. The shows will be available beyond Patreon.
Yes, that's true. The shows will be available via Twitch live, and for 60 days after that. They'll always be available over on YouTube. They'll be available as audio files in Patreon, not in Patreon. They'll be available as podcasts in the podcast. Wherever you pick up a podcast, that's where ohmTown is. And they'll be available on Patreon. And there's no ads on any of it. So anyway, so Revo Foods has opened a factory in Vienna. The company is calling the facility the Taste Factory. It can produce up to 60 tons of fake salmon fillet per month. The way that this thing is printing something, it looks weird. I wonder if it gets stamped afterward into
into the right shape or texture or something.
Right. I need to change that audio. So over time, Revo could adapt and improve the textures, mouthfeel, and behavior of the fillet. Behavior?
I don't think the food should have any behavior.
Do not taunt the flavor facility.
Do not feed after midnight.
Don't show it any bright light. Don't get it wet. It's a fish fillet. How can you not get it wet? That's irony. So, for example, a different fillet could be designed for hospitals where food is typically made in large batches, for retirement homes where it's made of the retirees, where the product could be enriched with specific vitamins or minerals or the retirees. Soylent Green. It's made of people.
Okay, but this company's product is not.
Oh, right. Sorry, I get distracted. I sometimes am powered by AI, and it's the See, the co-host is from the future and so is fully sentient, but I am powered by current timeline AI, and it hallucinates the bejesus out of whatever information it receives. Right?
I don't know what's going on, but that did sound like an hallucination.
So it's great that they avoided adding sugar to the product and limited cholesterol, and it would have been easy to make it a sugary, unhealthy item, but keeping it healthy is a smart choice for their market and everyone in the long term. If they can make their product both tasty and healthy, they could position themselves as a premium health brand. Many good habits require people to cut back or give up certain foods, but if Revo can create delicious, nutritious options, then it could attract a lot of interest. I'm willing to try it. I would like to try it. But if it tastes like cardboard, like the other fake meat stuff that I've had in the past, sorry. I'm just not, it's not going to work. That looks good though.
It does look good in the picture. I mean, it actually looks like real food.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Border agents discover $1 million worth of cocaine hidden in a wheelchair. So I titled this is a speedy wheelchair. Customs and Border Protection officers confiscated 27 pounds of the drug concealed within the compartment of a motorized wheelchair in Houston. Said while in pursuit, beep, 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 get out of my way.
Exactly. I was like, was somebody occupying the wheelchair at this time?
Bilal Rahman over at Newsweek.com put the article together. The video has nothing to do with the article, but okay.
How did they figure this out? Did the person stand up and walk without any issue? And then somebody went, what's up with the wheelchair?
It had to have been triggered by drug dogs. So the estimated street value is thought to exceed $1 million. In late September, officers referred the wheelchair to an x-ray due to unusually large cushions attached to the frame. The CBP said in a statement, further inspection revealed a metal compartment with 11 packages containing a massive haul of cocaine concealed within the backrest and seat cushions.
How high up do you think the person was in the wheelchair? Right.
Excuse me, you look like you are only 4'11", but sitting in that seat, you look like you're 6'2". We're going to have to refer your lab test, then confirm the package contained cocaine hydrochloride, aka cocaine. If you can think of a drug smuggling method, it's been done. We've seen drug seizures and things like wheelchairs, but wouldn't say it's a common occurrence. Don't need to really go through the rest of this, but there's all of this back history of stuff over the past. So, according to the National Library of Medicine, cocaine hydrochloride is the hydrochloride salt form of the tropane alkaloid cocaine, aka. So it comes as the U.S. faces an ongoing overdose crisis, raising concerns about the increased risk to public health. Yeah. The bigger issue is that people feel compelled to take drugs. That's kind of how it works. So why do people take drugs? It's to get away from all of the stressors and quote unquote enjoy life, or whatever, deal with their maladaptive behavior in some way or whatever. I mean, there's sociological forces here that turn into psychological and physical motivations. We got to remedy that. I don't think anything is going to stop it because we don't take mental health seriously. And if there's ever a strata of responses to something, it's mental health, because if you are rich and famous, you basically get a pass and society says, oh, they're dealing with it, or they just watched the dumpster fire. But if you can't afford to get treatment, then you're left to your own devices, aka criminal activity, to soothe that savage beast, or you go into massive debt paying for treatment, and thus you can't be an ongoing concern in any way if you can even get treatment. It's not everybody ends up with the same level of treatment either. So anyway, let's move on. Next article is, oh, look, another one.
I can't decide if people are getting more creative or they're more widely reporting these efforts.
Well, I titled this one, I've heard of high chicken prices, but man hides weed under chicken in failed 620,000 pound smuggling plot. Sergei Basyanov from Ireland was halted as he traveled by ferry. Wow. From the Netherlands to the port of Killingholm in the UK. Multiple officers, identified him and the delivery truck as being worth a search.
Okay, I'm sorry, but how much do you think they check coming from the Netherlands?
I would suspect every brownie on the planet that comes from the Netherlands is checked by somebody. Excuse me, you're coming from the Netherlands with brownies. Can I have a bite? Well, are you an officer? No, just a food taster. I'm professional brownie taster. You've got brownies. Can I borrow some of your brownies? I'll give it back in 24 hours. You just have to wait. No? Maybe? Come on. Anyway, officers found the trailer packed with fresh chicken. And it seemed innocent enough until Border Patrol noticed new welding and a paint job that suggested the trailer had been tampered with. So it had a blister. Basically an augmentation to the natural build of the vehicle so as to try and smuggle drugs or people. So underneath the poultry were 3 sliding drawers filled with 31 kilos of marijuana, with a street value of apparently 620,000 pounds. Look, chicken prices are high. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, do you think the chickens, when they were clucking, do you think they were relaying that, hey, you might want to look underneath us?
You know those peckers were turning in the driver. They put us in cages, we're going to put you in one. Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com put the article together. Let's see here. There's so much in this. A Scottish man was busted at another time for attempting to sneak cocaine out of South America. His choice of concealment was banana boxes. We've had coconuts. We've had avocados. Bananas. Wheelchair. What else?
We've had things taped to people.
Yeah. We've had big old blocks of stuff taped to people. God.
Like animals and computer
chips. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And drugs themselves. They think that they can just walk on through. True. Yeah. All right, people. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Technology Today. Cats in the hats. They are precariously close to I think a trademark term, or at least a copyrighted term. New technique transforms how scientists scan cats' brains. By the way, you can't just copyright a phrase so much as trademark it. But anyway, Canadian scientists crafted small wood cat. Did you look ahead by any chance?
Well, I saw the photo.
Oh.
I think it was with the article in the main page or somewhere, or maybe when I don't know. But yes, I've seen the photo and I'm so glad it's included.
So, Canadian scientists crafted small wood caps to securely hold electrodes in place. Securely, what? What did I say?
They're wool caps, not wood.
Oh, I thought I said wool. Okay. Let me rephrase this because the Sentient AI is going to smack me if I don't. Although digitally, which is kind of digitally. Never mind. Anyway, Canadian scientists crafted small wool caps. Did I pronounce that properly?
Yes.
Well-wheaten wool caps to securely hold electrodes in place. Now I'm just messing with you. preventing cats from shaking them off during chronic pain tests. How do they know that the cats are in chronic pain?
Because they're probably yowling or something.
Nobody knits me a small wood cap. In a world first, veterinary scientists at the University of Montreal have successfully developed a method to scan the brains of awake cats utilizing electrodes hidden beneath custom knit wool caps, searching for the elusive one orange brain cell. Oh God, that is so adorable. Poor kitty.
Now, what I don't know is how do they keep the cat still?
I swear, this cat looks like it's wearing like a little jersey shirt and a little knitted wool cap with
It's really
openings
cute
for the
kiddo.
ears. I mean, this, oh my God, I want this cat. This cat is adorable. So named Fee, they're an abandoned cat with chronic osteoarthritis, was one of 11 who wore specially knitted caps for tests at Université de Montréal's University School. I want this adorable little kitty.
It's very adorable.
It's over at
I think
SciTech
they
Daily.
should make cosmetic little caps for cats like this. I think they're not just for medical purposes.
This has a market. I swear it has to. Somebody has to be making this. I don't know how, maybe it's a world first for the medical side of things, but there has to be somebody out there on Etsy that's pumping these out for $20 a pop. Right? I mean, this is like $1.50 of wool in 10 minutes worth.